think. Okay. Boss Battle is on hiatus. I'm not sure if it's going to come back in the form it was, as in like happening on this night kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a little bit of leeway, I guess, when it comes to the show as far as length there. Whoa, let's not yell at him.
Yell at who? I'm not in the
Our
chat
guest.
yet.
So I'm trying to really push getting different people on here. Next 2 weeks on Awesome Chat. Before this, I have Kim Lyons from nextpittsburgh.com, formerly of the Post-Gazette, and Josh Lucas of the Hardware Store to talk about the new Code Academy, which is a really cool concept. I've been like finding like sessions like this person needs to learn this. Go look into this. I mean, it's kind of you need like $500 for a session or whatever, like to start off with. So it's kind of limiting there, but still, I think it's a really cool concept. So I'm inviting them to like stick around for the show.
Cool.
Next week we're going to have the guy from the Retro Gaming Convention that's happening down at the former Metropole, because I can never pronounce what the new name is. We're going to do some stuff with that. So I'm just really trying to push the getting people in here every week, somebody different. So if you have anybody you think is worth coming on, wide open, let me know. Loop me in an email or something.
Okay.
If you want to invite
I mean,
somebody
think about
on.
that, too, the other thing that you know who might be interested, not necessarily. I mean, obviously he's been on this show before. Kraus.
Yeah.
He might be interested in if and when Boss Battle comes back, or that video game. He does a lot of video gaming too. He's all
Okay,
Xbox
well, I
One.
think that'd be great. Actually, if he, I think he's out in the chat, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yes,
so,
I haven't gotten
Kraus, if you have any, if you're out there and you have any interest in contributing to with our friends with the video game site, I think, not that we're lacking in Xbox people, but no, just even your all around Microsoft perspective in general, and maybe even PC gaming, I think would be great for that.
Did you see the thing I put in Slack about the one or the number sync?
I did.
I haven't played around with that. I'm trying.
I think I've heard of that before, but again, it's one of those. I think like you brought it up on the show.
Yeah, I think I did a while ago, and there wasn't enough information.
There wasn't enough information, but again, it's one of those things that I just kind of looked at and says, Google Hangout kind of does that already, and I kind of don't want to. I don't trust AT&T to do the handoff. Was my what I think my thing was on that.
When I think the way number sync is working is it's not AT&T doing the handoff.
Okay.
I think it's Apple doing the handoff.
Oh, it's Apple based. Okay.
I think it's
because
AT&T.
I didn't have the opportunity to dive into the link that you put in there, but I remembered what it was about.
So you know how the phone will do the handoff to the computer to your Mac if you're running
Yeah.
Yosemite or above.
Oh, so it's using that same kind of.
It's using the same theory, but AT&T is ringing like iMessage, or actually more like FaceTime. So the way it works is you actually use, on your Mac, you can use the FaceTime app and dial out over Wi-Fi.
What?
That's from my understanding. Once you get it set up properly, that's actually how it's working. On
like
your
that.
Mac, you can open up FaceTime and make a phone call.
Wow.
Out over the internet, not over your phone. But on the opposite end, whoever's caller ID pops up, it's coming up as your cell phone number.
Because I think with Hangout, when I call out from Hangout, I don't think it shows like the number that I selected.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of times I've heard it shows either unknown caller, which then people are hesitant to pick up.
Right.
Or it shows up some random number that maybe they don't think it's you.
Right, or a number they're not expecting if they have me in their phone book or something. That's the problem. Is it's like the, it's like the pushing that I have with the email. I have forwarders set up for my business emails, but if I'm going from inbox, it's still an @Gmail address, regardless of what they emailed me at. Oh, you already did a video call? All right, he's coming on. Hey, there he is. I like this. You can tell he works in video. He's adjusting his lighting and everything. Hey, no traffic problems?
No, I got home. Thank
Awesome.
you, Lord in
Awesome.
heaven.
All right, hold on a second. I gotta pop this over to the original version, so it might disappear for a moment. Actually, you have like a picture of like Chilla's knees. I'm gonna try to fix this. All right, site isn't showing stream. I see a link. Kraus is seeing the old feed. Did we refresh, perhaps? Maybe I forgot to hit save. I forgot to update with the new feed. That's probably what's going on.
I might also have.
No. This is a different issue. All right, you're going to get a second me for a moment. Hopefully I can mute it quick enough it won't echo. This is our kind of layman way to get two cameras in here.
Down like a clown, Charlie Brown, whatever you want. Oh, look at you. Looking good in that Ninja Turtle swag.
It's got the head and everything, man. Oh, sorry.
Heck.
Sorry.
You should have headphones on there, yeah. Brand new headphones.
Nice.
Hot.
They're
Hot
orange.
red. Orange? Red?
Red?
I think they're red.
I'm red. I'm wearing red. These are.
They're a hotter red. Apparently.
They're a hotter red.
Yeah.
They're like lava.
You're Michelangelo, eh?
Yes, of course. All right, let me give you.
I was a Michelangelo fan as well, but you know what? As I get older, I feel like the teachings of Leo were so much more.
I certainly identify more with Donnie now.
See, I was always a huge Leonardo fan.
I mean, look around.
And I felt like Raphael was always just a whiny little beep.
Yeah, even his weapon were like size, weren't
Yes. Yes.
What do you say?
Even his weapons were size.
they? Yeah, it's a little punnage there. Hold on.
So have you been following the it's not really, it's only one-way banter between Facebook and Google.
What's going on?
Facebook is going through all these different iterations of how they would survive.
Oh, wait, is that the thing about like when they intentionally shut down the Android app?
Yes.
And like I saw a follow-up article, like a headline and snippets, but it was like this is why now we know why we can't trust Facebook or something.
But the interesting thing is, it makes me really wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
This is all about what would happen if Google cut Facebook out of the App Store, out of the Play Store.
Like they're threatening to, or something?
Well, and that's my question is, why is Facebook so nervous about this happening unless something is happening?
Right. Did somebody get a line about this, or?
Because one of the things they were talking about too was there was word that if you had ties to other Google apps, like let's just say Maps, right? So if you put an address in a Facebook invite, I can tap the Facebook invite to jump out to Maps.
Yeah.
In certain circumstances, Google will charge the company for that feature every time it's tapped.
What?
Typically not a big deal for
bigger companies, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically not a big, even for some of the bigger companies, probably not that big of a deal in cutting into their bottom line. But think about when you're Facebook. How many people are tapping those links all the time, everywhere?
Still.
So,
Their ball game is their features,
Yeah. I'm just interested to hear the real story behind the scenes of why Facebook is going to these extents to figure out what it would take to live outside of the Android Google Play Store.
So sorry that
For what? It's okay. Fine.
Hey,
I'm not going to quit.
it would work out if Katie was down here next to you.
Yes.
She'd be coming at this angle. And we put her on the other end, so it was even more of an angle. See, you ever see the one video we did with her?
The one what?
The one where we talked to, I think it was Peacemaker, the 3D model.
I didn't see that.
They're the ones that they have a 3D printer that they're putting in like Toys R Us's and stuff to make little toys like on demand.
Isn't there one downtown? This was a long
Some of
time
the
ago.
local stores have them, but
like Weldon's or.
But I felt bad because one, she's sitting in this chair closest to us, and the two guys were so much tinier than her.
I don't remember seeing them in studio.
That wasn't in studio.
Okay.
It was at Alpha Lab Gear actually.
Okay.
So, let me rename this and quiet the chat room since that's going. All right, you guys got. Oh, that's not right. That's not how that's supposed to go, guys. I'm sorry about that.
What's that?
I apparently just gave them a link in the chat room instead of actually embedding the video. So,
I see the thing above the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's supposed to be an embed. That's supposed to actually show a video. Hey, it's been how long since we've done this?
You were talking. So, is Sorgatron Media? Is that on WordPress or what is? It's WordPress, right? Because were you talking about leaving WordPress and going somewhere elsewhere?
Oh yeah, I want to move. As each thing has the revenue to support it, I want to move all the sites to Squarespace eventually.
For any particular
no,
reason?
but the other one is because I don't want to maintain them. And the other thing is I want to move the podcasts themselves off of TalkShoe over to Libsyn, or actually another potential place that I caught wind of that somebody might be introducing me to that may be a lot cheaper. So we'll find those out as.
So with Squarespace, what does that mean that you don't have to maintain them?
Updates and everything, all that back end stuff. Like all that, like server. Oh, I got to do this. Make sure my CGI and my PHP does a what's a hootsy thing and make sure it's updates and doesn't break the things. And put a plugin to do something or another. It just happens in Squarespace.
Okay.
Like if there's an update, it just happens and doesn't really break much.
Doesn't really break much.
That's why I will not do a client site that's not Squarespace at this point.
Okay.
Because I can walk away and give them the keys and not worry about it. So. Okay. I think I fixed the things. Did I fix the things? Alright, embed is up. I see Chilla. His red shirt. How you doing, Rob?
I'm fantastic, buddy. How are you, Mr. Sorg?
All right, I'm getting back into the vibe of things here.
Hey, man, vibes are good.
After the 2 weeks off, and I barely count that last week because I was very drunk by the end of it.
Good.
Set up your thing. Oh, what's new with you? Anything you want me to show off here at the top of the show when I'm introducing you?
Absolutely not. I am here to hang. There's absolutely no promotion needed. Literally just wanted to come hang with you guys first of the year.
Thank you so
much. Get this thing started right.
That's right. I'm recommitting to making sure we have more than just Chilla and I in the studio, through or online or whatever, throughout the year.
Chilla. What's up? I was excited that you asked me to do it again, man. I thought maybe that was like a one-time deal, and after you actually talked to me, it was like, never again. We'll never have this guy on the show again.
You know what? If there's anybody out there that I haven't gone around to getting you on the show, and we have definitely had a good conversation in the past, it is completely my fault out of neglect. Because I sit down and I'm like, crap, who should I have on the show? I can't think of anybody. And then finally I'm just like, oh, I should just look at our entire past list, and we'll be good.
You need to put a form out here, like, be a part of the show, sign up here.
That's kind of what happens, because we always joke about, I put a feeler out a few weeks ago. It says, hey, we should have like a fan interactive thing on like Blab or something, and they're like, that's what we do every week. That's why we have so many people cycling through the show right now, because everybody on the show, except for Will, started as a fan. Found us, sent emails in, and that, like, the emails turned into auditions for the show. You know. Okay.
Who's Carol in Virginia?
That's probably that auto assigning stuff that the chat's doing. Also, at some point last year, we hit our limit for the chat room. We can only have 10 people in the chat room.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Because I don't pay for anything. If anybody out there knows a good chat embed client like this that's a little more streamlined, because I'm going back to experimenting with Mayhem Show tonight. I'm going to put the chat room in the corner. So the last couple things will come up, but the way it's formatted, I think it's going to look a little janky. I'm really trying to emulate what Cord Killers does with theirs, and it's a very kind of IRC black and white one without a lot of bells and whistles. Because I know they're going to put GIFs up later. It's going to destroy the entire look of it. So, and good news, we have a guest for our 11 o'clock show tonight. Just got the notification. All right. We have so much stuff in the works for this year already. It's amazing. 2, 3, 4, 5 is not set up. And Rob, I'll apologize because we have your video feedback I know is tremendous right now versus probably what it was before. So you're not going to see like any screens or anything I pop up. I don't know if you can see the monitor behind me at all. Is that
not really, but you know what? I should be all right. Maybe I'll pull it up on a. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone.
Nope.
Alex Carter says he's looking into the chat thing. He'll have an answer in about 20 minutes or so.
Put it in Slack. All right. I think.
All right, I'll take it. I get my own little lower third and everything. You see the monitor behind me at all?
Caller, please turn down your radio.
Got it. All right. Actually, I'm going to unrebind that thing that is like all over the place right now.
I want to pull up one more thing, and then I think we'll be good to go, and then everything else I can do on the fly, as I like to do. I stalked our Patreon supporters, by the way.
In real life?
In real life, actually, because none of them were in the office or at home. And the one I kind of did as a stalking video, like, "Hi, I'm in your driveway." I feel bad because somebody was home and it was in suburbia, and they opened the window or they opened the door to find me trying to stuff a package of cookies into their mailbox to see if it would fit. And I was like, "Oh, hello," and there's me with a Santa hat, and I'm like, "All right, yep."
So there's a pretty doggone big delay between this and the stream, huh? It's like, in case there's any big F words dropped.
Well, kind of. I think they do have that function in there somewhere. But, no, yeah, just generally, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good roundabout there. So it's okay if you're responding to something like a minute later. I was like, "Oh, so I finally saw that video from a minute ago," and, you know, that whatever we put up there. So, all right, I think we're good to go. It is 280. I'm not counting the specials that we had. So, Rob, do you have...
Was that like 279 subsection A?
Subsection A, subsection B, home automation, and what was the other thing we talked about? Oh, that was the podcasting. Rob, do you have an awesome thing of the week?
Okay, so I don't know if it's the awesome thing of the week, but those hoverboards.
Okay, we could touch on that.
Okay, I don't know if you've already talked about this in the past,
not really. Well,
okay.
Hold on to it. We'll get to it. I think it's worth discussing, especially since a lot has happened with that since we had a proper show. So,
sure. That's really what I've got.
Okay. So. That's cool. No, that's fine.
I'll chime in. You tell me what you want, brother.
Yeah. I'll toss it to you. All right, we're recording. Backup's recording. Live stream's out. Chat room is up. Somebody tweet me. And we'll go. Wheels has a pizza for Podcast Day. Not our sponsor because he's down in California, PA, but still supporting. Okay. There it is. There it is. Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast. Happy 2016. We're here. Damn it. How do I start the show?
2 weeks?
2 weeks? Oh, it's been like 3 or 4 weeks since a proper show.
I'm just messing with you.
Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitters here in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA, ready to talk tech, get geeky. Happy 2016. It's the future now, and it's grand, and we're going to talk about that and so much more. With me in studio on the couch, starting off the 2016 right with the slice on Broadway in his stomach and ready to go, and the new relocated couch of awesome.
We need like a light up sign, the couch of awesome.
It looks different at least. So you have more room over there. It's tremendous.
I want like a staff.
A staff?
Yes.
Like what kind of staff?
That I can tap when I want attention. I can just tap my staff on the couch of awesome.
That'll be tremendous on an audio podcast. Clonk, clonk, over here, sir. I have something to say. This is awesome over here. Also, we decided to start off with one of our awesome past guests. We're going to revisit a lot. We're going to get a lot of new faces in here in 2016. I'm vowed, as I was saying off air, Chilla, that we're going to have less episodes of just you and I talking technology. We're going to keep them all looped in. I got some pretty cool ideas, a couple things in the works, getting planned coming up here. Maybe I'll spill the beans on a couple of them later in the show. But with us on the line, Rob Johnston. Rob on the run on your Twitters, on your Vines, on your Instagrams, owning the internet, as it were.
and what an expensive thing it is, too.
Exactly. How you doing, man?
I am so well. I am so honored to be here. Like I said before we started recording, I wasn't sure that I'd ever be asked back after the last failure of a podcast that I gave you.
It wasn't. So, what are you talking about? You came on. We talked like a half an hour about Vine, because like I don't understand what the cool kids are doing with Vine these days, and you got it, and you're doing all that kind of stuff over there. Of course, we're having you back, man. I
was so excited. I was so excited. You literally like sent me a message on Twitter, and not even like 3 seconds later, you said, "Hey, would you be interested in doing it this year?" And literally, yep. that was my response immediately. I'm so glad to be back on such an awesome podcast.
Awesome, thanks. I appreciate it. By the way, we got to point out, because you were heavy on my mind because something came up here in the last couple of weeks. Because as you know, all of us, we have our Giphy keyboards and widgets in our Chrome and everything like that, and I get a gift from my wife, and it turns out to be you pouring coffee on yourself. Vine is one thing, but if you're somebody that pops up as a GIF, I think you've officially made internet celebrity stardom.
You know, it's funny, that particular GIF is not one that I made. That is from a Vine that I have done. But it has made its rounds all over the place, to the point where I'm getting text messages from people that I have not talked to in many, many years. It's literally just a text of that GIF like, WTF, dude, why are you everywhere? And that, if GIFs had royalties, I would have my own podcast, buddy.
There you go. But no, and of course, this is the AwesomeCast. We'll get into what's awesome for the week here, and check out everything he's got going. Rob on the run on the Twitters and everywhere else, right? Listen, it's the AwesomeCast. Check us out on awesomecast.net. You can subscribe to this and the Awesome Chat, our interview series, which I already broke my New Year's resolution, and we didn't have an interview this week. So it happens. It just had I had one, Chilla. I had one. It just got rescheduled for 2 weeks from now because they didn't realize they weren't in the country. So there's that. I won't call them out. But anyways, it's a good reason. It's a good purpose. You know, I'd forget. Reason. I mean,
I'm a spy. I had to leave the country.
You know how bad I screwed up my calendar when I was 3 time zones away about this time last year. Like I did all my calendaring for the wrestling shows for the entire year, and realized they were all 3 hours off. And I was like, why are these shows starting at 2 p.m? It doesn't make any sense. So we're going to have a lot of stuff happening there. And of course, check out the awesome specials we did. Chilla did a great home automation special. Really did a deep dive in what's going on there. And of course, we had a great conversation with Buzzy from the Epicast epicast.tv, and just we got to throw down, just talk podcasting, talk about our philosophies about podcasting, where it's at, and kind of part 2 of our conversation from Evening with PodCamp we had earlier in the year as well for Podcast Day, International Podcast Day. And you can hit us up at AwesomeCast on the Twitters, on the Facebooks, and everywhere else. And also our friends, our good friends supporting us, and you can too. Of course, we appreciate anybody that's just sharing the show, loving the show, and telling their friends about it, and just any way you can just to support us. But of course, especially our friends over at patreon.com/awesomecast. We got some great people that have been executive producers of the show for a good while now. Thistle C Business Development, as well as Mike Fedor Show on Twitter, and Thistle C on Twitter as well. And so much so, they're executive producers at the $5 per episode level. So we really, really appreciate that. But we also, you never know what you're gonna. You never know what you're gonna get. They already got business cards, right? Or maybe around Christmas time, I may stalk you at your house. That is a benefit to being a Patreon supporter. Here I am at one of our wonderful Patreon supporters' houses that they were not there, and I was caught stuffing cookies into a mailbox by somebody. So that's something that happened, and unfortunately they all have things to do around the holidays. I was doing some Santa Sorg. You can find out more about what that day was about over at Basic Sorgamonics. And then I went for a drive with my dog. So there's that too. Having a lot of fun with Twitter video a couple of weeks ago. So patreon.com/awesomecast if you want to do that. Let's get into it. The awesome things of the week. I'm going to start with Rob, because I really want to talk about this topic, because I don't think we've touched on this a whole lot. And more so, I'm seeing them everywhere. And I'm seeing people awkwardly on them everywhere. Rob, what's your awesome thing of the week?
I brought to the table hoverboards, my friend. Hoverboards, what's the deal with hoverboards? Now, for me, the reason why this week it's so prevalent. Now, it's been in my life for the last year. It's been something that, I've watched kind of grow. They did a really organic thing with these hoverboards. For those who aren't familiar, they're those little, they almost look like Segways. They've got the 2 round wheels, and you balance, you move, your balance goes forward, the little guy goes forward, it goes backward. I've heard these things go up to like 25 miles an hour. They are absolutely not safe. And nobody's wearing helmets with these things. They're not thinking they're skateboards, right? So they're riding them around in the house. You don't ride skateboards in the house, right? You ride them in the street or whatever. There aren't like the hard-edged tables. There are not like walls. There are not. So in the house, these people are falling, and there are so many amazing fails on YouTube. I could go for hours and hours just watching these older people attempt to do this thing. Young people, old people, it doesn't matter. So hoverboards have been really on the front of my mind in the last couple of weeks, but I also really enjoyed looking up tweets of young people who did not receive a hoverboard on Christmas. That has been such a joy for me, because those things are like $500 or $800, whatever they are. They're hundreds of dollars for these things. And if you've got 2 or 3 kids, they're not getting hoverboards for Christmas. And so there's a lot of disappointed children tweeting about how terrible their parents are because they did not receive hoverboards. Ungrateful little tweeters. So yes, the hoverboard has been something that I've watched because, and I love that it's gone huge, and they're catching fire, and it's there's a lot of mayhem happening. But the marketing of these is something that has been quite remarkable.
The one thing that surprised me about this is, there's those parents that ignored the hey, you should throw these away because they're going to explode warning.
Oh yeah, nobody's looking at that. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for like the aftermath of like
the fiery aftermath.
The fiery aftermath when Skynet rises up and they all explode simultaneously. Like
everybody's away.
when George Hott's car AI that he made in his garage starts controlling all the hoverboards and makes them go off.
because I think like a few days right before Christmas, I think it was Amazon made an announcement to a lot of the people that bought through Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
They gave everyone reimbursements. So they gave everyone their money back and said, don't even ship these back. Just please throw them away.
Wow.
So you know how many hoverboards are out there that should have been thrown away. That, to your point, I don't want my kid screaming at me.
Right.
Because he didn't get a hoverboard, and here's this hoverboard that I have, and it might catch fire.
So here's the interesting thing, Rob. You said about how smart this was, that it caught fire the way it did, that it exploded the way that these are not good terms. That it expanded the way it did, I guess. But really, it was kind of an accident thing. So I guess there was this design, and it didn't get patented or something. So that's why there's this battery problem, because everybody in China is just pounding these things out. And hoverboards, like, there's no official name for any of them. So we've all just settled on hoverboards, right? And they'll range, but basically be the same design and quality from like $300 to $1,500, depending on where you got it. And some of them I'm seeing where like, oh, I didn't get this from X Chinese company. They're the big issue with the batteries. Somebody was buying them as a reseller from one of the Chinese factories and relabeling the batteries or something like that and just slapping them in there. That aren't appropriate. And that's been part of the problem for this is that kind of mismanaged thing, just, trying to shove this stuff through the pipeline because it's so hot right now. And they can get them for cheap because China, I guess.
And the one guy I know that he got his daughter one, and he got his girlfriend's son one, I think it was. He actually got theirs through eBay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's eBay resellers that are doing like buy it nows.
They're everywhere.
So and I've seen them at Southwest Village Mall.
Yeah,
I mean, they are everywhere.
Around. The first time I saw one. Everybody tells their first hover. By the way,
Back to the Future Part 2.
By the way, exactly. on the video, I don't know if you saw while Rob was explaining the hoverboard concept. We were showing our friend of the show, Jim Loke. He's down in Washington D.C. now. I forget. I think Fox down there, and he's in the back trying out the hoverboard. And even like I got out over at Work Hard up there in Allentown, and I'm on a back alley, and there's like somebody's house comes out, like apartment or whatever comes out right there, right beside where we park, and they're like doing that tryout of the hoverboard and wiping out on the sidewalk. But the first time I saw one, I was sitting at a Starbucks downtown Pittsburgh, off of Market Square, and I just see two people hover in, hover out. And I'm just like, what the hell did I just see? Now they're just everywhere. And that was about 2 months ago.
There was go ahead.
I was just going to say that for me, what I love about the hoverboard is that about a little more than a year ago, I started to see them pop up. Mm-hmm. And what the company did, and I haven't read any articles about this, this is just from my own perspective. I'm someone who's very active on Vine and have a lot of friends in the YouTube world. I saw that this company gave a number of top Viners who have millions of followers this product, right? The hoverboard product. They didn't give them a name. The Viners just started riding around on them in 6-second increments. Didn't even say, hey, check out this product. And then I started to see YouTubers like Pittsburgh's own Justine. Her and her sister got a set of them. And everybody's just having fun on them. But they're not saying where they came from. They're not saying where you can get them. It was a complete viral marketing thing that I watched, and I kept seeing these comments like, where did you get that? What is that thing? Oh, my God, I got to have this. So there's been a year of these children dying to get their hands on it, and I'm sure that the company that originally did that, that's probably not the ones catching fire. That's probably not the ones being eBayed. You're right. I think there was a patent problem. Whatever it is, it was a viral marketing thing that absolutely that took over. But it was fun from my perspective to watch the social media viral marketing of this. I've never seen a TV ad for it. Mm-hmm. I haven't even seen like little ads pop up. It's literally been watching social media influencers push these things down the throats of children across the world.
Or as I was just doing, watching all the hoverboard fails right now. There's a compilation from like Vine or something on here, and I could watch this all day. I'm telling you.
Me too.
It's pretty. That's
why I brought it to the cast, my friend.
Oh, geez, this is great. Wait, he's going down a hallway. How is this going to end? And there they go. Oh, this guy's going to do a handstand on it.
Yeah, for
I
about
know.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
Not even 10.
Wait, I gotta stick around for this. I'm sorry, audio listeners, but really, just look up hoverboard fails, and it's the first video that pops up. But
There was some kind of precursor toy to this.
are you talking about the wheel,
Yes, it was.
or the
like
the rocket skates?
No, there was like a wheel. It was like two wheels, and it was kind of self-propelled.
So,
and it
so
had to
I
do
saw
with
this. I saw this, and I don't know if this is the same thing, but there's a thing that it's a tire. Like it is a tire, and you put a you put a foot. I thought we looked this up a little bit ago, found out what the name of it was. But it's a tire. You got a foot in front of and behind the tire, and it's like a unicycle bouncy thing. The first time I saw that, I'm sitting up here in Beachview, and I'm like, Beachview isn't really progressive. They're not gonna have cool toys like this, right? Just rolling down the road, rolling down right along the train tracks. I'm like,
Yep.
and like that, it took me like a couple of times to see him to figure out what's going on because I'm like, who has a unicycle in this neighborhood? What's happening
but
here?
people who use those, a lot of kids who use those can jump on these and have zero problem.
Because they got the balance down.
Right.
Well, I saw one of those at the Carnegie Science Center. They had an employee riding around the rails, the ramps. And I asked the question, how long does that last? And I'm pretty confident he said like 35 minutes straight. And I thought, where can you go for 35 minutes before you had to plug it back in before you're stranded where you are?
I could make it from my. I mean, it's a quarter of a mile from my house to the train. It takes me 12 minutes to walk.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. That's exactly it. There's
You need a large extension cord at all times, though.
But no, when I would once I got to work,
yeah.
I could plug
You
it in while the 8 hours throughout the day, and then when coming home.
Just throw out that Fitbit now. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not even doing it
New York,
anymore.
I'm saying New York City, you can get like 3 blocks, and
New York City, they're outlawed. They're it's against the law.
Because you can't do it on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
They evoke that like
Yeah.
motorized vehicle on the sidewalk
Yeah.
law.
I've seen that happening to these hoverboards too in malls and stuff. People are like banning them. It's
Yeah.
like absolutely not. You can't
It's
do that.
understandable.
In
It's understandable.
It's like the wheel shoes.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that, but you mentioned about kind of the commute thing. There was actually on The Verge, they had a great video because there was some kind of like fold-upable motorized bike.
Okay.
And they just like rode it around New York City for a day and see how far they could go. And they said, depending on your commute, it may just get you there. And it was kind of that same kind of concept. Again, this is a very specialized. I live in a very city thing, like a Manhattan or near downtown Pittsburgh or something like that, or close enough to the public transportation. So I mean, it's a very, very niche thing, I think. But anyway, in cities, there's a lot of people there. So you're not getting this in the country for any reason. So remember,
It probably doesn't travel well across farmland.
no, or gravel. Remember, I'm the one that didn't grow up with sidewalks around here. So. But anyways, no, thank you. I'm glad we finally got to take a deep dive into the hoverboard subject. We had to wait for them to catch on fire in order to do that.
everybody
Apparently.
else taking deep dives off of the hoverboard.
Also entertaining. Thank you, the internet. Chilla, what is your awesome thing of the week?
So CES kicked off this week, and
What? There's a CES
there's
this
a
week?
CES
What?
this week. And it doesn't even start till tomorrow, isn't that? Or it
Yeah, but
started
it's
today.
What's that mini show that they do? I just watched the video on it today, but it's usually the thing where the most interesting gadgets are from. The hate seekers or something like that. The one that's always in that room in Las Vegas with the really horrible carpet.
And I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember what it's called.
The thrill seekers, the heat seekers, something like that.
But everyone starts like
The showstoppers. Showstoppers?
Is that what it is? And
Yeah.
this is where like they used to have a lot of the Apple stuff
Yeah.
that they don't really do as much anymore. It started off as a small room, and then I think it became like 3 football fields in length, and now it's kind of, I think, toning itself back down. And a lot of people this year, especially Lenovo and Samsung, started leaking a lot of their information over the last day or two. But the one thing that caught my eye was Samsung announced that they're going to do a sort of universal remote, sort of home automation play in all of their TVs. So if you buy a 2016 Samsung Smart TV, it comes with 2 things. It comes with this new smart TV remote. So when you plug a device into their TV, the TV recognizes what device it is Like it could be a Time Warner cable box, it could be a Comcast box, a Fios box, a TiVo, an Xbox, a PlayStation, whatever. It says, hey, I know what this device is, and I know what kind of remote and infrared or Bluetooth it uses. So I'm not going to make you use their remote. You can use your Samsung remote. And it'll automatically figure out based on what's plugged in to the HDMI ports of what it needs to then control. Then the other thing that they're then going to in turn be able to do is, now that they know who your cable provider is and where you're located, they know all the channels in your cable setup. And with their smart TV, they're going to have apps like Netflix, Amazon, YouTube, Hulu, whatever. And from what they're saying is they're going to integrate just like another TV channel. So if you're in the middle of watching something on TV and it thinks you may want to watch something on Netflix, maybe you'll see an advertisement, or maybe the Netflix box will come up and it'll say, watch this. If you're watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Mm-hmm. And it sees that you have Netflix, it's going to give you a thing for Jessica Jones. And you can just change that to that, just like changing channels.
This feels like the promise of Google TV originally.
And this is powered off of Tizen, their OS. That's going to be a competitor to Android. So the other thing that it's doing is they're saying that, I don't know if we talked about it, but Samsung bought Smart Things or Smarter Things, the home automation company. So the TV will also be a Smarter Things hub for any home automation devices that can talk that kind of language. So,
I mean,
go ahead.
That sounds amazing. I have an Apple TV. It does some of those things.
But I think the Apple TV does, but where I think it kind of misses out is the live TV aspect and the cable box aspect. Because I have an Xbox One and I have the Apple TV, and I find myself going back and forth. Yeah. But they talk about what's plugged into HDMI 1. HDMI 1 on my TV is actually my Xbox One, which then is actually piping through my TiVo box.
Right. You're like daisy chaining.
Yeah, I'm daisy chaining, but. Yeah. Then I can say Xbox, go to channel Fox, and it takes me to Fox. Or I can say Xbox, go to PBS Kids, and it launches the PBS
getting
Kids
there. It really is just getting there, isn't it? We're like a few steps off from this happening. Mm-hmm. I mean, our freaking game console is doing that.
But what I'm happy about them getting into this run is that it's bringing more people into the ecosystem, and it's going to create competition. Mm-hmm. And when we see competition is usually when we see better advancements from everybody.
Right.
So that's another reason I'm really excited for this.
Awesome. You know what's sad? When you see somebody get the big 4K thing with all the doodads and the Netflix, and knowing that you have internet that they'll never be able to use any stuff on that TV.
Because they have DSL.
Because they have satellite internet. Oh. Yeah. I like looked at it and I was like, you realize you're never using any of those things on that box.
Well, they did with the ultra high def and some of the stuff, they have announced some, not necessarily Netflix, but they're actually going to start releasing Blu-rays. Ooh. There's going to be an ultra high def.
So I mean, I'm just saying, like you look on it, it's a smart TV and it says Netflix and Hulu and all this other stuff, and you're like, you're not using any of that. You have a data cap. You're not touching that stuff. You know, it's just
not only do you have a data cap, but you're not going to be able to stream that.
No,
you're
no,
buffer
absolutely
for 2
not.
hours.
Absolutely not. FaceTime was a pain in the butt. Mm-hmm. plus that delay. Holy crap! All right, Chilla. Can I first of all, honorary mention? The Pebble Time update came down for Pebble. This is the Pebble that I traded you for the Google Glass.
The original Pebble.
The original Pebble that I traded you for the actually the 2.0 Google Glass because I had a trade in. How's that running, by the way?
It's running great.
Is it still running here in 2016?
It's still running in 2016. It still interfaces with the app. I'll be honest with you, the majority of my use is recording Christopher and being able to just tap to record.
That's enough. You're the only person in 2016 not using Google Glass for surgeries.
And I actually, the big thing for me to get the video to sync off of it, I plug it directly in and treat it just like a camera on a computer.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's fine.
Works extremely well.
I do find myself missing it sometimes when I'm like, I have my hands full and I'd like to read the thing and I can't turn my arm and I'm trying to figure out physically how can I turn this arm without dumping this cup of stuff because I'm holding all this other stuff, you know? and then I realized I just need to stop. But no, generally, this update really added a lot of the. I can't really show it off because it's such a tiny thing. But it added the timeline. It added a lot of like kind of extra animations to things. Like there's a little kind of movement whenever I dismiss an app. It's done in a different way. The music player got updated with more functionality. Like you hold the middle button and now you have volume control on it, for instance.
Cool.
The apps you previously, if you had one of the original classics, you actually had to download a whole new app onto your phone in order to use this. The one that you use for the new time.
For the new
watches.
time.
You would have these slots and you would just upload them one by one from the app on your phone. Now it just shows everything that I've kind of added to my locker, and it shows a list of all of those apps, and it just loads them off of my phone as I need them. Like, it takes a moment. You see a progress bar, and I'm pretty sure it'll just kind of delete some off or say you're full or something like that. But it's a really nice kind of interface otherwise. So I'm really kind of digging that. Like I said, it just feels like it adds a little bit new life to this thing. It makes me kind of, I'm cool kind of hanging with this for a little bit longer instead of upgrading to something else. And I'm really, really happy with this original Kickstarter edition. Holy crap, Pebble Watch.
Well, and the thing that always impressed me about their device was the battery life.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you're
still
not
amazing.
It's not a day. It's not 2 days. It's not
Nope.
3 days. I'm hoping you're still getting more than that. So
But the real awesome thing of the week here, this is like my half one from like 2 weeks ago, actually. But no, the real one here is something that you pass away. You're like, I bet this is going to be your awesome thing of the week. You're like, yes, this is my awesome thing of the week. Because I'm like, oh, okay, you're going to have to help me explain this thing because I want to know what caught your eye versus what caught my eye. Now, it's you can live stream. It's a $400 camera. More for just kind of consumers, right? Nope, that's the wrong thing. There we go. It's this little. It looks like the Amazon Echo of video cameras, I guess. And it'll live stream, and you can do stuff with that. And I thought that I'm like, okay, why? And it says it'll bring you multi-camera polish in a pocket-size package. I'm like, okay, whatever. Another thing that's going to stream. Yeah, why don't I just get a GoPro, right? Mm-hmm. Then I started looking through this. So the big thing is, one, it's kind of cool. I kind of like the idea of this thing. You can put on a little tripod and stick in the corner on a performance or something like that. Then I started looking at the video and I saw it in action. Now, there's a point here, and let me see if I can get for you guys visually. So you're recording. And as you're recording, you can actually pull up a little, pinch the zoom, whatever the case may be, to a square on like somebody's face or something. Am I seeing this right? Is it auto making shots for you?
Yes.
Out of what it's getting on the camera?
yes.
So it's taking a wide shot. So I take a wide shot of just a bunch of people on stage, say, or they're showing just people walking around in a fashion show in a room, basically. And it knows it's playing rule of thirds and saying, okay, these two people over here are a shot that you can square in. This person's, upper body is a shot over here. Here's the wide thing. It's moving with the person, and we'll follow it as if you're following on a tripod or something like that. And it's streaming and recording to your phone. And is there? Oh, it's actually currently available for a $199 pre-order at half price.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I may actually pull the trigger on that one.
That makes things more
Depends-
interesting.
Is there any resolution as it goes in for that? Does it when it goes in closer? Is it getting pixelated? Is it, is because it's the same image, right?
Right.
And
Right. Getting into the stats, it looks like it records at 4K.
It records at 4K.
So
think of the subsections of 1080p within the
yeah,
4K frame.
so you already, if it's at least smaller than a quarter of the screen, it's
it's interesting. I've never seen that.
that's amazing.
And it's from one of the things that it was saying was it kind of gives you that ability to then go back and quick edit and say I want this shot and then
Right.
this shot and
That
pan to this and then do this.
That was the promise. I remember that was the first thing when we were at my old job. We were upgrading to HD, and we were still releasing things on DVD, so there was no need for HD. But one of the points of doing it in HD was we can recrop shots. We can crop out because in that case because it was a safety environment. If there was something in the corner laying over there, I could crop it out and not have a problem with quality. Like, oh, somebody left that cord or a tripping hazard over here. Oh, we'll just crop that out. We're good. We have plenty of bandwidth in the image that we can throw this in there. It's kind of the same thing with 4K. That's why you want to shoot 4K these days, because you've been like, I wish we were tighter on his face. You shoot an interview, and you just do one shot of an interview and really cut in and out and make it look like it was two cameras.
Well, and where I'm thinking about it, being used for is we don't do a lot of video at work today, but I could see if we had something like this to let you do it extremely quick and easy. To have and where I'm thinking about it is a panel discussion. So I have a long table with 3 people sitting there, right? I can
just use this.
I can put this there, and then I can do a wide shot with all 3 people, or I can, and when someone's talking and they talk for a prolonged period of time,
tap.
Yeah, that's where I really think for $200, it's worth it.
Now, what about audio? Does it have any of the audio specs? Because a camera like that, if you have to have an external audio, source, I mean, that causes some problems, or is it just
Right.
like what's that audio like?
Well, I think anything like that, if you're doing some pro audio, it looks like there's a speaker on the front of it. I'm not seeing any specs specifically about audio, but I think you're capturing from another source at that point.
I'd also want to know what it does in low light, because because you're not always going to have that perfect thing. I don't know. It's just a really great concept. And so, does it give you 4 pieces of video? And then you can go back.
No. It actually there's a point in the preview video they give you where you actually hit a thing to see what are all the shots. It actually shows you like 6 different options.
Okay. So is it gonna is it an automatic like Ken Burns or whatever it is where it just automatically kind of zooms in?
Yeah. It kind of it looks like it'll pop into like they're kind of pinching and zooming and setting up the shot, and then looks like then executing it.
I think it actually
give you 4 pieces that you can go back and edit later.
It'll get from my understanding, it gives you 1 piece, 1 video that you can then use this app to then pinch and zoom in on and splice things together as you want to.
And I'm not clear, is it recording to the phone, to a stream, or to the device as you're doing this?
I thought it was to the device.
Now I saw that there's a connection in here that they are with a live stream, the company live stream. So this is actually from Movi's the brand, live stream's the company is from. Okay, I get that now. Okay, and so there's obviously going to be some built in there. So I think after you make all your movements, I'm wondering if it's still capturing all that, because they'd have to have some crazy. I love this comment in here because this is completely my life in a nutshell. No one wants to go home and edit for hours in Final Cut Pro, but that's what I get paid to do. And certainly no one can afford to show up at an event with 3 cameras and a cameraman. Hey, can we scale back one moment here and realize this is a $400 4K camera as well?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, granted, when I say those numbers don't add up for you if you're a video professional. Remember, we had $150 Kodak HD cameras. Do we remember what the HD was like on them?
Like the old 1080p?
Yeah, the 1080p ones.
Kind
of janky, right?
Yeah.
Kind of pixely and not great, and definitely not good in any light situation almost. So again, you talk about the low light situation. This is not going to be the best camera in general. I mean, this is going to get the job done.
It's good, and I think this is meant for your podcaster. I'm trying to create a quick music video.
I immediately hear people like, I can hear all the guys who've ever shot a wedding. Like, I can have 3 different shots. I can edit it on the fly. I can give them a product at the end of the wedding. Like, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be that device.
Well, and also,
I think it's a little more low
Also,
end,
I don't think people realize the heaviness of live editing.
Yeah.
A show.
Well, and you don't have, and I think part of the point of this though is there's a couple different options from what I was seeing. You can live edit. You don't have to.
Okay.
You can go in after the fact, but I think their point is our user interface to edit that video after the fact is a lot easier to use than going back in for hours and hours and hours of Final Cut.
I want to say, so it will automatically detect faces and other points of interest. How is it determining a points of interest?
Sure
that chair looks interesting,
I'm sure it's movement.
Yeah, I think it's probably movement. Like there's action over here, so we're going to center in on it. Like I want to see the movie fails on this. Like, why is this shot when you pull up the 6 when it's selected all like 6 shots for you? Like what? How many of them are on somebody's crotch for some reason? Or like why is this knee moving over here?
Working going on anywhere in the room.
Because one of the and that's one of the things they said in one of the other articles that I read was you're probably not going to want to use the automatically generated version of the video.
Not in the end, no.
But you can go see what it put together for you, and then you can start off with that, and then go back in and edit from
And that
there.
could be a good learning place. It's kind of how I, you know what? It's kind of exactly how I do graphic design these days, and we'll get to that in a moment. Actually, my new post addiction. So, but no, it's the movie. Oh, I lost the name of it already. It's just the movie. It's the movie camera, and it's $3.99, and you can get it for $1.99 pre-order right now. And I'm putting that on my birthday wish list apparently. Right behind the 360 camera that's like $300 out there, the Ricoh one. Like, I really kind of want to get my hands on that and play with it.
Just a little under the hoverboard.
Just a little, and that is all behind the hoverboard because I have better health insurance and I'm okay going into the hospital. Hey man, we showed it earlier. Jim Loke did fine on that thing. He had somebody holding his hand the entire way. Like, he literally had somebody holding his hand the entire way. But hey,
if Loke can do it,
can do it, I mean, most of us here have seen him play softball. If Loke can do it, I think we'll be just fine. But anyways, that's what he gets. That's what he gets for being too busy for the Christmas special. He'll be back. We're gonna get him. But anyways, hey, first we're gonna get to some other stuff here. But big shout to our friends, some guys that we got the message. Our friends from Slice on Broadway very much enjoyed the cookies. So when we were picking up our pizza today, so we appreciate that. We appreciate them. Slice on Broadway provides us with the perfect pepperoni pizza, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting for almost 2 years here coming up, I guess. They've been supplying us, so guys like Chichilla are liable to come in here and supporting our crazy parties that we have for our end of year as well. So great stuff here right along the tracks in Beachview, as well over on the main street in Carnegie, PA. Hey, the exit's open. You can get there now. I noticed that I've been avoiding Parkway West. I haven't gone anywhere Parkway West for about 6 months, it seems, because I just avoided it. I'm very traffic adverse in this city. But anyways, and bridge implosions as well. But go check them out. Thank you.
Broadway delivered to Oakmont. I'm dying over here.
Give him a shout. Slice on Broadway. Hit him up, Rob, right now on the Twitters at @PGH_slice. And be like, man, get you guys out in Oakmont. Get us a slice on Oakmont or something. I don't know what.
Allegheny River Boulevard.
Give me a slice on Allegheny River Boulevard. But thank you so much for them. You can I'll let them know you heard about them on the AwesomeCast. Go check them out if you're in the area, and hit them up. Like I said, PGH_slice on the Twitter, or look up for Slice on Broadway on Facebook or on the Instagram, and you'll get hungry too. All right, so let's get into. I got some things of the week. First of all, okay, since I kind of alluded to it here a little bit ago. Actually, let me slide that down. Wait, is that Kurt Angle going down on a hoverboard? Is that what just happened in there?
And the internet rejoiced.
I don't know about that, but our friend from California, Alex Cars, did find very, very easily the said GIF of you pouring coffee on yourself that we were talking about. So for you guys on video to check out what we were talking about there.
And that's Mike Tyson falling in the one.
Is that Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
Oh, they made fun of that on Monday Night Raw, actually.
Oh, did they?
I think about that.
And I saw the one where they had the little Joe Boxer or whatever his name was, from Punch-Out, from Tyson's Punch-Out from Nintendo. I've seen overlays of that in there.
Nice. So, yeah, I want to touch base here. I think this app caught my attention right after our last episode here for the year. Officially, because I think that's when I started making all the cool images for our promotions there and everything. This is an app for iPhone, just iPhone for right now. I don't think it's on Android yet, it looks like. But it's called Adobe Post. And I don't know, we talked about Over on here before, right? It's kind of, you can take the pictures in and add some text and everything like that. Post seems to add a lot of design elements to this kind of concept. Kind of ready-made that you can kind of start with something, or you stick in your text and you can actually roll through and it'll show you kind of what it can do with that text. Mm-hmm. If you follow any of my accounts, whether it be AwesomeCast, Wrestling Mayhem Show, or just mine in general, or Sawtooth Willie, or some of my clients, I've been really, really big on playing around with this. And here's the app. If you guys are on video, you see that you got some designs to start off with, and you can kind of remix these as you go. And they had a lot of holiday ones actually around Christmas time, and they just kind of updated it for some new seasonal ones. But if you go in here, one is nice. If you log in with your Creative Cloud account, if you have like Photoshop or something like that, this will actually sync across your iOS devices. So this actually will pull up on my iPad with all of these images. So, here's like something I'm doing for the podcast on Monday. I'm trying to give them some more individualized pictures and images. And we throw the text in there and you're good to go. Or something like, that's one that's incomplete, but the home automation episode of AwesomeCast, I threw this one together with Chichilla hanging on a couch, and I threw a bit.ly link in there so you can get right to the episode and throw that on Instagram or something. It's been pretty nice. And just kind of playing with that in general. Just my dog saying hi, and I'll send it in a text. Looks kind of decent. But if you go in here, let me pull up the one that's incomplete here. So this is one I was starting to put together for the podcast throwdown, and we just didn't finish it. So you have the text in here. You go into edit, and it gives you all the tools and everything. As you go in here, you can change your color scheme and everything like that. But the cool part is, after you put your text in, you go into design, and it just completely reconfigures everything for you. And again, we talked about how that other device could give you kind of a head start on, this is how I make something look good in video editing. I know how to design to a certain point, but I'm not good at a starting point with it. Like, this font, I need to change this font to X in order for it to kind of fit in with things, right?
Can you move the text layers around after it does that?
I can go in there, and I can move it around and reposition
it.
Like if it's over your face or something like that. And it's super simple, and it's easy for me to just sit on my phone. It's like, I need an image for something. I'll make it, download it to my camera roll, and go ahead and schedule it for the next day for our posts come out on Wednesdays, right? So I don't want to flood it with a lot of activity other than we're already posting all the shows on Wednesdays. So for Thursday, I'll go and schedule a post of, hey, here's the image one. Maybe we'll have an image of Rob here pouring coffee on herself and say, hey, join us for the AwesomeCast, whatever we name the show tonight. Something that'll catch people's eye, and we'll throw that up Thursday on all of our stuff and schedule that out. And, something that's nice, quick, shareable. Something like we introduced a new character on Sawtooth Willie this week. So I threw up just kind of a very obfuscating picture of that on Sunday night and got a little bit of reaction out of it, too. And I think that kind of really primed people for watching that new episode on Monday when it came out in the morning. So, there's kind of a quick way. If you're kind of, again, maybe even if you just want better looking Instagrams, it's something to play with there, especially if you're, kind of need a handhold and say, okay, that looks good, and have a little bit of help with that. So,
the name of the app again, sorry.
Adobe Post. It's a green icon if you're looking for that.
You don't have to be an Adobe Cloud.
No. It does weird things where it says, we'll give you more designs if you share this on Twitter, but I think it also gives you a little bit more when you log in with the Adobe account. I'm pretty sure I can probably access most of these in the Creative Cloud, perhaps.
Because I'm not a Creative Cloud member, and I've played around with this.
Yeah. It's a nice free app. It's not something that needs to have a subscription.
Watermarks or anything like that?
No. It does. There is an Adobe Post watermark in the corner. I can't remember if that stays there because you need to share it, like say, hey, tell your friends about this, or if it's a sign-in thing that makes it go away. I think that might actually be a sign-in, so you might get stuck with a hashtag Adobe Post. But you can always crop that off.
You make the picture a little bigger than you want it, and then crop it in post.
In this AwesomeCast, it shows me that I need to be watching and listening to the AwesomeCast more often.
There you go. We teach you lessons about life and software. Okay. From that, we got first of all, app of the week. Almost my awesome thing of the week. This is especially interesting for the blind. It's called, I don't know how to pronounce this, iPoli. So basically, the concept is, you download this app to your iPhone. It is iOS. I'm sorry, guys, so many iOS-only devices here, but is actually going to identify objects that you put in front of the camera. It's showing in this picture, they're in a grocery aisle, and it was showing Coca-Cola because there's the bottles. It says that's a sofa. And they were showing a video, particular, like I said, aimed at the blind, and kind of giving them that ability to identify things in front of them. And like the one guy, he was wearing headphones, and they had him pull his headphones off from around his neck, and he held them up, and like he was, he's blind and he's fumbling with this thing, and he managed to get the headphones in front of the camera, and it said headphones, or it said new Apple headphones, which was interesting. And you see there's an edit in there, and you can also change it from object to color. So if you just want to hold it up to something, I think this would even work for the colorblind too.
And that's where I was going to say that my neighbor's colorblind, and he actually does some home remodeling and stuff like that. And he is actually the one that did our house.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I hope you like the color of the bathroom, because I couldn't tell what it was. So wouldn't that be nice for someone like him, like to see, oh, this is brown, oh, this is
or
green.
identifying the color of those headphones that we disagreed on earlier. It looks red to me. I don't know, but
question is, could the app tell whether the dress was blue and
or
whatever that is?
There you go.
Yeah, that's a question.
So I didn't know like how it would work down here. So in preparation, I took a couple pictures upstairs in the living room. So there's the wonderful painting that my wife painted. It is a painting. It identified it correctly, and there's a lamp. So I mean, there's a little bit of my testing there. There was one point where I held it up a certain way in my living room, and it thought it was a bathroom. That was a little weird, but other than that, no. I think it's. Like I say, we talked about with robotics about some that they're working on, like at Carnegie Mellon, where the robots can identify objects at this point, and be able to do something. And here, I'll just kind of go live here. So
grass,
grass, CD. I don't know. So I'm pointing at my laptop over here. It does identify eventually as a MacBook Pro, even at some point.
Fireplace.
So let's hold it up to the monitor. Fireplace.
MacBook
laptop. This is a very old Sony monitor. Let's just throw it over at Chichilla and see what it thinks is going on over here.
It's gonna have a hard
time. It's gonna take a moment.
I think there's too much stuff.
Yeah, there's too many objects.
Can you get in on the tripod?
Backpack. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. That's where it's confusing. Maybe motorcycle somewhere in here. I'm pointing it at my soundboard, and maybe it'll pop up from there. It's kind of noticing designs, right?
What if you pointed to the little character you have on your monitor there?
Oh, Mondo Gecko over here from the Ninja Turtles. I'm not sure. And what I say is, I don't know what that is, And I think you can actually go in here and kind of edit. Like, say there's a picture, and you can teach it and say you can describe what's in the picture. Mm-hmm. It does mostly work on if it's an object that's framed in the picture, not like obviously that picture of you, there's everything in that frame over there. So it really doesn't have any kind of silhouette, any kind of texture, any kind of pattern to follow of this is an object shaped like this. Interesting. So I pointed out my flat screen TV, right? I thought it just put CRT. Kind of curious. But again, since it's kind of crowdsourced like that you can adjust and say, I have this stuffed monkey that nobody else has. You put stuffed monkey, right? And now that's in the database, and that only makes it smarter as it goes. So check it out. It's AIPOLY.com if you want to find out more information on it. I actually found out about this on Product Hunt. I'm just trying to dig into producthunt.com a little bit. Kind of a nice place for just finding out new gadgets and websites and everything that people are into. So go check that out. And also, I had a tip. I lost my tip.
Tip? A trick?
A tip or a trick.
A nugget. A nugget of information.
Or just a fun thing. And this kind of goes along with our hoverboard fails we were talking about earlier. There was a great video from The Verge where she's got a Samsung Gear VR like we were playing with here in the studio that belongs to you there, Chilla. That's one where it's just a Samsung phone in basically a very fancy Google Cardboard in the long run, right? With all the, it's based on Oculus Rift and everything like that. So this lady went and rode the subway with it, sat in a coffee shop with it, sat on a park bench on a nice day with it, because, the view. And then they rode in a car and made it go in circles in a parking lot. And the thing that I didn't realize is you can't just sit in the car and use VR, because it doesn't know if your head's moving or if everything's moving. So when the car turns,
It thinks you're turning.
it thinks you're turning. It doesn't know the difference between your head and everything around you because of the orientation. So it was kind of curious to see these kind of use cases worked out here, and just seeing her. It was fun to see her also. Also, there at one point she's sitting on a couch trying to watch a movie, and then realized, I really wish I could have a glass of wine right now. And somebody hands her a glass of wine. Now, apparently, there was a story about the what's the one with Steam, the HTC Vibe, where there is a camera on the other side, so you can look through. And they said specifically it solves the drinking water while using VR problem.
But does it do an overlay?
I don't know. I didn't get that deep
because you
into
can
it.
do with the Galaxy VR, you can do that. You can tell it to turn on the camera on the other side of the phone.
That was actually in here because they pontificated, like, now I'm on and people are looking at me looking funny, but I'm actually looking at them looking at me looking funny. But eventually we're all going to be on the train with these VR helmets on our heads, and we're all going to be turning on looking at each other when we don't think we're looking at each other.
Well, and I haven't looked to see if there's any updates. I wish they did you could turn on like picture in picture, so you could
Like kind of an awareness mode.
Yeah, that's where I really think it needs it.
Or so you can podcast on the AwesomeCast
Yes.
while doing that and not accidentally punch you in the head on the couch like Katie did that one time. So, but no, it was a fun video. Look for us. What's that, Rep?
Speaking of which, where is Katie? Where is Dutters?
Oh, she's at some hockey game. You know.
I was against here. There's absolutely no excuse.
No, absolutely not. The Penn schedule plays havoc on this show when we get around that time. But anyways, no, look up Samsung's Gear VR in the real world over on The Verge's YouTube channel. You can check that out. It's a fun couple of minute view right there. So. A comment from before from our friend Alex says that AI Poly that we're just looking at looks like a fancier version of Google goggles, kind of, because that kind of, you take a picture and it'll identify something and Google search it. Yeah, kind of a higher end of that. Also, fan submission, also from Alex. He discovered, and you pointed something out with this on Slack when we were talking about this, Chilla. His awesome thing of the week is the fact that Google Hangouts can be used as your method of calling and texting from Google Voice numbers. He literally just found out that was a thing that you could do. Man, I live on this thing. Like that's how, like the one office we work out of, there's no cell reception up there, and and I'm just like, hey, can you call this number so I can answer on my computer, please, on the Wi-Fi, because this doesn't work. So that's been a big lifesaver for me in a lot of cases. So.
And I think some Android in general, I think you can set it where the default chat app and default text app is Hangout. I'm pretty sure. So you like the apps for phone and tablet, you can kind of have them take over that same type of methodology. Why are you're flashing your flashlight at me and taking a picture of yourself?
Rimmed eyeglasses just came up over here. I'm sorry, I sat it down and I forgot it was on and it said wall. So we got that. We have Ninja Turtles. Can we get some Ninja Turtle action here? Maybe.
I'm surprised it can't do microphone.
I haven't looked at microphones yet.
Point it at me. Let's see if it says extremely single, good-looking homeowner seeking.
All right, there we go. We're gonna put it on Rob.
I'm not sure.
Still not sure. Still not sure.
Fat guy pours coffee on head. Is that what it says?
And it pulls up your GIF. There we go. All right. We're going to get back to some more stories of some stuff we're popping up from CES this week, of course. And Rob, if there's anything else story-wise you want to bring up as we're going here, please feel free, or chime in however you want here. But we got some cool stuff going on here in the city. Sidekick Media Services, guys, we have a website now.
You're on the internet?
Listen, I'm always on the internet. Let's be honest about this. I'm like literally attached to the internets these days. No, we have a website now. You can see what kind of stuff we're doing. Sidekick Media Services. It's a new division of Sorgatron Media Incorporated. And again, we're more targeting, education with social media, podcasting, and the like, and of course, working with some businesses and help them make some really, really cool things. So again, we got a bit of a portfolio up there you can check out. We got some things happening, and you can also check out first of all, sign up to our newsletter. It's the still the creators newsletter from Sorgatron Media, but we got a special thing. We have an introduction to podcasting webinar that we did a few months ago. You'll be getting that for free. You sign up on the banner there at sidekickmediaservices.com or the pop-up at the top over at sorgatronmedia.com and sorgatron.com. And also you'll be getting some write-ups that I'm trying to do every week, as well a little bit of update everything going around the area and some other news and tips and tidbits if you're interested in getting into video production, podcasting, or the Twitters even. We touch on a little bit of that every week there. And, of course, the educational series from Sidekick Media Services. We're going to have a workshop, actually, this week, this Thursday. Tickets still available. Insta content, Snapchat, Periscope, and more ways to make content now. Our friend Dutters, Katie Dudas, is going to be a part of that. We actually tag team this session, version of this session impromptu over at PodCamp Pittsburgh, so we're kind of boiling it down a little bit and having a good talk about that. If you can't make it up to Work Hard Pittsburgh this Thursday, we're also doing a webinar version next Tuesday at 2 p.m. All the information over there at sidekickmediaservices.com, sorgatron.com, or you can hit up the bit.ly link I just made today and forgot, bit.ly/Sidekick Workshops. You can get right into the Eventbrite and find out all the ticket information for that as well. And look out for some other stuff. I think we're going to do some other free sessions around. Chilla, I think I'm going to go to the library again. We used to do that. I miss doing those intro sessions.
I like the library sessions.
I want to go. You know what I want to do? Have you seen the new library down the hill, up the hill here?
Yes.
Up and down the hill? I don't know. If you walk out my front door, look left, and that shining beacon of light at the top of the hill, that's not the church anymore. It's the library. So
they did an amazing job. It took a while for them to kind of get that out.
Pittsburgh, it took a year. It took a full year. Pittsburgh has the sexiest damn libraries I've ever attended, because I was in the East Liberty one, and we filmed the talk, show your work talks a few weeks ago that we talked about on this show, and wow, that is a crazy nice library. Every time I try to buy, what's that?
People still read books? Is that a thing?
Yeah. Wait, I'm getting all my comic books from there these days, so I don't want to hear it. But anyways, and they do have online digital version. I haven't checked it for a little bit. I heard it got better. So, all right, let's get into
the online digital. You can actually check out from a lot of other cities' libraries will let you join remotely. Ooh. Like I heard the Boston Public Library has a phenomenal electronic collection.
I'll have to check that out sometime. Yeah, they were using Overdrive. It was a little janky at the time. And for a time, they had you get audiobooks, but they're all .wmas.
I guess so they could expire.
This is a few years ago, and this is before this. I think it was when iPhone was just kind of becoming popular. Mm-hmm. So it was like, oh, of course you're going to do this and watch it on or listen to it on your Windows computer or the only smartphone, the Windows Phone at the time, or something like that. So, anyways, we got a lot of stuff here. Chill. I'm going to let you start this off because I don't want my thing to take up the next half hour. Here, as far as so CES is happening. Rob, are you following CES at all, and what all this new stuff that we may never get in our hands here this year?
I'm going to be honest, not really. I'm learning a lot while I'm sitting here listening to you guys talk. So, stuff comes across like I get a lot of emails and stuff about new technology and all the different things happening, and I have to sift through them because a lot of it doesn't even interest me at all.
A lot of it is like TVs, like, oh, look, curved TVs or 3D TVs the one year or something like that.
This is going to be absolutely the worst confession ever. I don't really love sports either. Like, I'll watch football or I'll watch baseball, but I don't get into players and get super excited about a certain player because it's the same feeling I feel about technology in that, great, for 5 minutes, that's the guy, and then you're never going to hear about him again. It's like, okay, it's cool. Like, oh, cool, that watch was so rad, and then it's completely obsolete in 2 days. And so I guess I get too invested in the things that I truly love to get really excited about tech. So please forgive me for that rant, but I just don't get very invested in a lot of that stuff. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. I mean, I'm just kind of curious because it's just us that pays attention to it at this point.
But I feel like a lot of these things form the norm.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So
Yes,
that's where I think like we help bridge that gap of, yes, we're the fanatics, and yes, we get super excited for the 5 minutes something's really cool.
Well, you know what? There's one. I don't want to say trendy, but like there's one thing that I think everybody can get geeked at. I saw you have this in here, and it's the one that where I can have force powers.
So yes. So obviously Star Wars was just in the theaters. I finally got to see it.
I'm watching it again tomorrow night with my brother.
I saw the D-Box. Loved it. Those seats that move.
Oh wow!
That was a different experience, man.
Where
3D
was that at?
D-Box, killer. I go to the Pittsburgh Mills.
Okay.
Cinemark out here. So they've got those seats that whenever it's moving, you move, and it's wow.
I may have to make a special trip out there.
It was pretty awesome.
Cool.
I enjoyed it thoroughly. So sorry to interrupt.
That's
That's
okay.
fine.
So one of the big Christmas gifts, and I think it was sold out in a lot of places, and I've seen them everywhere. From
Chachi got one of these.
did he?
Yeah.
Kraus got one.
Mm-hmm.
My sister's fiance got one. But it's the BB-8 Sphero droid. This is based on some tech that Disney came out with. It was a little ball that you could kind of tell it what to do with your phone, and it would chase you around and stuff like that. So they made the BB-8 droid from Star Wars with this, and one of the things that they touted at CES was there will be a special edition of the BB-8 that's going to have the Jakku. Is that the correct name of the planet?
Jakku.
Jakku. Jakku battle damage.
That's a Jakku. Thank you. Yes.
But the cool thing is, towards the end of the year, this fall, they're going to actually have a smartwatch that allows you to control the BB-8 through hand gesture to kind of give it the force wave, and you can kind of move it around, stop it, all that kind of stuff. So you can see this kid right here. He's controlling BB-8 through the force.
See, now you're talking my language. Okay. Yes. Like I'm down with this stuff. Okay. It's just those 4K cameras that for $199, I'm just not super familiar.
Well, this is $150. So
Yes.
the BB-8 Sphero droid is
wouldn't
$150.
Why wouldn't it be? I mean, you're controlling something with a force. You can't put a price tag on the force.
Show title. Wow. Yeah. No. I kind of. Everybody wants one, right? I mean, it's you just want that rolling around the house, messing with your dog, or children.
Well, that's where I'm worried.
Other
I'm
live
worried
ones.
about getting it because I'm worried Christopher's going to kick it, or like this is going to be like when Christopher goes to sleep and Daddy has time alone. I'm going to pull out
Go to
BB-8.
sleep. Go to sleep. Daddy needs to play with this small robot. So Daddy's got to play with the Force.
But it's a fun little toy, and I'll be interested to see because there's different modes you can put it in. You can put it in a patrol mode. I'm guessing that it's going to get to the point where you're going to be able to play hide and seek with it. Like
That's awesome.
I'm sure there's going to be a
then
lot
the
of
kids won't even need a puppy.
Yes.
It'll walk old people across the street. It's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be great.
He'll tell them what things are in front of them and what color they are because it's using the technology from that other app from earlier. I mean, it's just bringing this stuff together, right? That's all Mark Zuckerberg's going to be doing in this new year to make his Jarvis robot, whatever.
Thank you, J.J. Abrams.
if they would raise the price of this by $100 and put a small camera in the eyepiece,
oh no! So you have a BB-8 nanny cam?
like I would totally buy it. Just to follow me around the house and take pictures of me.
No, this is when the government taps into that stuff, man. No, I'm not. See, now you lost me again.
But no, say it's not streaming that anywhere or anything. Say it's storing it on a micro SD card in there.
You can't see me at home, but I'm doing the air quotes. It's not streaming it.
So you're thinking like the drone that you toss up and it follows you while you skateboard.
Exactly.
Because you're going to skateboard.
Yes. Well, I might hoverboard.
Amazon will be delivering packages with this thing. Yes, yeah, you're right.
There you go. Just BB-8s. We're worried about polluting the skies with all these drones delivering our packages of batteries. But it's going to be little just BB-8s just skittering around the neighborhood at that point, right? Little BB-8s almost. This is like the next step from like the pneumatic tubes to deliver everything that they wanted back in the 30s. But, wow. I'm glad we brought that around.
And what I'm interested to see is, I mean, they're accessorizing the BB-8. Like
they're taking it and they're making it better. They're building onto it.
Yeah, this isn't like you have to buy a whole new BB-8 just to get the wrist remote.
Oh wait, so
control.
this is an add-on.
This is gonna be an add-on.
So they have Malibu BB-8.
Now travels on sand.
Yeah.
Wow. And this is I mean, this is the real stuff. I think CES. We're gonna have a lot of things. Like I was looking at where are the best of shows from last year, and most of them are canceled products, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except for Sling TV, apparently. And trying to stay away from the TVs, trying to stay away from that stuff because it's just like it's another TV.
I was surprised to see how many refrigerators and washing machines.
How has the refrigerator and washing machine improved in the next year?
Well,
are they going to operate on force, power, and gestures as well?
LG and Samsung are putting 21.5-inch tablets embedded in the front.
Jeez.
Of
you
their...
know what? I also duct taped my iPad 1 to my 15-year-old Frigidaire upstairs. I got this, okay? Technology. It's my own personal CES.
But that's what I mean. That was like one of the big LG and Samsung took hours today to tell us about their refrigerator.
Seriously?
And their yes.
See, I don't remember there being keynotes at CES, and I found the schedule for this year's, and it's just they're talking about refrigerators for 2 hours.
Pretty much refrigerators and you got your microwave ovens.
BB-8 refrigerators.
Yes. But no, I mean, like that was a big portion of LG and Samsung's announcements today were around their refrigerator, their washer, and their dryer.
They like, is it like one more thing?
No, it wasn't one more thing.
Support.
It was like, here's the hot new item. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the Samsung commercials for their refrigerator with Kristen Bell and what's his name, the blonde-haired guy.
What?
Like, I really love their refrigerator and their commercials. They're great.
Like remember, Chichilla, I'm a cord cutter. I have no idea what in the blue hell you're talking about.
So Samsung did this collection of commercials, and it actually started, I think, two Christmases ago.
Samsung, Kristen Bell.
Please tell me it has something to do with Frozen.
No.
The freezer.
And do the one where the ones they have a 4-quadrant freezer refrigerator.
Dax Shepard?
Yes, that's her husband.
Okay.
That guy from Punked.
They have this 4-quadrant refrigerator freezer, and you can turn any quadrant into the freezer or the refrigerator. So, like, if say it's Thanksgiving and you want to thaw your turkey, you can turn that quadrant from the freezer into the refrigerator.
I don't know. I got her.
This was the first.
I got her
like
dancing,
one of the first ones.
dancing to tablets or something like that.
Yeah, that was one of the first ones when they were doing more like the tablet type
really?
technology.
You can't come back to Heroes Reborn, but you can do freaking tablet and refrigerator commercials.
You control your refrigerator with your tablet or phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so wait. So my mother butt dials me on a daily basis. I cannot imagine her having that technology in her purse, okay? And then come home and everything is rotted. Absolutely everything is defrosted. There is water all over the I don't know.
What's
man.
there's the Amazon is it Amazon Fresh?
Amazon Fresh, yeah, the produce one.
That's the produce one in California, right?
Yeah.
So in California, they're already hooked up. Samsung is already hooked up with Amazon Fresh. And so when you open your refrigerator and you go, "Oh, I'm out of lettuce," you literally tap the tablet and say, "I need more lettuce." And an hour later, someone knocks at your door and says, "Here's your lettuce." Like Whirlpool's building Amazon Dash into all of their devices, or into all their washers and dryers. So when you're running low on Tide, you hit the Amazon Dash button. Like they're building all this tech into
it's all there
into the device. That's
all there.
That's the freezer refrigerator.
You know what? I'm
you
cool
can change
with this.
on the fly.
You know, and this is something that we found the refrigerator one apparently. I mean, I'm completely down with I'm trying to. life hack, if I want to use that term. But I don't want to go to the grocery store, but we want to get a lot of groceries, right? We're trying to convert from, we eat out way too much, or with how busy things have been, and how can we do that, and how can we make that a little better, and like even to the point where, you know what, I will pay the $10 to do curbside express and drive to a market district, like because we did that because we wanted to get stuff on Sunday. You need like 4 hours or a day in order to get something like that. And we spent the day in Market District. It's my first time in a Market District, like full on, did the full shopping. I can't do that every Sunday.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
How can normal people do that?
That's why we do Costco. I mean, and we call it like mini Costco in our basement. We have a special room.
There you go.
Off to the side that has an extra small like college fridge and a college freezer. And that's mini Costco, and like you need more toilet paper, go to mini Costco.
You know, sometimes I know some people out there get a little bewildered about how deep we go into technology, but I know that we're completely relating to everybody when we're talking about mini Costco at this point. Like that's the technology that everybody's really concerned about.
But it's that just in time. If you have the room to store it, and if you don't have the room to store, I mean, you've done the Amazon. You've kind of converted a lot of stuff to Amazon.
A lot of stuff, and I was trying to figure out the groceries, and I was actually comparing doing it through Amazon versus Walmart because the prices are a little better, sometimes even with the shipping if you didn't get enough stuff. Because, I mean, I was like, I found myself in a point where I was looking around, I was like, damn, I need detergent. And I literally walked upstairs and realized I had 2 recycle bags left, and they never have recycle bags at any of the stores around here.
They don't.
And so I'm like, well, I got to order it anyways. And then I'm like, I just put detergent and recycle bags in the cart for Walmart and Amazon, and it's like I was doing arithmetic and like hard arithmetic on an abacus and trying to figure out what was the better option. Got frustrated and walked away. It just, it's like, is it worth it for me to just do this and just put a bunch of stuff and do a site to store, and at least I pick it up? Like I walk to the back of the store, and that feels kind of weird. You'll figuring that kind of thing out.
It's unfortunate that Pittsburgh is a great city. It is a metropolitan area, and whatever. We're very spread out. When you go to New York City or you go to Los Angeles or these places, you've got I wouldn't say technology per se, but there are like TaskRabbit. Have you ever heard of TaskRabbit?
Yeah.
Where you can literally just go boop 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 on your phone, and someone will go to the grocery store and bring it right to you.
Postmates. We have Postmates in the city.
What's that?
We have Postmates in the city. We know somebody that actually drives for them.
Okay.
And they will bring you just about anything, I think.
Will they bring me Taco Bell?
And potentially. I know they do Chipotle. But anyway, sorry, Rob.
There's not enough Taco Bells
and that's the thing. Like we haven't caught up to all those things. A friend of mine worked for eBay, did a startup called eBay Now, which was getting the product that you want and having it delivered to you within like 2 hours or whatever the time span is. So I mean, that stuff that stuff exists. I just wish it existed in Pittsburgh. Like
well, it's all going to start in San Francisco or Austin or something like that. There are the big hubs for this, and it'll filter out. Like we didn't have Amazon Prime with everything like we do now. Exactly. That worked out. Or Prime Pantry's been worked out, or having the certain grocery stores that will do delivery. They're going to start where people are forward-minded and have a lot of expendable income, like a San Francisco, and that's where the tech companies are. San Francisco is one big beta test, okay? And as awesome as it sounds like, I don't think it's really that awesome to live there.
No, it's expensive. It's unbelievably expensive in San Francisco.
Well, and that's where I feel
the cost is through the roof. I was looking a few months ago. I was looking to move to Los Angeles, and I thought Los Angeles was expensive. And then I started looking at San Francisco, and it is outrageous. Like the real estate, it's just unreal. Anyway.
When I think that's where like the Lyft and the Uber, I think that's the bridge. So if you went on Uber's sister site, and I'm making this up, this doesn't exist. If you went on Uber's sister site and said, I want peanut butter, and I want peanut butter now.
Aren't they doing something like that though?
I think they've in a couple cities, but I think this is like, I think this is where they're going to really start to make money.
Hey, pick me up at my house, but pick up some peanut butter.
I think what it's going to be is you go on and say, I want peanut butter, and they have to go to Coons, wherever.
Local grocery store, if you're not local to Pittsburgh.
Yeah. They have to go to the local grocery store, but there's someone that needs picked up on the way back from there.
Right.
But is getting dropped off before your house. So they're already on that route there and back, and but at the same time they're double dipping and picking up another person. So they're making twice the amount of money off that trip. I think that's the key and the growth potential for things like Uber and Lyft.
While we're at it, since you brought up the Uber, I was in my first Uber a couple weeks ago, and there's a question I got asked: are you supposed to tip on Uber? Is it like a taxi?
I thought you were supposed to, but you had to bring cash.
You had to bring. I didn't know about the cash, and then somebody told me never tip because they have flex pricing and they get the benefit of that. So I don't know. That was again a philosophical thing, I think. So I didn't, because I thought it was all done in app. So I didn't have anything. And when he's like, I got a dongle, I'm like, I don't trust your dongle, and I got left. But so I'm just not gonna let my stripe my credit card in strange dongles. So I was done with that situation. Sorry, buddy.
Yep.
So
Totally
I gave him 5 stars. Okay, I gave him 5 stars, even though he didn't.
That's as good as a tip.
Even though he was not very. Yes, exactly. Even though he was not a great conversationalist, I let him have 5 stars. But anyways, I don't know.
All these delivery products, Sorg, let me ask you: if I was in Beachview and I wanted a slice of pizza, like, could I get something like delivered to my house, say from like Broadway or something?
If you're in Beachview, you can tweet me at Sorgatron and talk me into bringing you a slice of pizza.
Okay, all right.
That's how it does. I'm gonna start my own Uber that solely delivers. You know what? They also deliver. They also actually deliver if you're in Beachview, so you don't need any of this stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, if you're like, maybe
I was
maybe
trying to do another plug for you.
maybe the pizza guy looked at you funny. I don't know. It's probably your fault, right? Because they're really nice people at Slice on Broadway, and then you call Uber, and what is happening?
So Slice on Broadway doesn't deliver to Oakmont, but could I get them to deliver it to like the outskirt? Could I get an Uber driver to pick up the slice, then bring it all the way to Oakmont?
No. I got this. I completely figured this out. So you find somebody you know in the area that Slice on Broadway delivers to in one of their 2 fine locations, and then you have that person. You pay for that person's Uber to come out to your place.
Okay, yes.
They bring the pizza. It's all good.
But see, this is where I think even somewhere
Listen,
like Pittsburgh,
there are companies getting venture capitalism solving the exact same thing I just solved right now.
But people in Pittsburgh are picky and finicky enough about certain places that they eat and certain types of things where they do travel ridiculous amounts or ridiculous ways to get a certain slice of pizza or a certain hamburger or a certain whatever. I guarantee you there's room for growth potential even in somewhere like Pittsburgh for this type of idea.
Oh yeah, certainly. I think so. And especially kind of taking on those mom and pop things that are not going to do delivery, or say, hi, I'm in, Oakmont and I want a Fiore's, I want that taco stand in Brookline, or something like that, that makes sense, for instance, when we had the cafe, we had some people on our mailing list that says, I need to unsubscribe because I work downtown during the day. You're not open past, like it was like 2 or 3 because we're kind of a lunch and breakfast thing. I can't participate and get your stuff. There's just no chance. Not even taking a train out. You know what it would be like for you to go from downtown out to Mount Lebanon on a train and back, or even driving or something like that. Just doesn't work for a lunch, for instance. But if you had a delivery, but I mean, again, count location, delivery areas, or somebody that had that worked out with an Uber kind of thing like we described, I think that could be very interesting.
Yeah, Debbie in Millville wants a Prano's almond tort, You got to get someone out there to get that to her. Oh, my God.
Hey, they can't.
There's a lot of money to be made. They will tip, not just 5 stars, Sorg.
Hey, technology. Going to try a Lyft next and see if they get mad when I don't tip them. Anyways, by the way, at Lyft, there's a code on Does This Hold Up for getting on there. I think it's just
something or other.
DTHU. Whatever the heck their name is. So I'm going to try that out next. I'm getting all the free rides, see what's good. Try to get all my buddies to sign up for it so I can get some free rides. We're going to hack the Ubers. Anyways, Is there anything else from CES that's not a robot that... Oh, by the way, from the chat, I believe Bobby F. J-Town brought this up. We talked about Amazon and their the buttons, the dash buttons. I gotta say, if you really need that Gatorade right now, they got one for you. They got a dash button for Gatorade. So, I mean, that kind of surprised me because the rest of it's like Tide and Bounty and Glad and stuff like that. That's what I needed for my recycle bags. I needed a Glad button, so I didn't even think
but
about
does Glad do they have the blue ones? Because like everyone wants the blue ones.
Well, you can set that because you can set that so like I hit the Glad button and Glad buttons the Glad recycle bags because it's just not we're going to send you whatever Tide we decide that you want to. You say I want this Tide to be the spring fresh extra whitey tighty edition Tide or whatever the heck it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you program what that signals basically. So I think it kind of narrows down to that. So and by the way, these are $4.99 for you to buy, but I'm pretty sure that gets credited on your first purchase. You get a $5
credit on the first purchase. You get that on your first purchase.
So that's just so you're not like buying a bunch of buttons and hacking them like we did with that with the Q-Cat over here. Oh, where'd he go? With the Q-Cat from Radio Shack.
Q-Cat ran away.
And we never bought anything with this thing. It's buried. I don't know where it is. That's the tail. That's the tail of the Q-Cat. Anyways. CES, anything else?
The one last thing is, and I put more car standards. Does more standards mean less standardization? So Ford has a technology that's open source called Smart Device Link, and it's kind of the way that developers can link to buttons and controls and open UI standards. Some companies like Toyota and QNX, if you're familiar with QNX, they've both agreed to adopt the technology. Based on them adopting the technology means that Peugeot, Honda, Subaru, and Mazda are also now thinking about adopting the same technology. This is all built into the part of the Sync 3 infotainment platform as part of Ford's AppLink. I think this is another inroads to getting more automation and smarts into your car. And why I find this interesting is most of us don't buy new cars every year or every other year, whereas that's our how often we replace our phones. So with this, as your phone updates, obviously the smarts of your car is going to kind of probably upgrade along with it. So that was an interesting segue.
Why are we doing this versus the idea of our Android iPhone one where it's just your phone guts and we just use your phone guts?
So I think part of this kind of rides on top of this, and this is what lets iHeartRadio design their UI and work it into additional buttons on the dashboard and on your steering wheel. So I think this is kind of an addition to that, or sits on top of the CarPlay and Android Auto. Like I said, I think it's another one of these technologies that we need more than just Google and Apple sitting at the helm controlling, and we need people to push them forward. So I think Ford being in here and already having some technology in this area, I think is just going to be another good company to bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was an interesting one, and I was surprised that Ford being at the forefront, that Toyota, Honda, Subaru, all these other car manufacturers aren't pulling the Android Pay or Apple Pay concept and saying, you know what, we're going to come up with our own QR code and we're going to come up with our own things. They're actually jumping on more of an open source, more of a standard. So that also excited me.
Awesome. It's definitely they've been making headway. I know Ford Sync was really kind of lauded as kind of like, these guys are paying attention to technology, but we're kind of seeing how far behind that feels. You only get that if you're like, I bought a new car, and how many of us actually are buying new cars in reality. But there's a philosophy in car making that just doesn't work with technology, and they need to separate that. They really do, and treat car technology like technology companies do, than car companies do. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, again, I'll believe it when I see it out there, which means I'll believe it when I buy a car in about 5 years and it has this year's version in it and get mad because my phone's still smarter. But I think that's the reality of the situation.
But I think the reality of the situation is that it's not going to be when you get to that next car, it's no longer going to be you're waiting then to leapfrog the technology, because whatever you have on that phone is going to kind of integrate.
Modular. I mean, why don't we get modular TVs? You know, we're talking about smart TVs and how get a smart TV from 2 years ago. See how that feels.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know how the Roku Generation 1 feels. You know, and I get emails from Roku reminding me that I still have it and I need to upgrade. Is my car going to start emailing me and let me know I need to upgrade to the latest Cavalier because, you know,
well, isn't there 2013 Ford Sync customers are going to get an upgrade?
Damn it, just under the wire.
So they're going back pretty far.
We're also not like a touchscreen Ford Sync.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're like, well, there's Bluetooth and stuff, and I got a little label that says Microsoft in the car. But you know, it's not that big touchscreen. It's gonna do Pandora kind of stuff, you know. But no, that's good that they are doing updates like that. You know, 2013. That's a while back for cars certainly. So.
Not to take away from what you guys are saying, but this technology scares me a little bit in these cars. One, it's expensive to replace. So if there's things that's like that are completely dependent in the car to certain technologies, I had a friend who just told me that she bought a brand new this Buick that was beautiful, it was an amazing car, but she would get in the car and the seat would be completely all the way to the steering wheel every time she would get in it, and then would have to like readjust. And then she'd be driving, and all of a sudden the seat would start moving forward. The audio was really, really bad. There would be times where the screen would completely go out, or there would be like gauges that would not be properly functioning. It's a brand new car. All of the technology in this thing, it was a computer problem, but she had to take it back to the dealership. And they were like, we have absolutely no idea what is wrong with this. Nothing that they could plug in was telling them why the seats were like moving on their own. It was like a ghost in the vehicle.
So we need a Ford Sync Genius bar.
Take
care of those.
Yes.
I mean, it's a whole new market at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I mean, I think that's. I mean, you guys have seen the stories over the last year of the hacked cars, and I can shut down this car, you know, while they're driving it or something like that. Which is, you know, it was a very kind of fixed kind of situation. But they're like, no, we don't all have to worry about this. Well, we should probably start paying attention to the problem so it doesn't become a problem. It is a thing. I mean, it's unsecure Bluetooth that communicates to your wheels for tire pressure is an open window for anybody to get into your car. I don't even know if I have that in my car. It's new enough. It probably does.
You need to encrypt your Bluetooth.
I need to encrypt in my car. It's a closed system. Hey, there's going to be an open system now, so maybe we can take care of that. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what's going on there. Well, hey, shout out real quick before we head out for this week. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here. And live.awesomecast.net. We get going about 6:30 p.m. or so. We're doing a little bit of setup. You guys can pop in the stream, say hi to us, say hi to everybody jumping in there. But hey, shout out to our friends, PittsburghRetroGaming.com. We're actually, one of the guys from this is going to be joining us on the show next week. On AwesomeCast. So please look forward to that. And also scheduled... actually, we'll finish this plug. PittsburghRetroGaming.com. It's going to be at the former Metropole, Zetasia, I think it's called, Xtasia, maybe, over there in the Strip. But it is a cool little convention they're doing. They're going to have a lot of old games on there. They actually did a great interview with Marta on the Move. I think that's martaonthemove.com if I recall. Just look for that on your Stitcher or your iTunes. And they're really they're doing it for a good cause. It's for children's hospitals. They're selling tickets for that. You can get those over there at PittsburghRetroGaming.com. January 23rd, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And they also got a pretty cool thing. You can reserve your copy of this game called Germ Squashers. It's going to be available, legit, it's going to be available on Nintendo Entertainment System. So dust it off, blow on the contacts. Sega Genesis, iOS, and Android. It's an educational homebrew game. Again, proceeds benefiting Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, defeat germs, and sink into two-player germ squashing action as you work towards the ultimate goal, a pixelated flu shot power-up. So we're going to have more information on this in the coming weeks as you go up to there. But go check that out, find more information, sign up for it, and ask them any questions you may have in the meantime. Always cool for gaming for a good cause in Pittsburgh, obviously with Chachi Plays for Kids that we do every year, and looking forward to see what these guys have in store for us. This is the second year they've been doing this, too. I don't know how we missed it last year, but there's that. Also, like I said, next week we are scheduled to talk to Kim Lyons of nextpittsburgh.com. We've been having some great talks with her on Twitter. I think, Chilla, you've been a part of that as well, because I know we've been sharing a lot of her articles. I didn't even know she's on the byline. I just know, like, this is a cool article, and she's attached to all the cool stuff we like at nextpittsburgh.com, apparently. So it's really cool. We're going to have her on next week and have a conversation with her about what's going on over there and just startups in Pittsburgh and wherever that goes. So look forward to that around 5 p.m. next week. Live at AwesomeCast.net. Wait, that article, actually, live.sorgatronmedia.com, because I don't think that other URL works anymore.
Yeah, I always use live.sorgatronmedia.com.
I think that bit the dust somewhere along the line. Thank you, GoDaddy. So I'm going to have to look at that in the new year as well. From that, hey, Rob on the run on the Twitters, thank you so much for joining us.
Brother, thanks for asking me. I love the both of you guys. You guys are awesome and a lot of fun, and I'm not a tech guy, and so I feel like I always learn a lot from the two of you.
And you always bring an interesting take on things, so it's always very helpful.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you having me. Thanks so much.
It's not just about technology; it's about online, and your guys, it's living and doing some really cool things online. So you definitely fit into the mold of this show. It's about the creators as well as the technologists around here. So it's all encompassing. So thank you so much for joining us, Rob on the run on the Twitters. Check out his Vines, check out his Instagrams, all kinds of fun stuff going on there. So, Chilla at Chilla on the Twitter is John Chichilla. He's the gadget hound of the show.
And if the show doesn't get the title Ungrateful Little Tweeters, let it be known. I think Ungrateful Little Tweeters would make an awesome
that
title.
Was not in the list, but that I just received from wife of the show, Missy, at Rebellious Flaw on the Twitter. That's been helping us out with tweets and the chat room wrangling and sending me notes of love, I assure you. In my personal chat over here. I'm at Sorgatron on Twitter. Check out everything at sorgatronmedia.com. Check out this show at awesomecast.net. Subscribe to it and check out all the past episodes. They're relevant, and especially our specials over the last couple of weeks. Thank you so much. Support the show. Share the show. If anything else, just if you dig it and you have some friends on your Twitter list or Facebook that you really think would get into some of the stuff we're talking about here and some of the fun we're having, please just get that around here if you could. Thank you so much to our friends in the chat room all night, including Alex Cars out there in Cali, Bobby FJ Town, Hot Wheels down in California, PA. Kraus is in there earlier, I do believe, and so many more. Thank you so much. You have been your awesome audience. Have an awesome week. All right.
What was the show? Did you get that show on? Like, I don't even remember what channel it was on when we were kids, and they were like, "I see Johnny," and
we were talking about that. Because the guy I do Fishing Without Bait with, he tells me about that because he's the guy. I think he was telling me that he was the kid that would always hide behind something
because he thought they could see them.
Yeah, and it would blow his mind when like they said his name the one week.
I think you should do that because some of the names, like I see Carol and Kimberly and Stormy and Virginia.
Just go down the list of the chat. That'd be tremendous.
Well, because it picks a random name if you don't set your name, right? So but there's no way to tell who these people. They're not fake people. They're not bots.
No. They're
actual people.
But they're people that haven't like logged in with anything. Right. So they say, "Oh, you're X." Cortana is really freaking sensitive, by the way, and this computer is not fast enough to run Cortana, so it's just problems.
Wow. Did you see that? There's that thing, and I'm gonna have to get going, so I'm gonna start packing up. Did you see that thing, Cortanium?
Is that the Android version? Or
no,
something?
it's this thing you can install on Windows that lets you add additional feature functionality to Cortana. It's like a plugin for Cortana, so she can do extra stuff.
That's awesome.
She can I think it'll integrate with like your Google Calendar and like a bunch of extra stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to integrate with.
So is she Luke's daughter or what?
What's that? Oh,
I said is she Luke's daughter or what?
We'll find out in 18 months, man. I'm going yes.
The heck's with that British accent?
It's space. Everybody has a British accent.
Dairy Queen, Amidala. I look, okay, you say you do what you want. I'm just saying I'm not reading any of those. I'm not reading any of those blogs or anybody going crazy with that stuff.
The conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
What I did enjoy is the point-by-point breakdown of the first major trailer.
Yeah.
We can tell by the snow. You're going to have a snow planet on here, and if you look very, very closely at those formations in the distance, they look kind of like the Death Star. You know, it was really good. Like there was
some guy on Reddit destroyed by just the soundtrack listing. He basically destroyed the entire plot. Like had it online way before just by the titles of the soundtrack.
Wow.
He was like, he had it plot by, and it's not an unfamiliar plot, obviously, but it was.
No, it's a very familiar plot, and that's okay. It's everything we want. It's
Right.
everything we want. It's just it's the Star Wars we want in the long run.
It was a love letter. I was for New Year's. I was locked in a cabin in North
Did you get
Carolina.
enough pizza? Yes. All right. Are you just gonna be? What's that? Bring back Rob soon. We got a request for you to come back soon, sir.
I would love to, anytime, honestly.
Awesome.
Love to do.
We'll try to figure out how to do a rotation and get you in on it.
Anytime.
All right. See you in Studio B next week, Ben. But
even if you have a good, even if you have a really good guest, I wouldn't mind dropping in.
I can fit 3 remote people on here. So
anytime, man. And especially when you're talking about, like, if you ever talk about anything Jim Henson, I'm your guy.
Oh.
I'm a Muppet freak. There's not much you can throw at me that I do not.
I'm gonna have to throw your name in the hat if my buddy restarts his movie podcast. So,
brother, I'm a maniac when it comes to that stuff. But anyway, all I was saying, to see the, I don't even remember what I was saying. Something Star Wars. It was awesome though. I loved it. It was, I was in North Carolina for New Year's and we watched, in my opinion, the first 3.
Mm-hmm.
Start with A New Hope. And I, honestly, like, Luke Skywalker is the most whiny, annoying character of all time. Like, Absolutely. It is, I was getting the calibrators. Yeah. Like, the way he just, oh my gosh. Like, it's hard to take, and
going from there to the kid in the prequel, like it's like really, it's not that far off. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, you're right.
It wasn't that great to begin with. I mean, Star Wars was great, but
it set the bar. The thing is, it's like you can look back at it and say that it was cheesy and like all the acting is terrible and the costumes or whatever, but it set the bar. There was nothing like it. It set the bar for everything else.
Absolutely.
So I'm not. I love those movies. And I love Yoda. There's nothing except for I don't like him in the prequels.
So Dutters has been showing us she has 3 different editions on videotape of Star Wars, of the original trilogy. It's pretty fantastic.
The ones out where Lucas defiled everything.
Yeah. So there's the black set, right? That's the pre-defile. Then there's the defile, the first defilement. Yeah. Those are the 2 I have as well. But she also apparently found at like a yard sale or something the black set. Bought letterbox edition, and they come with a special edition box. Oh. It's fantastic. So, yeah, doing it the right way, apparently.
Yeah, I think I have them on VHS, and I think I have the gold, whatever the golden release was.
Never got them. Oh, I think. Well, there was a silver and a gold, and one was widescreen and one wasn't. I think when they did the special editions.
Yeah. I have them. I just don't. I'm not, like, as far as Star Wars, I'm not the biggest nerd in the world when it comes to it.
Me neither. I'm not, like, super detailed. I never read any of the books or anything. I've read a couple Star Trek books, but...
And I'm not familiar with all of these. Like, I can't hang with a lot of these dudes, and that's fine.
No.
But, I love me some Yoda. So, Frank Oz.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Frank Oz, yes. The original, the OG.
the OG, and I met him, and basically when I shook his hand, in my mind it was like I'm shaking naked Yoda, naked Miss Piggy, naked Fozzie, naked Grover, naked Cookie Monster. Just a joke.
There you go.
All right.
I had a weird moment. I don't know if it's quasi related. So I'm watching basically the Japanese WrestleMania happened over the weekend. Wrestle Kingdom, New Japan Pro Wrestling. And
you're a wrestling guy. You love.
Yeah. That's my deal, right? And I'm watching this thing, and I'm just like, there are people on basically the WrestleMania of Japan. Like at least 2 people on here. I've been to their house to film something. Awesome. One of the announcers on there, which is an old WWE announcer, and another guy. He doesn't really wrestle anymore, but he trains. He's trained a lot of good guys, and he's like a manager on there. And I'm just like, that's weird.
Yeah.
So
I'd love to see that, because I love like a lot of like Japanese stuff. I
look up.
I love Japanese TV.
Wrestle Kingdom 9 and 10. They did in English. So look for you can find them. If you hit me afterwards, I can kick you some links. Of where you would maybe find those. No, it's worthwhile. It's pretty fantastic. There's this one, they call it the Neverweight or Openweight Championship. I can't remember. And it's really just guys, like, it's almost MMA at a certain point. It's just like the guys, like, they just start way over the top, physical, not the flippy stuff, but like brutal, right? Like, I'm glad I don't see this every week in pro wrestling, because it's just like they're like, yeah, everybody's getting carted out of here after this one because they just put that much into it. So it's just absolutely unbelievable. They have you ever hear of the G1 Climax tournament?
No.
Oh. It's basically, like, it's several nights. Like, it's like 20 nights of a tournament of full shows. The one guy I'm about to invite in the hangout actually watched like as much of it as he could last year, and it was pretty ridiculous. All right, gonna invite those guys in. We'll get that set up. Stream. I'll be right back. And actually, Matt, that's on here. I don't think I've watched KDKA since they switched over. I feel bad. But they just did the big set change too. But yeah, it's interesting.
One thing I don't know, I'm comfortable talking about, but one thing I love about our set is that, yes, there's some things that you have to really get used to, but it's very interactive. Like the colors change when there's breaking news.
Oh, that's cool. So it's just like it's like Red Alert on the bridge.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, it's blue, and it's blue when there's like a fire, down the street. But it's red when there is like a mass shooting in. Blah, 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 blah. I know, awful. But it is pretty. It's crazy when there's breaking news. There's red, a lot of reds. The theme just changed to red, and then it goes back to blue whenever it all calms down, back to normal. But I love that. I love how interactive it is. I love that you can shoot in that studio like 150 different ways. You could not do that before. You can have a ton of different shots. Very interactive. We've got a giant video wall. Very cool, because we haven't even tapped into like the stuff that it really can do. So yeah,
you're kind of like still learning how to do things, right? So
exactly learning, because it takes some time to like we changed our whole graphics system and all that stuff. So it takes time to catch up with all that stuff. So it's been really, really cool. It's funny to hear people's reaction to it. I've had a couple of friends who are like bloggers and stuff that were really, really angry about the change. So I invited them to the station, and I'm like, well, come on in. Let me show you why. And so we went into the studio and showed them, how everything changes, how there's webcams on everything. So literally the minute that something's happening, we can stream it from the studio instantly. It's cool.
Yeah, so. And I've actually been in that studio, like obviously before the change and everything. I was in there for a night talk, and kind of see, like, I could see how like there's kind of a hub there for all the production, like for like PXI and PCTV shows and stuff. And it was interesting to kind of see that, how that was configured.
Sure. Yeah, it's cool. We have a pretty awesome facility. It's really big, a lot bigger than Katie and TIU.
Oh yeah. Well, Kay's in one of those old buildings
Yeah.
Just filter everything in.
Katie's landlocked. Yeah, they really can't go anywhere. They're not going
Yeah.
to expand.
Oh, LB.
Hello.
I see the problem.
Yeah, see
I
it?
see it. How? I can't wait. That means we have to make your face even dirtier when we do that.
Can I tell you the real story?
Can we do it for gold?
It's not that interesting.
Oh, okay. Can we still do it for gold?
All right, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hit record. All
right.
And by the way, the chat room is in the corner. I think it's going to keep going. So I want to chat. It'll be the video. Oh, his math's incredible.
Hey guys, I'm here early.
Boxcar Beautician.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm alright.
We got
I figured I'd get set up right now.
awesome.
I love it. You guys are hilarious. That's hilarious.
Vaughn, this is
Thank you very much.
This is Rob on the line. He's hanging out from the show we did beforehand here.
Okay.
What am I? Hi there. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
What am I infringing on, or what am I creeping in on?
Oh, we're
What is
setting
it?
up for Wrestling Mayhem show.
Oh, dude. One time I interviewed Hulk Hogan, and that was fun.
Oh,
He sent a shout out to all the Hulkamaniacs in Pittsburgh.
wait, hold on.
Dude, brother.
Right there, I got the Hulk Hogan Funko from I think my sister gave this to me. Actually, no, I think it was
Yeah.
from my nephew. Actually, where's your camera? There's too many cameras, and I don't know which is the right one anymore.
That's sweet.
So
Could be a collector's item because they stopped printing.
probably. I
They
got
whitewashed his.
yeah, and I played it up. I didn't say oh, thanks for giving me the racist one. It was
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
They're
still
trying to get rid of it. They're trying to get rid of it.
I can't get rid of it. You know how many Hulk Hogan figures I have? No.
Of course he's racist, and of course he's a womanizer. Of course, Hulk Hogan, dude. You're surprised?
I'm not, but it just kills a little bit of my
watch that
childhood
show?
inside.
Bam.
It's
Good grief.
oh, dude, to watch 80s wrestling, which you can now. It's very surprising what they put on TV.
Junkyard Dog was like my favorite. So
There was something I was watching from like Tuesday Night Titans, and they were very heavily referencing that this guy was. They were pretty sure this guy was beating his wife. Like they visited his family, and it was just it was so bad.
That was like dessert in the 80s, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was a big fan of the WWF growing up, man. When I was a kid, I had all the figures and the freaking those things. They don't even make toys like they did back then. Those rubber fig characters. You could murder someone with one of those. You could hit someone in the back of the head and knock them clean out with one of those rubber. Hulk and I think I had Hillbilly Jim and Junkyard Dog and
Bobby the Brain Heenan had one.
Probably Ultimate Warrior too.
What were they called? The LJN figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what they were? The real thick rubber, like
Yeah.
Couldn't melt it if you tried.
At least they were like kind of bendy and
thumb
posable.
were, you could do they had like thumb wrestling characters that would like sit on the edge of your thumb and you just.
Yeah, there's a couple of those floating around Sorg Studio.
Yep, I got Nikolai Volkov and Hulk Hogan.
All right.
Actually, wait a minute.
I interviewed Nikolai Volkov for WrestleMania this year.
Because I hit all my Hulk Hogans in the drawer here. So there it is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was my first.
That's amazing. Yeah, I haven't seen those in a long time. I was such a little nerd, and my dad also works. Are you guys?
No, we're cool. We're just hanging out. We're waiting for the one guy to show up still. I don't know if he knew the new start time, but it's just for setup. We're officially starting at 9. There's some Macho Man action. This is the spring-loaded one. R.I.P. Mach.
Macho Man Randy Savage. God rest him.
Oh man, I want to use that. I basically want to get Fallout 4 to use the Macho Man Deathclaw mod.
What is that?
The biggest, most frightening monsters in Fallout 4, you can mod so that they're Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh my god.
And instead of roaring at you, they go, ooh, yeah.
Is it kind of how they had the Macho Man dragon in Skyrim or something?
Yeah, same guy. Same modder.
I'm glad he has a theme that he sticks with.
Macho Man was a guest in the Celebrate the Seasons parade.
I saw that
many years ago. Yeah, I chased down his limousine to get a picture. So there is a picture floating around somewhere of like 10-year-old Robbie freaking geeking out over Macho Man.
Rightfully so.
The only Hulk, a living, probably like the only one I haven't met of my childhood heroes, and I don't know if I want to right now, is Hulk Hogan. Basically, like I got to meet Ric Flair, got to meet Roddy Piper,
awesome.
And all that kind of stuff. Indie wrestling is amazing. A lot of great opportunities there. At
WrestleMania, not this past year, but a couple years before that, they had like a pre-show press conference that nobody else saw except like the media that was in the building, and Hulk Hogan did the one at WrestleMania 30. So I was like 10 feet away from him. That means meeting him.
It's probably pretty easy to meet him. Just hang out at his restaurant. I have a feeling that that's where he is. He needs to feel loved. He retweets everything. I follow him on Twitter. He retweets every fan that's ever mentioned his name for any reason whatsoever.
Somebody needs to explain him that concept.
Yeah. Can I get a retweet, brother? Retweet.
Yeah, sure, brother.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna send Matt a message and double check he's in, or we might bring somebody else in.
Pick me out, Sorg. I'm gonna take off here in a few. I just
You're okay for
such a
the
good time, and I'm anxious to get caught up on all my Sawtooth Willie. Binge watch. It's like the new Making a Murderer over here.
the best thing is just throwing that on the Chromecast and watching my father-in-law just plow through them. Because it's like right up his alley.
These are awesome because one thing that really bothers me about web series and things like that is the length a lot of times. So these are all manageable. These are like between 1 and 4 minutes. That's
awesome.
that's right where you want it to be.
That's what we were targeting.
Yep.
I wanted to be
little bite-sized things.
Yeah, nice.
People ask me all the time about that, and that's really what it boils down to, especially with YouTube, is consistency and making it like a snackable, like something that you can like eat in like one sitting. Just like, because the minute I see 6 minutes on a video, ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah,
I already know that I can't watch it. So
when somebody's like, "What videos? What should I do for YouTube?" I say, "Don't make anything like I make for YouTube." Because what do I have? What do we just do? Almost an hour and a half on AwesomeCast. I mean, they're podcasts first, of course, but and even like something like this, I'm taking sections of the show and putting those up too. And even those are still 15 minutes. So
sure. Well, it's different when I sign up for a podcast. Like when I'm going to listen to a podcast, that's an hour. I know I'm devoting an hour to that. When I'm watching a YouTube video, just not quick.
But I'm also, even with clients, I'm kind of aiming for 15 minutes because, well, they're kind of trying to sell not their services, but at least their company philosophy. These are like health care kind of things. So I'm like, nobody's going to sit there for an hour for that, you know?
Hey, Flyer Sport again. Sorry about that.
We got to have a sporting event whenever he's coming.
Yeah, man. I got Flyers on the TV. I got to worry about St. Joe's, VCU. And I got to worry about Temple, UConn. I got stuff to worry about, man. I got to worry about Nakamura probably in WWE. My head's exploding.
Oh my God. I don't think I updated you with the segments for tonight. First segment, what do we call it? Roman Rumble. So we're going to talk about the Royal Rumble deal and that whole build up. And I turned on the feed over here, and we were going to talk about like the Nakamura AJ Styles thing, all those people supposedly going and what's happening with talent. Are you good to talk about Wrestle Kingdom?
Yeah, I actually stayed up. That's the first time I stayed up for a New Japan show with Wrestle Kingdom 9.
Awesome.
So.
I fitted in today while I was working. So actually, an Eamon that's going to be on later, he stayed up as well.
That's the first time I've ever done it. So I feel like I'm a complete, like my wrestling markdom is finally complete. Like I've done it all now.
It definitely beats out the getting up at 5:30 for the Tokyo Dome or the Tokyo WWE show.
Yes, and plus that was like 4th of July, and I was like in a beach house in South Jersey and drinking, and it just wasn't going to work out.
No. All right, if I don't see him in the next 5 minutes, we'll Eamon, if you want to pitch hit here, we'll bring you in. LB, you're good for the dropout after the big question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll prep that at the break. I'll have to figure out what to do at the break since we don't have a last weekend.
John Cena! That meme has like been killing me lately. Well, not lately, but it's like way overdone. I know it's overdone, but I still kills me. So it's like getting Rick rolled all over again.
Let me re-invite him.
John Cena.
Rob, you're not up on current stuff, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I wish I was.
I'm just seeing if you qualify for maybe having you on here another time.
No, unless you want to talk the old vintage stuff. I'm
Hey, the guys are doing some interesting kind of throwback stuff lately on the YouTube, so maybe they can roll you into something like that.
always, man. I'm open. I'm a very lonely man now. I'm newly single, and this used to be like my video chat time. So now I'm just like creeping in on you guys.
Well, every Tuesday from 7 until midnight, we're here, and you can join us in the
I'll be
chat.
in that little chat room. You just wait.
Okay. out there. I just used that little bit for gold. I don't know if you want to do anything else there, LB.
I think Matt Carlins has abandoned us.
He posted something in the Slack about 7:30, so
Filthy creature.
a little bit about the people coming to WWE.
All
Okay.
right, brothers, I think I'm going to head out.
All right. He
Awesome
says-
to talk to all of you. I hope that you have an amazing podcast. And Sorg, thanks so much for letting me come on the show.
Well, thank you for coming back, sir.
All right, have a good night, man.
Later. I love this breathing room. I love not having to rush between shows here. We'll have to keep this format. All right. He says he'll be on in a moment. I think I got everything else set. Guys out there, here's the new graphics. My logo doesn't fit entirely on top of it, so...
Oh, can't spell story.
You're still Philly.com.
Yep.
And there's no like easy direct link, right? It's like you go and look for the blog.
Not for the blog, no.
Or,
It's not like that, like Philly.com/square circles. They do square circle Philly.com, Google it, or they go to Philly.com itself and on the sports part and look for it, they'll find it. But
okay.
no easy link, unfortunately. I should look into that though, because that's something that should
even just
definitely-
doing,
I can make one like in 5 seconds.
yeah, like make a Bitly or something, maybe.
Yeah, but I can make it through like the site. I work for the site, so
Yeah.
I should be able to just do it, and no one could tell me not to. Like, go fuck off. So, yeah, that's something I should definitely do. I haven't done it yet though, but it'll get done. I guess maybe right after the show, I'll do it
Awesome.
when it's too late. I don't know. Oh, TNA's great start soon.
Is that tomorrow? Or are they Tuesdays now?
That's tonight. Yeah.
They're Tuesdays now? Those sons of bitches.
I was gonna see. Oh, they got a replay at 11 o'clock. So at the end of the world, I'll check it out for the first couple minutes though.
Tommy's going to take over. I'll be back at like 9:30.
Okay.
All
All right.
Motherfucker.
Matt is still wrestling the laptop away from his wife, apparently.
Women getting in the way of wrestling podcasts.
LB, you look so younger today in the chat.
I know. I hate it like poison.
How is
I don't-
how readable is the chat in the stream? That's not bad.
I can't see the chat at all.
I'm asking the stream.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. It's cool.
And my wife heard that stuff.
My wife. Ugh.
My
It's like a
wonderful
compulsion.
wife is taking
There we go.
notes for us.
How can I not look at myself? Like, I clicked on my picture, but I'm trying to like have it cycle through like it was before.
Are you on? Is it showing up like the new version of Hangout for you?
I guess it says beta. It says just beta.
Right. If you want it to behave like it did before, go to the drop down on the top right corner, and there's an
Actually,
you-
if you just click on your portrait again, it'll cycle through.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know they're not going to be always centered out there. That's kind of the best I could do on the stream, and if it's it just so people can get a little bit of a peek into it, and hopefully and of course, if you guys put like GIFs or anything like that, it's not gonna work all that great. That's why I'm kind of looking for a kind of more trimmed down one. I know Alex, you put something in there in the Slack. I'll check out later.
By the way, apparently James Storm is back in TNA. An AP reporter is at the TNA tapings. I guess he's there as a fan. I don't know if he's reporting it for AP or not, but he said that James Storm was there. He's back there, which is kind of a silly thing to me.
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
No, unless he
I would not.
unless he got bad vibes from WWE, maybe.
Man, if I had any, I'd take a little bit of a pay cut even to go to the NXT. It's just a hotter product. Like, why would you want to be there right now?
Mm-hmm. More exposure.
Right. Just less mess. Like, you know, it's going to be on TV next year. You got some. You could do like, what else can you do in TNA besides get a paycheck? He's done everything. He's like mini Bray Wyatt.
He's my friend. I want to make new friends.
Is it live.at?
live.sorgatronmedia.com.
Do you think he knows we can hear him?
I don't think he has any idea we can hear him.
Sorgatron.
Hi.
Hi, Matt.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to the show.
Baton.
I don't hear him.
Hello.
What am I doing wrong here?
What are you doing wrong? Is it plugged in?
Hi.
I should tie a fucking thing around my face like a bank robber.
What?
Like a scarf. I should tie a scarf around my face like a fucking bank robber so people don't see how strange I look.
I got the Bethlehem, PA today, and it's the guy that's always at Philly shows with sunglasses and a Rivera jacket and Zubaz pants. He's in the front row. He's always at any Philly wrestling show. With a Rivera jacket, Zubaz, sunglasses, and like a 90s, like it was like Paulie, like Howard Stern haircut. So 90s wrestling like, and he's got dirty heel shirt on too. Like he's just a mark.
The
Like,
only
super
regulars
duper.
the only regulars I always notice at the Indies are just like this old guy that yells a lot.
Fucking export. Ah, come on. There we go. Coming back, Sorg. It's coming back.
What's coming back?
Panel Riot.
Oh yeah, I missed it. You're my comic book source.
I missed
Man,
it too.
when are we going to throw down and talk about Transformers? Because holy crap, I'm on my third volume of 2 different concurrent books right now, and it is so great. It's not as great as Chew that I just got back into, but it's pretty damn good.
Hey, soon. It has to be soon.
I didn't think.
I've got my episodes for January sorted.
Okay. No, I had no idea the Transformers could have such deep storytelling.
That's what I've heard. I heard that's really good, and I heard that I think it's called, the video game's called Devastation or something.
Yeah.
Apparently that's a blast.
Like there's like political stuff, there's like ghost stories, there's like it's just fun stuff.
They should have started the show with a damn match and started the show with a promo. Your first time on Pop TV, you got to start it with a match, man. You're right out there with a great match to get people excited.
Is it a Dixie thing or?
Yeah, Dixie in the ring with the title belt. Now here comes EC3 with Brodus Clay, or was he now Tyrus? And they're talking.
Wow.
And they're talking. At least, all right, don't have Dixie out there with the belt. At least have like a match come right after her. Like, don't have EC3 come out.
That's better.
All right.
What?
Can you hear us, Matt?
I hear you. Loud and
Hi.
clear.
Right.
Are you ready to drop some
Take over,
knowledge?
buddy. Over and out.
And you're
I
allowed
might
to
be.
completely plug your articles.
We've lost him again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Drop that down. It's causing controversy in the IWC group.
Controversy. I drank a shitload of coffee tonight.
Does that mean you're really awake, or you're going to have to pee very, very soon, and we should be sure?
No, I am really awake, but I'm also rubbish. I can't string two thoughts together. I'm fucked.
This will
I'm
be.
ready to get
That means
a glass of water, so I'm gonna be right back in like 2 seconds.
no problem. We'll get going right after that. I may take a coffee break at the break. So.
It's not connecting. Not connecting. Not connecting. Not connecting.
What is she
Matt,
doing?
you think she knows that we can hear her clear as day?
I don't think she has any idea.
Who?
Your wife.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can hear her pretty good.
I'll tell her to shut the f up.
Is your
right before we go.
touch your kind of jostle your mic there on your headphones. See if that's working. No, the mic is there. All right, that's not
This
what.
thing?
So it's your laptop mic, so it's going to pick up everything.
Well, yeah, that's what it does.
Oh,
As
okay.
it do.
It doesn't work
I
with
just
that
have
mic.
to-
Okay.
Dr. Dre letting you down.
I don't know. I just got these earbuds for Christmas, so it's my fancy gift.
So
And I never thought I'd ever get a pair of earbuds that I don't know how to operate completely, but here we are.
You're stupid.
If you click on the little gear in the upper right corner of your Hangouts, you can change your microphone. And
Let's give that a try.
You might be able to change it to your headphones.
Let's see. Integrated webcam. Oh, wait. Microphone default. Microphone real tech high. Wait. Communications default. Microphone real tech high definition. All right, let's try this. How, is this anything? Is this an improvement?
no, I don't
At
think
all?
so. Touch your mic on your headphones again. Nope, that's not it.
About that.
Laptop might not be set up for that. Nope.
That do anything for you?
No.
No.
Well, not audibly.
It'll be okay. I'll just politely ask Jen to stay quiet, and I'll ride the mute button as I always do.
Just manage.
And,
Just manage.
We'll shut the door so my loud parents don't come barging in here. It would be fantastic.
Daddy's working.
Dad is talking.
Oh, Eric Young.
Oh, I want to make sure I got your.
Oh, honey, turn on Impact.
No.
Oh. Are they replaying Impact later on? I haven't even
Yeah,
picked up the new.
it's like right after. They were playing it right after this.
Haven't you heard? It's on Pop TV.
What the fuck is Pop TV?
Oh, they're actually replaying it at midnight.
Do
A
we,
replay at midnight? Oh, we're fine. Don't worry. I don't need distracted. Leave the pens on.
do we
All
even
right.
have Pop TV?
We do have Pop TV.
How
I
about
think-
some Married at First Sight?
Let's watch Married at First Sight instead.
Spend time with their in-laws. Woohoo!
I think everybody gets TV. Is that right? All
Yeah, I
right.
got Pop TV in the office apparently. So I don't have cable in my house, so
Yeah,
I
same
don't have
here.
anything in my house.
Hopefully they have an online thing somewhere. All right.
I got rid of that. I got Roku now.
Good move.
Yeah, cut that cord.
Good move.
Yeah.
Better not to be your house.
Oh yeah, gotta cut it, baby.
Ain't your house. Got that cable. Water.
And water.
All
And then you
right.
just drive around the Comcast building for half an hour, just being like, you don't run me anymore.
You're not the boss of me. All right, we'll get going.
Cord.
We'll get going here. I'm recording. Backup's going. Let's rock it. All right. Ding. Somebody's dinging.
Bing.
Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show 501. It's the first episode of the new year, and there's a lot of stuff going on tonight. We're on all the feeds and taking in all the information, so you don't have to here on a Tuesday night. You can just join us here live at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. I'm in the Mayhem Studios here in Pittsburgh, PA. Also joining me back again for the new year, Babyface Papa Lunchbox. How you doing?
I shaved my beard and I lost my podcasting strength.
Oh no!
I don't know how to do this, Sorg. I don't know how does it work?
You talk into the microphone and you make sentences that actually make sense, and you don't say at all.
Okay.
Professional.
All right. Bear with me.
All right. Well, get it out of your system during this show, and that way, Panel Riot will be perfectly done.
Oh God! I recorded that first.
Oh no! Wrong order. Also with us, all the medias are going on.
Thanks, Sorg. Thanks for.
What?
No.
That's not. We don't even have a delay. I don't know why you're even doing that. Okay. All right. Also with us, our friend in the mainstream media, number one for tonight, our mainstream Matt on the Twitters. Matt Carlin's joining us, and I know he's got some TNA Impact Wrestling in the background going on.
I do not have TNA Impact on in the background because it would be too distracting. The action would be too hot and too nonstop, and I wouldn't be able to focus on this podcast. This is priority one, and if I turn on TNA, I won't be able to even think because the newness and the hotness of the brand new Impact Wrestling will just blow my mind. It'll pop my mind, Sorg. Pop! Just like that.
Well, there you go. Let's hope so. I don't even know. Are we doing an Impact show? I don't know if anybody's. Maybe they can tell me in the chat if some of those co-hosts are in there. But the midweek more is now just spread all over the place. Also with us from Philadelphia, joining us from Philly.com, the Squared Circle Sports section over there, covering all your wrestling needs. Vaughn Johnston back on the show once again. Thank you for coming back, sir.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be back. It's been a while. But, I'm glad to be back. All the way out in Philly watching the Flyers while Matt's watching the silly Penguins. It's a shame.
I was going to have some... you and your fancy real sports. But we're here. This show is not about that. This is about the kind of sports that I love and I dedicate to. The way I like to keep it fake on this show. And we're talking about professional wrestling. And you can join us at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, live at WrestlingMayhemShow.com every Tuesday around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And more so lately because of some schedule changes. So that's cool. So please drop in there and become part of the chat if you're here live. You may notice if you're on the video, I got to point to the thing. I got to figure out where it's at. We are trying to put the live chat room in here during the show so you can be more of a embedded staple into the show as we release this, and to give you more reason to take a look at the video version of the show and some commentary. Heel Garza of the WrestlingRevolution.com, our friend Alex from out in California has joined us, and a few more. Wife of the show who's helping out with the show notes all night as well. So you're going to get their commentary here through the show as well, and whatever else they put in that little window that I've set up for them. You can also drop us a line to 412-206-WMS0 or the email address at goodtimes@WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And you can also follow us on the patreon.com/WrestlingMayhemShow. We love any way you can kind of support us, whether it's share the show, tell a friend, star us on review us on iTunes or wherever you might be listening to the show, or you can, again, patreon.com/WrestlingMayhemShow, become a supporter of the show in a financial way. Just a couple bucks, just a penny if that's the case. That's fine. Good friends like, hey, represented here tonight, one of the patrons from the Matthew and Jennifer Carlin's Foundation for Podcast Betterment. Thank you so much. Ed Burke, the Wrestling Revolution.com as well. And, of course, our good friend, Bo Diggity. Woo! Well, a little weak. Apparently the beard took away the woo power.
I lost all my podcast strength. I told you.
All the podcast strength. Oh, no. So let's get into it. Our first story of the night, of course, a lot going on Monday Night Raw, they're really trying to pick things up. But the Roman Rumble coming up here, as it kind of got lined up here, you could tell that we kind of went full steam in the Royal Rumble season by the looks of Raw last night. And the first time the title is defended at a Royal Rumble, but not the first time that somebody may have won the Royal Rumble and gained the belt, as we remember. 1992, I believe that was, with Ric Flair.
Yes, it was.
So I know that's one that I wore out the tape back in the day. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does this bring a new excitement to the Rumble at this point?
I am vastly curious to find out how it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone else wins, he loses the title to that someone else. But if he does, what does this mean for WrestleMania? That's what my main.
Well, they always say the person that wins Royal Rumble goes to WrestleMania. So whoever has the belt is going to end up in WrestleMania, ideally, right?
That's true. That's a good point.
So I mean, I think that's kind of your ticket, and we don't have something weird like the Elimination Chamber to mix things up. We usually end up getting like some kind of tag match at Fastlane. I can't believe they put Fastlane in the middle there. Am I correct?
Yeah.
That's Fastlane they replaced with, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
I don't know. It seems like kind of an odd choice. I felt like going into it. Of course, there was like all kinds of shenanigans with the guest referee with Vince and everything. Did you guys feel like it was very Attitude Era, Matt?
Hard to say, Sorg. I don't know if Vince should have gone out there with a sleeveless referee shirt. I don't know if he should have dusted that thing off.
Certainly.
I thought it wasn't necessarily attitude era because sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes things in the attitude era made sense.
Right.
I thought it just did. It's just like sometimes it's not just because there's a lot of shenanigans doesn't mean it's attitude era. You know, it just didn't make sense. So that's bad in any era, whether it's attitude era or the 80s or now. It just didn't make the finish of this match didn't make sense at all to me.
I agree with you in execution. I just feel like the guest referee, well, just I guess Vince's presence in the way that it is it evokes that kind of Attitude Era spot in my brain. And the problem is it's stretched out. Like anything like that, it's that 3 hours that really kills it. Because I forget about it until we get 3 hours later and finally had the match, right? Whatever the heck we set up at the top of the show. And I can't imagine how the casual person. Well, I guess we know how the casual person's doing because the numbers aren't doing very well. I haven't seen the numbers for last night, of course. But hey, at least there's another 2 hours on USA. So with SmackDown coming up this week, so I'm sure they're really happy about that at this point. So. I mean, hey, we are running into WrestleMania season here with the Royal Rumble. I love the idea that we're starting these factions up. Really kind of building up the Wyatts and the social outcasts that formed last night. So I mean, a lot of guys that were kind of lost, and I'm kind of calling them the Job Squad 2.0, or I don't know what we're up to by now as far as that goes. I don't know. What do you guys think? Kind of building up into that.
I think the social outcast is probably the funniest thing I've seen in wrestling in the longest time. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what I should make of it. I just found it hilarious. I just thought it was just the silliest thing. I don't know why it even exists. I guess it's because they're so thin with people, because they don't have guys like Cesaro or Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan even. But it's something. I mean, I don't know what to make of it yet. The name is awful, but just the group itself is just like, what is this? Like, obviously, it reeks of Job Squad 2.0, but I don't know if they're going to be the Job Squad. Heath Slater won last night, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea.
I was trying to figure out if they were trying to like shed their existing gimmicks, because when they all like did their shtick on the ramp and they're all like, I don't know, making up new catchphrases on the fly, and Curtis Axel is going to break free of these chains.
The chains are off,
do
man.
their thing, and they all walk off, and I'm like, okay, are they like done? And then like Bo Dallas has got to grab the mic one last time and just be like, oh, by the way, Bo leave. And I was like, I don't go. For me, I like Slater. and I think Axel kind of fits. But like Adam Rose and Bo Dallas are very strange pieces for this group. Like, where's Sandow? Sandow would fit into this perfectly, and I'm sure I could think of one other person to do it. But I feel like Bo Dallas and Adam Rose had too much of an existing thing going on for them to just kind of like slide into this whatever this is going to be, some sort of renegade outsider faction. It just feels like a weird fit.
I think that's the point, though. I think it's supposed to be weird, and they accomplished that. You know, in spades, just making it weird.
But we're also getting this weird, interesting spot where, and again, it feels like every time they do a move like this, it's like, well, why didn't we do this going into Survivor Series? We're kind of going faction crazy at this point, which I think is great because I think it gives a little bit of structure to just, you know, a bunch of people in random matches that we seem to have, or the same people in the same matches from week to week, and adds a little bit to it. I just kind of
They've been building new Survivor Series teams every week since Survivor Series.
I know.
They're screwing with us. I feel like I'm being messed with.
But I think it's a great way for them to kind of add a little bit of excitement. I mean, look at the crew for the League of Legends. I want to call them United Kingdom because that's what they were in the video game like several years ago when they put that kind of group together with Sheamus and all them. But you know, I'm definitely more interested in Del Rio now than that odd, awkward Zeb Coulter thing that they were doing several months in advance. I don't think Rusev really needed anything to get more exciting because he had Lana. But Sheamus again. I mean, we were all just yawning at him and Randy Orton all summer.
And how about that Wade Barrett, Sorg? How about that Wade Barrett?
How about that Wade Barrett?
Getting paid to do nothing, Sorg.
Getting paid?
Doing absolutely nothing.
And yet, mysteriously, sometimes walking to the ring with them, and then nothing, and then standing around, watching things happen.
Just standing on the apron and watching a tag match and never tagging in, and then going home and getting paid.
I didn't even realize he was doing that. What was the injury? I feel like I asked.
It's supposed to be like a nerve issue in his neck or something. Like he said it on Twitter. It's like some nerve issue in his neck or something like that. So it's kind of
something nerve related.
It's not serious, but it's serious enough that he's not wrestling. So I don't know.
So not serious enough to send him home. So he can stick around and do all the WWE Network swerve spots in the back, and make an appearance and sell some T-shirts. You're welcome, Matt Carlins.
Yeah.
By the way, I got an email about your Wade Barrett shirt like today to ask what I thought about it and if I'd recommend it to a friend. So
I wouldn't just recommend it; I'd give it to him.
There you go. But hey, good for him. It's kind of that King of the Ring curse, isn't it? So, what should they talk about?
I think his kingship has expired, Sorg. I think there's an expiration date on the crown. I guess he's still carrying it.
Not good.
Not good. Worse, having to carry.
Still got King merch. He's got like the King T-shirt or something like that. It's like King. But
the King of Bad News.
Yeah.
What do you think is more awkward, having to carry the king, the crown, and the robe out to the ring with you, or having to carry the Slammy out to the ring with you? Why? I'm off on a tangent now. Why are our heroes flaunting their trophies, their Slammy awards with them while they're making their entrances? That's not the move.
That should be a heel thing.
Yeah.
That should be a heel
That's
thing.
Owen Hart. First chapter of being Owen Hart is carrying your Slammy award to the ring with you.
And having it on tights.
And I got Neville and the Usos taking their Slams to the ring. I think the Usos did it last year, too, and I probably made the same complaint. I don't understand why they have to take their... Show some, let's be humble in victory, guys.
I think it turns into a heel thing when they're still doing it like 3 months later, right? Like
there's an expiration date on that too.
I think I think like this week was the expiration date. I don't think you'll see them carrying Slammies after next week because now we're in full swing Royal Rumble. So that is because we didn't really talk about Royal Rumble for the last 3 weeks, right? It was Slammies. It was end of the year stuff. It was hey, John Cena's coming back. It was Vince McMahon's in jail, and now it's like, okay, Royal Rumble, leave your statues in the back, go check them, go check them at the gimmick table.
So just to be clear, anyone who enters with a Slammy award in their hand next week, that's a heel turn, right? Okay.
I'll accept that. Yeah. I think so.
Good. I can't wait. Neville heel turn. Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Completely.
I'm sorry. I want to put you on the spot now that we've set these parameters for the Carrying Your Slammy Awards. Like a jerk to the ring with you.
Yeah, I think. I think that's just in the phase they're in while they're kind of moving into this next thing. But I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see how that goes. Are we excited for the Rumble this year? This is usually where we're getting keyed up for this.
I'm excited for the Rumble every year, Sorg. It's my favorite time of the year. It is my WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been vastly disappointed year after year in recent years. Going all the way back to CM Punk's final match here in Pittsburgh.
Oh, what a day that was.
What a straight up fucking bummer that was.
It got that last year here in Philly, too.
Mm-hmm.
Last 2 years have been awful.
You got to sense maybe part of the motivation that they're doing this thing with the world title is because they've had a couple subpar Rumbles the last couple years or so. I mean, they've really kind of this easy, simple thing that has been like a slam dunk every single year has been probably a dud in a lot of people's eyes at least the last 2 years. I can't remember 3 years ago. That's probably not a good sign. Cena won that year. Yeah, that one sucked too.
But they had Rock and CM Punk though.
Yeah, they did have Rock CM Punk. Yeah. What about okay, so we got mad the last few years because our guy didn't win, whether it be Daniel Bryan or whoever else, or really Batista or something like that, right? Or Roman Reigns, or, because I mean everybody's mad because their guy isn't going to WrestleMania, right? So how worse is it if our guy is not walking away with the freaking belt? Okay, and I can't wait for Axel to make his bid for that and not get eliminated from the Rumble maybe again this year. That'll be, and then him walking around for the next year saying how he's a rightful WWE champion. That could be kind of fun. But
the real world's champion. They could have carry a pixelated belt around, you know.
He just gets
Ric Flair did when he showed
a
up.
replica, nice. And it's not. They'll pixelate it, but it won't even be a real belt. Like he'll grab the toy one, the Mattel toy one off of the merch stand or something like that.
Aren't they doing that? No. Never mind. I'm thinking of Miz and
Miz Dow.
No, not Miz Dow. God, Xavier Woods. They're arguing over a intercontinental replica belt on the internet.
Oh yeah. Like Miz's real belt that he actually won.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing video games over it, and Xavier Woods has it. Like he took it from him.
Right.
It's actual property. He got it. That's crazy.
This is a good point. Eamon, our buddy down in Texas, voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling, in the chat room saying he thinks that this new championship stipulation actually lessens the options of possible winners to him.
There's always only 2 or 3 realistic options to win the Royal Rumble.
Are you telling me I'm not getting Heath Slater in this thing?
Yourself into believing that somebody else might actually win because you really like Wade Barrett, but only 2 or 3 or 4 guys have a realistic chance of winning.
It's bigger stakes. Chris Jericho could walk away with it, man.
All right, Chris Jericho. All right, my wife just muttered Dean Ambrose under her breath. Do you honestly think Dean Ambrose, one of their most popular superstars, one of the most charismatic and popular superstars in WWE, do you think there's a chance in hell he walks out of Royal Rumble with the title?
No, but they would be very well served to do exactly that. This should be the year where whoever wins comes out of complete fucking left field, somebody you wouldn't expect and would not be one of those logical choices to win. This is the year they have to do it because they played it safe the past few years and it burned them.
Yeah,
we know that's not going to happen. They're going to stick with Reigns and probably going to retain, but they're trying to add intrigue to that by adding this stipulation of sorts to it. That's, to me, it does open up a lot of possibilities. I don't think it limits it. I think there's a clear-cut favorite, and that's Reigns, but I think the possibilities are all there that they could have Rock win it or Triple H win it or maybe The Rock win it or something like that, or somebody we don't even know. Maybe AJ Styles, who I highly doubt, but things like that could happen. I think they could go in a bunch of different directions because I don't think there's really one clear direction for WrestleMania even. Mm-hmm. And usually this is where you begin to see the direction they're going in. There is no clear direction for WrestleMania, so why would there be a clear direction for the Royal Rumble?
The big fantasy book Hale Garza is telling us in the chat room is that's because the actual challenger for WrestleMania can't be there. Hint, hint, Rock versus Reigns. Could be. Could be. Maybe.
I'll be happy with
It makes
Brock
you wonder
Rock.
how they're going to...
Not Brock. Reigns. I'll be happy with Reigns versus Brock again, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be perfectly happy with that.
There's a lot of good, interesting combinations to do with Reigns in a title match. I mean, Reigns and Brock would be awesome. We know it can be awesome because we've seen it. Reigns and Cena would be interesting. It could be a mess, fan reaction-wise, but I think it could be awesome. Reigns versus Rock would probably be good.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of places to go.
Well, we'll see.
I don't know. Do you think the fans will be okay with Reigns beating, hypothetically beating 29 other guys in one match to retain his title?
I think no.
I mean, what happens if he rolls in? What happens if he rolls in at number 27 or 28? That's kind of cheap. That's really cheap.
He's just going to Hulk Hogan this thing.
Number one. I think they're going to put him number one. For two, I think in Orlando, it's different from Philly and Pittsburgh, where we're a little more of a hardcore audience. And I think people have come around more to Reigns, because I think they've done everything they possibly could to get people to not boo him, at the very least. And I think that's why it won't quite go that way. Sure, there's always going to be he's always going to have his detractors, but I think they're going to put the right pieces in place for people to get behind him. Mm-hmm. Whether that's genuinely behind him, or they, like I said, put the right pieces in place. I just think that's what they're going to do.
And I think one of those is Reigns is really good when he's just put in a spot to be a badass and just punch people out. He's not going to be doing a full-on wrestling match and have to tell a large story or anything like that. He just needs to pop in there, punch some people in the faces, and look, pull a cane and eliminate a buttload of people, and it's a perfect spot for him to look amazing in that thing and get people excited, right?
But you got to be careful because I don't know if you want to start him at number one. That'd be interesting. But you don't want to do what they did in the last Rumble, where Reigns kind of coasted a little bit in the 2015 Rumble in Philly. He didn't really eliminate a lot of guys. Didn't do a whole lot. Now 2014 in Pittsburgh, when he broke Kane's record, by the end of that match, the fans were ready for Reigns to win the Royal Rumble in 2014. Because he was kicking ass, right?
Man,
in 2015, he was kind of in coast mode, and he didn't eliminate a lot of guys, and fans were kind of like, come on, you got to earn it.
It was the best second option behind the Daniel Bryan that everybody was feverish for that year. So
I know. Not these two guys. We'll take this Roman. We'll take Roman. We'll take Roman.
He's a Shield guy.
We'll
take Roman. All right.
We'll take him. Please, not Batista.
Yeah, that was basically not the movie guy that just showed up. Yeah. All right, well, we'll talk about some other potential names. I know the chat room down there in the corner has been talking about a few of them as potential people that could pop up at the Royal Rumble. But in the meantime, I want to give a shout-out to our friends here in Pittsburgh, right down the road here from the studio, here in the Beachview area and down in Carnegie, PA. Slice on Broadway, my good friends supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with a perfect pepperoni pizza right down here. Hey, guess what? If you want to go to the Carnegie location, the exit is open. You can finally get down there from the highway without some crazy detours, and I definitely recommend it. There's some shots of that place there. And good people, great food, New Yorker approved by Mad Mike up there. Hell, the guy lived in the Bronx. He knows good pizza, and he definitely gives a thumbs up to them. Some friendly people, and they've been supporting the show for a bit. Supported our big crazy party that you can see, the episode 500 that I'm afraid to listen back to, and supporting our.
Don't bother. No, don't bother.
Don't bother. I mean, you were pretty blasted too.
Forward, we have to look forward and move in that direction.
I'm told like Andrew Palace said that I need to watch back to Indy Mayhem Show 100 because it was very entertaining. Considering the things that I found and have hidden in my drawer from that episode, like I don't, you know what I rate this show, and I don't want to even pull that out on this show. But anyways.
Sorgatron, as we like to say in television news when we have a newscast that we'd rather forget, that one is on its way to Mars.
Or it's just sitting there on YouTube. But anyways, thank you so much. Slice on Broadway, sliceonbroadway.com. Head them up, let them know you heard about them on PGH_Slice on the Twitters and Slice on Broadway on the Facebook and the Instagrams. You'll get hungry too. All right, segment number 2 for the night. There's a lot of rumors breaking and the excitement over Wrestle Kingdom this week, and of course we'll talk about Wrestle Kingdom here in a little bit. But the big thing was these new names might be the new guesses of what might be coming to NXT, WWE. Let's be honest, it's probably going to be NXT in the long run. And I know you had, I lost it here, Matt. You had in the Slack the big list of names. I know AJ Styles is the big one.
WWE.com is now reporting on these rumors.
What?
So this fire is alive and well and consuming multiple blocks in this housing project of a wrestling world that we're all enjoying.
AJ Styles.
They put a story out like saying, could they possibly be here? And they got pictures, they got Instagram posts, tweets, all their names, all that stuff. This is WWE.com.
.com has no idea what's going on.
Last bastion of quality online journalism.
Wait. Can I just like to put this into context? WWE.com had an article of things they'd like to see in 2016, and one of them was Sasha Banks with the Intercontinental Championship. I mean,
watch your back, Dean.
Yeah, watch your back, Dean. But I don't think. Wait, what does Triple H have to say when? Okay, I know they keep getting in TMZ all the time. It drives me absolutely insane. Thank you, Dutters, for reminding me every time. But WWE.com is reporting in TMZ style at this point, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Hey, Sorg. Why let all those dirt sheet websites have all the web clicks, man?
True.
Put up an article, put up some BS article. You're basically just saying what all the other sites are saying. Get those clicks, baby.
Nope, Matt, you're giving them too much credit. I'm telling you, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and the right hand is WWE, and the left hand is .com. They are just fucking around.
To a certain extent, though, I think that there is something, like, they wouldn't just mention this on their website without something being there. I mean, there has to be something there.
Yeah.
I don't see why they would have pictures and all this other stuff up on their site and there's no intentions at all to sign them.
Right. Well, we know.
Why would you fan those flames?
We know.
I guess web traffic is important, but how important is it to WWE? I mean, come on now. I mean,
we're talking about the integrity of WWE.com, Sorg. That's not just something you just throw away. I'll tell you one thing. I am reasonably certain, and I hope somebody gets this joke, I am reasonably certain that Triple H had brunch with Nakamura at some point down the line. I hope someone laughs at that. Silence.
Bobby is shitting his pants right
now. But yeah, okay, so we got Nakamura, AJ Styles, Carl Anderson, and Doc Gallows. 3 major members of the Bullet Club there. AJ Styles and Nakamura.
I might be a little, off base with names and stuff, but was it Luke Gallows was fucking in WWE before, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was Festus.
Same guy. Yeah, fucking Festus. All right. I just
Straight Edge Society.
I was just curious.
Well,
yeah.
But he's left.
He's one of those names that CM Punk mentioned when he was ranting at Vince McMahon during their big contract signing angle before Money in the Bank years ago.
Right.
Those guys, why'd you fire this guy, Vince? He's awesome. Well,
he's essentially piggybacking with Carl Anderson. I mean, if you want Carl Anderson, you get Luke Gallows too, because they're tag team partners.
Right, because
that's pretty much it.
They went
out. He
out.
had no purpose other than that.
He went out. He made a name for himself, attached to Bullet Club, Carl Anderson, if you want to make that argument. And now he's attractive to NXT. And I think also you got to think, okay, they could be signing with WWE, but they could also be just in a Samoa Joe type position. Because just because these names are coming in doesn't mean that they're in line to be on Raw in 6 months, right? Because I think.
Well, I mean, you're not. It's gonna take a lot of money to get Nakamura out of Japan, Sorg.
Yeah,
and AJ
Styles maybe a little bit less so. It's gonna take a pile of cash to get Nakamura out of Japan. So this ain't some toe in the water kind of deal. If they're really gonna do it, they're bringing him in. They're going all the way.
And Carl Anderson, for that matter. Anderson's he's put it on Twitter. He's making like $700,000 over there in Japan. Like, if you want to get him out of Japan, cough up the dough.
Yeah.
Probably pay him at least $700,000.
I mean, all 4 of these guys, they just wrestle in front of 40,000 people Sunday, Monday. Was that technically Monday there for them? I guess.
Yeah.
It was Monday for us. So.
It was like Monday.
It's technically Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically Monday, like afternoon for them.
Yeah.
Monday morning for us.
In Raw time, basically. Wow, they had a major pay-per-view on a Monday? That's
It's
incredible.
always on January 4th. The show was January 4th, no matter what the date.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
the week before.
So right in the middle of a Tuesday.
Yeah.
You're stubborn like that, Sorg.
Are you all right? Is the Flyers game getting away from you over there, Vaughn?
No, I was trying to mute the TV. So
Okay.
there was no background noise on my part.
And apparently, I'm getting a message that Mikey from Kiss is talking about the WWE segment on SportsCenter tonight. Who was supposed to be on? Who was scheduled?
Dean Ambrose is on SportsCenter as we speak.
I need to catch up with those.
With the SmackDown set behind him.
Was he part of that HGH documentary they were doing?
I have to ask him, but my sources say no.
Well, okay. That seems to be turning out well for them. But I don't know. What do you think? The other conversation about this is, well, okay, like Garza's in the chat room saying that this idea of these guys coming to like NXT absolutely baffles him at this point. And even like, you know, too much money to waste on NXT. Those guys are making $500K plus in New Japan. Like even the tag guys, you think?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, my point exactly when we're talking about Nakamura and Styles. These guys are too good, and they're going to cost you too much to stash them down in NXT. Now, Anderson and Gallows makes sense, if only from the aspect of how closely aligned they are with Finn Balor from their days back over in New Japan when they're all in Bullet Club together. That could work, especially when you consider the fact that Finn Balor can't be too much longer for NXT, although who knows. Or maybe Triple H kind of slid this one underneath Vince and just kind of he's going to sneak these guys in NXT and not tell anybody how good they are. They're just going to start touring Japan, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well,
maybe for a lot of these guys, it's like a bucket list thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, even if it's just for like 5 matches, I wanna get in on WWE just to check it off my list. You know what I mean? Joe seems to be having a good time. We like Joe. Let's go see what's up.
Right.
Don't forget Matt Bloom is down there, and he was tag team partners with Carl Anderson too in Japan before Luke Gallows was a tag team partner, Big Albert. So they got a lot of connections in NXT.
And in general, WWE's been in talks and building a relationship with New Japan. Maybe this is only a temporary thing. Maybe they get them for 3-6 months, and they just roll right back to New Japan for a bit.
I mean, it could be something like a 1-year deal for someone like Nakamura. Yeah, it could be a bucket list thing. I mean, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
The American guys, it feels like a permanent landing spot. But let's not, I mean, as exciting as it is for these guys to be coming in, you can't help but, like, I personally am always filled with dread whenever these big names sign with WWE, just waiting for, the ceiling to fall in. I mean, granted, things seem to work out okay as long as you're in the safe, protective NXT bubble where you're taken care of. But once you hit that main roster, man, all bets are off. And only a few guys can really survive that transition. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Bo Dallas or Adam Rose or if you're Shinsuke Nakamura. That jump to that main roster and dealing with the crap that goes on up there, I don't know. And I don't think they're going to do anything intentionally stupid. I just think they can't help it. It's just the way the machine's built.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't necessarily, it's a corporate culture up there. It's not your talent or anything like that, or even that you're a bad person to not make it up there. I think it's very explicit because in Triple H's talks, I think one I was listening to with Justin LeBar was talking about how on the last conference call and everything, Triple H is very much in control of NXT and is kind of the final word there. But still, breaking ground this week, he said it's up to Vince as far as you guys getting called up. And if you wonder why somebody has been there for way, way too long, it's because Vince isn't impressed yet, right? And that he's still the gatekeeper when it comes to any of those guys. So I think that speaks a lot right there. So Triple H can only influence so much on that level, I think, still in his position. So, All right, we'll see what's going on here, and we'll see how much we get Garza's brain to ache as we see about this. Trigar, if the next topic isn't about Taryn Terrell leaving TNA, then I'm done with the show for the year. Okay.
All right.
What a coincidence, Sorg. This week's
gonna
big
miss you.
question.
He's very important to him, apparently.
There you
Her
go.
acting in Daddy's Home was spot on, Sorg. That cameo, I tell you what. Thank God I knew she was in the movie, or I wouldn't have even known she was in the movie.
I didn't know she was in the movie.
I had
Good job,
no
TNA,
idea.
by promoting that.
Was it
Yeah.
was it better than Santa's Helper?
It was shorter.
All
Her
right.
cameo was much shorter.
All right. Well, while you're still cleaning up on your Young Bucks and Bullet Club shirts. Oh, no Bullet Club shirts. Never mind about that. Skip that part.
What happened? Who
And we
scored?
got the score.
What
We
happened?
got
Who scored?
we got the score in the Impact tournament coming up. Thank you, ESPN, covering all the wrestling apparently.
Was that ESPN bottom line score update for the TNA World Title Tournament, Vaughn?
Hell and no. I don't think ESPN even knows what TNA is.
But anyways, while you're out there supporting even these Japanese guys over at ProWrestlingTees.com, make sure to go check out our shop over there. Support this show, ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. You can get started, throw a couple things in the cart. Some great designs by the great Alex Cars out there in California. They're like the iPhone. They're made in California, and you can pick those up. The Good Times at Wrestling Mayhem show shirt in the style of Fast Times, and of course Property of Mayhem, and it supports the show a little bit. You get to wear the threads and toss in your Broken Skull Ranch and your Young Buck shirts and other people in the show. Hey, even Zima Ion. TNA Zima Ion, also Pittsburgh area Zima Ion. I think it's a good time to mention you just recently had a conversation with Zima over on KDKA.com, right, Matt?
Yeah, go to KDK.com, and I got to catch up with DJZ ahead of his what's that? DJZ, and talked about kind of what his plans are for 2016. It's pretty interesting. A couple interesting little tidbits about kind of where he sees things going and where he could end up not being by the end of the year. And he also talks about a really interesting side project. Sorg, he's really into the music, and he is doing something music producing wise, putting his music producing talents to good use with old wrestling themes and rappers and hip hop artists around the Pittsburgh area or wherever else his travels take him. This could be really good. So it's going to be interesting to see where that comes from. Anyway, go to KDK.com. You can read about DJZ and find out what he's been up to.
Yep, and if you want more, we talked to him early last year on Indy Mayhem show. Our most recent catch up with him. We've had him on a couple of times here. I think that was about his third or fourth time across all the shows with us.
I think he was our second interview ever.
He might have been. I'm sorry. Actually, I listened to the second interview we had with him, and I'm sorry. We were horrible in 2009.
He was our second interview ever.
Yeah. Who was our first? Like probably Jimmy DeMarco or something?
Jason Gorey.
Jason Gorey? Oh, I'm sorry, Jason Gorey. We had a decent one last time when we had him on with Raver. So I feel like we definitely. It's all about making good on all those people we screwed up with, except for Jimmy Snuka. We're not gonna have Jimmy Snuka back, unfortunately.
Why not?
Oh boy, I'd like to. Can we have him back?
We could have him tell all
interview. I got a lot to say at this point.
He's got the feeding tooth out of his mouth now, right? I mean, that would have been a little awkward. But on that note, we'll be right back with a big question. We're definitely going to do a deep dive into Wrestle Kingdom. Some people were excited and maybe still trying to sleep it off here on this Tuesday night. We'll be right back after this. No idea what I'm putting after this, by the way. I think I might just put a random Sawtooth Willie clip in there. To be quite honest, I'll just put like 30 seconds of you and Penny Avocado and little hey, go check it out thing. Okay.
Are we doing the big question?
We have no more commercials? No more commercial sponsors, Sorg?
No. Well, that's usually where I would put the weekend review thing for the network. And since we've been off and I didn't really do a weekend review for the specials. So.
Oh, very good, very good.
So I didn't even do a break in the other one. I think I can make it through. I can make coffee after this. Eamon. We need an Eamon.
Sorg. Big question.
Yes.
Uh-oh. There's already a new teenage champion. Just they've taped their shows before now, so
They're on that tape delay, huh?
Yeah, they're not quite. They're live to tape. They're not quite live. They got a live bug in the corner of the screen trying to fool people, but they're not live.
It's live to tape.
Yeah, Bobby Lashley was wearing a headband for some reason in his match with EC3. I don't know why he was doing that.
Trying to be LeBron.
I guess a much more muscular, badass LeBron. I guess.
Eamon,
That's saying something.
Eamon, we'll leave you in
It
the
is saying something.
Eamon, we'll leave you in the background until after the big question, and I'll swap you guys out.
Okay, that's fine.
Will, do you want to hang on in the background
Guess, Matt.
for what I learned after?
Guess, Matt. Get out so
I can't hear you over
Jen, yeah.
Jen.
Do you want to hang out in the background for what I learned later?
No, I'm gonna boogie.
You gonna boogie down, boogie out?
I'm gonna boogie.
Okay. All right.
Fucking WordPress.
What are you doing with WordPress?
That's where Panel Riot lives now.
Oh. You're on the .com, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
That feels like it would be limiting.
It is. I can do more than Tumblr, but only just.
Mikey's saying that the ESPN WWE segments are super awkward.
Yeah, but it's something.
I have yet to be motivated to watch any of them, Sorg. I just don't.
They're not terrible. I mean, that depends on who they have on it. Like Charlotte was like, but I'll watch Dean Ambrose because Dean Ambrose. You don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, so you just sit there and watch Dean Ambrose make faces in the double box for the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
My brother just tweeted, if you listened to AwesomeCast earlier tonight, this really applies. Just heard an announcement at Walmart saying, quote, "You are not allowed riding hoverboards in the store."
Oh, no.
Game changer.
Why you got to oppress? Come on.
Big if true.
This is bigger than the selfie stick bans at Kennywood. This is rough, man.
I wish I could go back to Kennywood. Kennywood's a fun place to go.
Get out to Kennywood. Come on out here.
On the other side of the state, man. It's too far.
Sorg's there every night. He loves Kennywood.
I went to Kennywood like Halloween. I want to say 09.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Either 08 or 09. It was a good time.
Yeah.
Eamon, you settled in?
Mm-hmm.
I need a title for you. So, hold on.
Hey, do we have any gifts of that weird live anime show they did during the pre-show? We're going to need that for this segment about New Japan.
Somebody, can you guys get us some gifts in the chat room and I'll bring them up?
We got EC3 versus Matt Hardy in the finals of the TNA Heavyweight Title Tournament, guys.
Oh.
I feel like we've been here before.
Oh, yeah.
To me, when I saw the Final Four, it felt like the Final Four of the WWE title tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Temple. Yeah. It's in this game now.
Okay.
You want me to drop these gifts into
Good job,
your
Temple.
Give me
Sorky?
Give me the chat. Here,
What if I drop them into the
not the Hangout, because I don't have that up. Unless you give it to my Hangout chats.
want me to drop it in the Slack?
Let me see if I can Slack from here. I don't know if I have it set up on this one. The Slack would be a good spot. Yeah! Day just got better. I need to put more Sawtooth quotes in Slack. Also, Blood from a Cat's Face was really over.
Yeah, that was oddly popular.
Yeah. All right, like I thought that I was worried that was going to be a little too gruesome,
But now I've said before, blood from a raccoon's face.
Yeah, but I think just cats are more like identifiable. You know.
True.
So
True.
you don't hug a raccoon. You know what I mean? You don't.
Well, that's because their poop is highly toxic, Sorg.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a good thing
Yeah,
to know.
like if you. Now,
You see, now the fact of the matter is,
that's exactly right. You have. Thank you for. That's accurate. The fact of the matter is.
see, the thing is,
the terrifying devices that drop out the back hindquarters of a raccoon is straight up deadly. It will ruin your entire life. You see, if you see that, you're best to set it on fire from a distance. Go to the store, your local hardware store, and purchase a lighter and some hairspray if they ain't got your standard flamethrower, and just throw flames all over that raccoon shithole until it is no longer recognizable.
He was not prepared for that.
didn't drink his hot tea before he tried to do this. So now he's in trouble.
I didn't.
All right.
Oh, it's dry in my apartment.
All right.
Why are there not a zillion gifs of this damn thing?
Are you calling? Isn't it like a cave cat or something?
I have no clue what this stupid thing is. I tried to get a hold of my sister and ask her what
the only
it
thing I
was.
caught was that
She didn't answer me. She knows about this anime shit.
Oh, you're talking about the
Doraemon? Yeah.
All I caught was that it's the 36th movie.
You want to know what the movie is or whatever?
I was just trying to find some visual aids.
Hmm. You're looking for a GIF? Go to Senior Lariato on Twitter.
What?
What? That's the name of the Twitter.
The reactions on Twitter in the middle of the night when that thing was going down were some of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
I thought it was tripping some balls.
Cracking my ass up. Everyone was making the same joke about, am I asleep? Is everyone else seeing this? It's like...
Let's see.
That weird cat thing's now on my Facebook.
I did find an article that says New Japan Pro Wrestling is basically just like anime.
No, okay, stop, Sorg.
What? It was the article.
It is nothing like anime.
I thought it was going to be like the time you said, I thought you were going to say like that time when you said, "Oh, New Japan Pro Wrestling, the sushi of WWE," and it's like, no, Sorg.
Straight to hell, Sorg.
Like that's the most terrible thing you could ever say.
All right. I got even better.
Why do you hate us?
I got even better. How about you guys gonna have to? You're only gonna see this on the stream, but how about Godzilla wearing a sash with a bunch of Japanese businessmen?
What?
I've seen that.
It's pretty amazing.
That's when Japan made peace with Godzilla. I'm not fucking making it up or being silly. That's the event.
It's Godzilla. There's a Godzilla.
Did Godzilla sign the treaty himself?
That is straight up for real.
No.
Signed it in fire breath.
Well, I found Nakamura with Hello Kitty at least. Somebody.
And then Nakamura came over and gave Godzilla the Bomaye, and he fell over, and it was over.
Yeah!
Yow!
I'm sending this to Katie on Slack. Boom.
Has she not seen it?
I don't know. I'm sure we sent it to her last year when we were going through New Japan weird stuff.
Wait, what? Last year?
Oh. No, not that. I didn't find the cat. This isn't the. Okay, this is getting.
I was gonna say send her the cat.
I'm getting into some weird stuff. Apparently, there is an.
Because she packaged my Christmas gift or whatever in a Hello Kitty tape. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So apparently, I found something. It's a women's wrestling anime.
Mm-hmm.
The images are almost risque.
I was like, get fired from work for checking out.
But I got a grade of D on Snap30.com. whatever that means.
Not enough tentacle monsters.
I feel like I'll put this in the chat for somebody with more expertise. I'm not saying that to Dutters. That would be weird.
Where's the chat when we need them? Chat should be stepping up with some gifts right now.
Yeah, they are, and that's all.
Oh, I
fucking
forgot
crazy.
about Doc Brown. No, we got an
Oh
image.
my God, when Doc Brown showed up, oh my God, did you see it, Sorg?
Oh, that was amazing. I can't believe
Marty!
Doc Brown with the foreign object. About
Bram still wrestling in TNA? Holy hell!
I about lost my mind. Who?
Bram. I thought they figured this guy was you know.
Oh no, he got acquitted. You're not acquitted.
He's acquitted.
Whatever. No, he
was exiled.
Yeah.
And apparently said 2006 will be his year. I'm reading on Twitter.
DJ Z said Bram's. I asked him for a couple of names, and Bram was one of the names he threw out. I didn't even want to ask why. I was like, what?
not now.
Is he in prison?
Not a good time. Whatever. He's still there.
All right, Mr. LB, are you ready to roll?
Push Bram.
Yes, I am.
All right, let's
That's
do
a
this.
miracle. All right.
All right, Heyman, I got a title ready and stuff. Yep, that's you. We are back. That was a little clip of some interesting shenanigans going on with Sawtooth Willie. Go look up Sawtooth Willie on the YouTube and Facebook. And it's wonderful hobo action for you. So now is the time for the big question with Papa Lunchbox. Papa Lunchbox, what do you got for us this week?
Sorg, we've been doing this podcast for a fucking long time.
Yeah, right.
And
about 10 years.
Roundabout 10 years, that's correct.
Give or take a week, 10 years.
And so, as you could imagine, we've seen a lot of wrestling. There's been some interesting changes, some interesting advances in professional wrestling. The landscape today is very different than it was 10 years ago, or even just 5 years ago. I feel like there's been more changes in the past 5 years to professional wrestling, how we consume it, and how it's presented than in the past, 20. So my question to you is to that end, there's a lot of excellent things happening in professional wrestling. We've got the WWE Network, we've got NXT. For God's sake, we watched a fucking multiple hour long Japanese wrestling event with English commentary live. We just fucking watched it live. You couldn't do that shit 5 years ago. That was fucking crazy mystery how not only rich people do it.
Oh, you're still working on that beard problem, aren't you?
Yeah, shut up. Yes. So my question to the assembled panel is, what has been the best improvement in the past 5 years of professional wrestling?
Best improvement in 5 years of professional wrestling.
The greatest improvement.
That's better. That's
yeah, that is better. I don't have a beard, Sorg. I can only do so much.
That's true. That is also true. That is also true. The biggest improvement.
I think to your point, the technology aspect that we can watch so much of it now. I think that's the biggest one. I mean, I don't know if somebody could come up with something else, but to me, we can watch New Japan live. We can watch, if you really want to watch like Progress Wrestling, Revolution Pro, or now you got Lucha Underground. You got all these different mediums now to where you can watch pro wrestling in 2016. So I guess to me, that's the one off the top of my head. I can't really think of another one.
I think I agree with that, and if I can add on that, it's things like iPay-per-views, that indies that can become accessible and get the, of course, being on that side of that, like getting that stuff out there is easier if you're smart about it. I think that lends to that. I think also part on that, I think independent wrestlers are finding more success. Guys like the Young Bucks, stating, of course, now that they've signed, stating how they didn't really have much desire to be anything much more than free agents at the time. Even AJ Styles leaving and kind of being all over the place and making a even bigger name for himself. Guys like Matt Sydal, guys like Colt Cabana. Colt Cabana kind of molded this idea of, hey, guys, you need to brand yourself out there, and you can create this media empire as an independent pro wrestler and do these sorts of things. And you can see that's proven as a thing, as the big names, the Stone Colds and everybody followed him, at least in the podcasting route. I think, of course, all these guys want to get to WWE, and there's, of course, a great opportunity there, I think, with NXT. You're seeing guys like Ciampa and Johnny Gargano even getting a shot up there, and it doesn't feel like just a dark match. It's like they went and killed it, and I think that's going to go a longer way, and that even helps their brand. Again, they can go do more kick-ass stuff and even probably demand a higher price tag on the indies or go other places.
I've got another one, but I'll let you finish. Everybody go around. I just thought of another one.
But yeah, so generally, just that these guys can take advantage of the online accessibility of all these places and make their own brand bigger and just do better business without the WWE behind them. So, we'll go to you guys and we'll get back to you, Vaughn. Okay, for that one.
Yep.
All right, LB, Matt.
That's funny you mentioned Colt Cabana. I was trying to think of like technological things, and you sent me onto a tangent of like who are the guys who have who changed the game over the last 5 years or so, and Colt Cabana is definitely one of the guys. He changed the game. I mean, he put the podcasting thing on the map for everybody. And you even hear the Young Bucks, and I'm sure a lot of other independent guys have said things along these lines too, that the Young Bucks kind of learned how to market themselves by watching Colt Cabana and seeing the way he interacted with people. And he kind of showed the indie guys how to make something of themselves without a big machine behind them. And then I get thinking about Colt Cabana, and I start to think about Zack Ryder. Zack Ryder is another guy, and it's easy to laugh about it now, but when he launched that YouTube series, that was a total game changer. Nobody else was doing that. The social media thing for wrestlers really wasn't as big as it is, nearly as big as it is now, obviously. And he found a completely new way that no one had ever used before on that scale and in WWE to get himself over and get himself back on TV and at least give him a shot at having a nice career. Granted, I guess it didn't work out, but those two guys, very influential and underrated in 21st century pro wrestling history, if you will.
Mm-hmm. A good point, Garza, mentioning that Colt Salt's the guy behind Pro Wrestling Tees, as we found out in that interview a little bit ago that we had with the guys from there. So it really...
Pro Wrestling Tees is a big improvement.
It is.
In just a way to help these guys, make a living.
Mm-hmm.
The Pro Wrestling T-shirt Superstore, Sorg. Everyone come here and find your thing.
There you go. WWE Shop and Pro Wrestling Tees. Pick one.
Yeah.
LB?
I think that, excuse me, we talked a lot about new technologies and things like that. I think that can't be ignored, but I think as the result of that is the best change, because it's not just like WWE's on TV. That's all we can see. If there's no one else on TV, then nobody knows any other style of professional wrestling except for WWE and TNA whenever they're on, whenever. But now, with this rise in technology, we are seeing different styles, we're seeing different organizations, we're seeing different professional wrestlers. You can follow a specific wrestler in a way that you could never do before. It's not just, I love watching his matches in WWE. It's, I have seen his matches in Ring of Honor, I've seen them in NXT, I've seen them in TNA, and you can kind of cherry pick in a way that you couldn't before. And I think that's magic. You know what I mean? That's like fucking witchcraft compared to, back in the day when it was, well, we had one flavor and that's it. That's the end. as a result, we're getting a more diverse product across the board. I think it's making almost everyone step up their game. And I think that's a fantastic thing. There was, for a long time, WWE bought WCW and they were the only game in town. And the argument was, well, they do best when they have competition. Well, they have a fuckload of competition now, and it's great. That's my answer.
They're all taking a little bit of piece away from that pie, aren't they? I think that's what you maybe see in those ratings a little bit. I'm like, I'll watch something over here. I'll watch something over here. And we'll see what we got in the chat room. Garza is saying the future is that refs and wrestlers will wear GoPros and you'll be able to choose. Wait, that's a different thing. That's predictions. I think he's on the wrong big question. Is he watching a different show? Maybe. But anyways, is that something happening on TNA right now? Maybe.
Beer Money just got back together for the 13th time.
Oh boy. Well, bring Bobby Roode back with you to NXT, and they'll be okay.
Exactly.
Hey, we got Eamon Payton, the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling, is with us. Before we let LB go here, Eamon, do you have an answer to the big question?
I really like LB's. I agree with him completely. I think a lot of people consider WWE for the longest time to be the be-all, end-all when it comes to wrestling, and I mean, part of the truly is that's true. When I talk to non-wrestling fans about wrestling, they say WWE as wrestling kind of interchangeably. Like it's not, people don't know wrestling; they know WWE. But there are viable alternatives, and there are, organizations where you could consider these people to be, their top level stars to be the best in the world. You don't have to be working, a WWE schedule and doing all that to be considered one of the best in the world. And I think that's great. I think that's really, really great.
Awesome. Sorry, there's some anger over the spoilers for TNA apparently.
Whatever.
But hey, respect
right now.
Respect
them.
them.
Oh my God! Big James Storm returned, but James Storm was in their tournament. How is it a return? I don't know.
Although I do respect
James Storm's presence was reported by the Associated Press. It was no secret, right, Vaughn?
There you go.
Damn right.
There you go. Go ahead.
I was just going to get in on this, the globalization of professional wrestling. That we always have this habit of looking inside the United States for the competition for WWE, and we end up looking at Ring of Honor and TNA and whatnot, but AAA and New Japan, and now you're seeing the British promotions, these indies out of Britain starting to make their inroads and sending all this British talent over here, like Zack Sabre and those folks, and it's crazy. And I'm wondering like where the next what's the next frontier that is going to get like all the fans excited about another country and the wrestling going on in that country.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, like the whole common thing, like I think with most people was like, if you know these people that are in New Japan, or if you know these like top level indie talents, you must be like a hipster because your favorites aren't like the WWE talents.
Oh, the stuff we say to you.
Well, I'm just saying, but it's like no, I mean like. WWE's posting articles about Nakamura and AJ Styles and their things in wrestling. If they're as viable as anything else. And and when they come to like say WWE, it's a big deal because of their name value. So
I think as much as all of that, everything that everybody said is a big improvement. One of the biggest improvements is the coverage pro wrestling receives from the mainstream media as well. It's not just Dave Meltzer and Wade Keller and Mike Johnston anymore. It's not just the websites with nothing but links and crazy rumor. Now it's Philly.com. It's USA Today. It's Grantland, or was Grantland. ESPN has a weekly segment on SportsCenter. Even though it's on ESPN News, it's still SportsCenter. That's still huge. Sports Illustrated has stuff. They broke the Mauro Ranallo story a couple weeks ago. Fox Sports has a Jim Ross column, and they do wrestling. I mean, all these different forums where you can find the wrestling content, whether it's breaking news or just a fun story or a feature story. I remember when Seth Rollins did a series of interviews before Battleground last year, I interviewed him, and then I looked for Seth Rollins' name. I Googled his name and see where else he interviewed. It was Sports Illustrated. It was USA Today. It was all these different types of big major outlets. Rolling Stone has done wrestling stuff. Up Rocks, obviously.
Well, on Rolling Stone is doing Indy, Young Bucks, Dalton Castle, Colt Cabana. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty cool. And I don't know if it's really helping it become more mainstream, but I think these websites are recognizing, hey, there's money here because wrestling content does do good on the internet. Does do very good traffic online. So, why not have content? And hopefully, it's not. And I think another thing also is the acceptance of wrestling fandom. It's not just the thing you share with one or two other people. Now it's like you said, the hipster thing. It's almost like hipsters are almost in chic now. It's like they're in vogue now. It's almost cool to be a hipster. It's almost cool to be a nerd. So, along with being a Star Wars fan and a Ninja Turtles fan, now wrestling is almost that too. You're like a hipster because you're a wrestling fan as well. So it's like I like both of those, where the mainstream coverage has increased over the last 5 years, and the fact that it's almost become a part of the nerd culture that has become popular now, whereas before nerd culture wasn't quite popular.
I think we've got just a little bit further to go, but I know what you're talking about, and we're so close. Like we got there with the comic books. Where I think we're there with video games. We got to get there with wrestling. We got to make all of society accept wrestling, and just live with it and deal with us forever. Because
there you go. LB, another great big question as usual. That's not LB. He's over here. Did he leave already? There he is.
No,
Hi.
I'm here.
There
Hey.
you are. I don't know what you look like anymore, so I was confused.
I know.
You and Eamon are interchangeable now.
That's so
God.
high.
What the fuck?
Bob Lunchbox, you're gonna kick out of here so we can go talk some Japan wrestling. Japanese wrestling. Jeez.
Oh, this is gonna go great.
Your beard is screwing me up now. But anyways, thank you so much. PanelRiot.com, at DJ Lunchbox, and also check out Sawtooth Willie on the YouTubes and the Facebooks. I don't know, anything else big you want to talk about? What's coming up in Panel Riot?
Coming up on Panel Riot, I am reviewing Comic Bento box that I received. It is a monthly subscription service, and I am reviewing. So the first 4 episodes in January of Panel Riot are brought to you by Comic Bento. First episode is up now, and I am talking about this book right here, The Fifth Beatle, the Brian Epstein story. It is fascinating and excellent. Go and check it out at your earliest convenience at panelriot.com.
Awesome. All right. So, like I said, we're going to talk New Japan Pro Wrestling, and Eamon Payton, as I mentioned, is Fire Pro Wrestling's voice. I was listening to some of you at the Fun Fest a little bit over the break, so that was kind of fun. Jeez.
Wow.
I know, Eamon, first of all.
If Lunchbox didn't just leave, he would be throwing his computer screen right now.
He would be. I don't know if he got out in time. But anyways, no, I know, for instance, we talked about how it was great that you guys can watch wrestling from Japan live. I know, for instance, I was getting up at about 5:30 in the morning, and I was seeing your tweets about the end of New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Yeah, so I was up it would be 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That I believe that was up 7:30 Eastern Time. It was a trip being up that late to watch wrestling. Well, actually, I felt like there was times where I kind of not off in times, but I mean overall it was pretty well done. I more nodded off during Raw than anything. Which hey, it's not too
you were especially angry at Raw. I noticed.
Yeah.
Afterwards, you're like I was watching Japanese wrestling at 4 a.m. Fuck this.
I
know that. I mean, that just kind of colors your interpretation at that point, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So, Eamon, did you make it all the way through the night?
I did make it all the way. I made it right to the end of Okada's big promo. Spoiler alerts for anyone didn't watch the show, whatever.
I did as well. I actually started when I work overnight, so I was already up when the show started, and I just stayed up all the way through.
Nice.
I'll beginning at the extremely awkward pre-show all the way to the end.
That pre-show.
Oh.
Sorg, there are a few gifts for you in the
I see.
Slack
We'll
for
throw.
you to check it out. They're in chronological order, so if you just go to the very first one that I dropped in there, there's about 3 of those dancing whatever they are.
Okay, that's the first thing.
That was a Twitter highlight for me, was the reactions on Twitter to the pre-show. Not just that, but even the New Japan Rumble, where, damn it, King Haku showed up.
Yes!
Cheeseburger showed up, too.
Cheeseburger showed up.
The great Kabuki.
Fujiwara.
The great Kabuki was there, and he was super old, and you could only just miss the dude. And that was it.
Not a super old guy. I think Cheeseburger's by far the youngest guy in the whole match.
It was, and he lasted to like final 5. Like he was beating like Tenzan and Kojima. Like, that's an interesting choice.
That must have been in the fine print of the latest New Japan Ring of Honor agreement.
Possibly.
All right. Okay. First of all, like let's. So the Battle Royal, amazing. Seeing the names in there, the Liger.
Well, it wasn't amazing. It was terrible.
Oh, wait, all right. Wait. Let's put this in context. You have the pre-show Battle Royal from Wrestle Kingdom 10, and then you have the gimmick Battle Royal from like WrestleMania 18 or something like that.
17.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Which do you hold in higher regard?
The gimmick battle royal times 10.
I don't know. I mean, I can't shake the image of Cheeseburger trying to fight Fujiwara during the.
It was funny to have Liger and who else was it? It was somebody else fighting over Cheeseburger.
Liger. I think it was Liger and Tiger Mask at one point. Yeah. Like there were some legitimate like Japanese legends in there, and the nerd side of me really enjoyed it. As old as he was, I was glad to see the great Kabuki because he's real sort of kind of trendsetter for a lot of people in wrestling. But yeah, I mean it was never going to be the most technical thing. Like that's the thing with the Wrestle Kingdom shows traditionally is they always kind of start with usually it's like an 4-on-4 tag that's just like guys just doing stuff and it's not super enthralling or anything. But I thought it was a cool kind of concept. It was. I will say this: it was the only match on the show I watched with English commentary because I absolutely gave up after that.
Okay, let's touch on that.
Up.
You are our commentary person, and you told me a little bit about this. I can't say it got better through the rest of the night, but it just kind of got suppressed through the rest of the night. But Yoshitatsu might have been the biggest mistake of the show.
I was very worried when I heard Yoshi was on commentary because he's not. I mean, he speaks English, but he's not
wordy.
He's not a very wordy person.
Whereas Matt Striker is the exact opposite. He's way too wordy sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And not to knock anybody because I'm who am I to say whatever, but it just I don't feel it was a smart move because Matt Striker like kept feeding him questions that he just kept like no selling, and it's like. It just made for a really awkward scenario.
I feel like Yoshi, every time he was asked a question, like not seeing these guys was like Yoshi was like sitting there like, stop asking me stuff. I'm watching this match. In his facial expressions.
Yeah, it was
even the
weird.
things he was there to do. He was there to translate stuff. I don't feel like he translated anything very effectively. He just kind of like would mumble into the microphone. My favorite thing was whenever Stryker would ask Yoshitatsu a question and you would hear silence, and then Kevin Kelly would have to tell you that Yoshitatsu is nodding his head right now. He couldn't even be bothered to say a word. He's just sitting there like nodding his head.
Or the pain for the one match where I think Yoshi's trying to talk about like a story about Nakamura from back in the day, and something cool happens, so he gets stopped, and like a minute later he goes back to the story. And like he's trying like really, really hard at that. But here's Garza saying that Yoshi was there to translate, but the one who fucked up is Stryker trying to get conversation out of him.
Listen, all right, and maybe Amy can speak more to this too. But when you're in a situation where someone is just like not working, that's what you do. You got to keep trying to engage them. You got to warm them up so they start to talk a little bit. And I think that's what Stryker was trying to do.
But also,
get engaged in the conversation.
That's true, and I don't know how. For example, I know. I mean, Yoshi, like I said, Yoshi speaks English, but I don't know how, well his English necessary is. So they were asking him maybe some complex questions that he maybe only heard parts of, and like didn't fully like. A lot of times, like they would ask him a complex question of like, how does it feel if style, like they're working down on Styles. How much Styles, be feeling right now? And Yoshi would just go, yes. Like
I think they asked him once. I think maybe after Hanma and I forgot Makabe's won the titles, and they're like, "What does this mean for Japan, Yoshitatsu?" And he's just like, I could hear him shrugging. I was just like,
but he's just like, well, I don't know what it means. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, I don't know.
All of Japan right now, Yoshitatsu. Tell me.
Wow.
I don't know if he completely got it. I wouldn't have gone with Yoshi. I even Kevin Kelly and Matt Striker weren't amazing at times. I didn't listen to the actual English commentary, but a couple people were pointing out that, like, I think at some point Matt Striker made sort of a dropping bombs joke.
He did. He definitely did.
And it's like, you don't do that.
Japan, you don't do anything like that. They just drop bombs. It's like,
It's like, you don't do that at all.
So I forgot what continent he was on. Wow.
Well, I like Stryker just because I'm a sick puppy. But and I thought Kevin Kelly for the most part did an admirable job. He's not Jim Ross, but I thought he was especially, and I thought he really delivered, especially in the final 2 or 3 matches. I thought he was really good, just conveying the emotion, kind of getting you into it.
Yeah, I think Matt Striker sometimes.
How could you not get into that kind of a matches? But yeah,
I think Matt Striker can be good, but sometimes he gets a little just a little too excited and starts doing the insider terms and talking about there's no slapping of the leg here. It's like, what are you talking about? Why would you?
You shouldn't be saying that.
Like, why would you say that? No slapping of the leg. Like, you just buried the entire business of pro wrestling.
And I don't know what context was going into the matches, and I didn't know if this was related to what we just talked about in a couple segments ago. But there was a mention at the end of AJ and Nakamura about it would be a shame for either of these guys to leave New Japan Pro Wrestling. Was that something maybe already going around at that point, or is there some other story about maybe one of them leaving officially?
Possibly. I mean, I can only assume that, this is something that these guys knew for a little while now that was eventually going to happen. I don't know how long New Japan knew necessarily. Maybe, possibly, I don't know.
I think I've heard some reports about this whole deal is that Styles has been working in New Japan without a contract.
Right.
So that might have been something that they're alluding to also.
That could be. But okay, other than that, do we have to give it a minute? Because I want to use these GIFs, but the odd anime, I thought that it was awkward and interesting when Terminator came out at WrestleMania this past year. But this year we got, what is this again?
I actually have it up. It's the anime or whatever is called Doraemon, I think is how you pronounce it. And they're promoting the new movie Doraemon Nobita and the Birth of Japan 2016.
Oh, man.
Wait, that's the entire name at the bottom?
Yeah.
I believe I've read somewhere this is the 23rd movie in the Doraemon series.
It says
it's a very popular anime.
It says 36th on the title here, so.
Oh, 36? I stole them short then, I guess. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
36 is better than Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
They like their franchises over in Japan, and I don't know. And the meme that I know you shared earlier, Matt, of this blue character, the Doraemon, I suppose, being signed to NXT is pretty tremendous. I can't wait.
Photoshopping him in next to Triple H in the NXT arena.
Oh, that's so great.
Freaking funny. I cracked up. I was just like, yes, I want to see this thing versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. Just do it right now. I want to see him kill this blue cat. Hello Kitty in its corner.
I was just shocked that the whole thing didn't end with the Young Bucks coming out and super kicking everyone, since that was supposed to be the opener. I mean, it's the equivalent of them bringing in, like you said, like doing the Terminator stuff during WrestleMania. To devote 20 minutes, it felt like, to the pre-show for it, though, was an interesting choice. I don't know.
I think that was a little cash, little money bag got handed off there for that.
I think this is
Yeah.
just. I think this is just how Japan rolls. You know,
Maybe
I mean,
maybe they were marking out Japan over it. You know, maybe
yeah.
it was like 20 minutes wasn't enough. We needed 40.
I mean, I know the pan away. I did notice the pan away from this. So they finished their dance and the giant things are walking back and just like there's just a row of people just sitting in their chairs turning around just like they were shaking their heads. They were not interested in what
they're not seeing this in America. That's what they're thinking.
They're like they don't do this kind of shit at WrestleMania, you know, or something like that. Like at least the people that bought the good seats, they were definitely not interested in this kind of thing. So
I just, as insane and surreal as it was, I will never forget watching this
live
at 3 a.m. with my phone open and just watching my Twitter feed explode. The jokes that were being thrown around were, it probably. I was laughing so hard, it probably gained me an extra 30 minutes of staying awake to watch the show because it got me so fired up.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it really had no redeeming value.
Beyond that, there was wrestling at the show.
There was also wrestling.
Of a Japanese style. Top to bottom. I mean, what's that?
Michael Bennett's about to make his TNA debut. Just a side note.
I was gonna say
you're getting your live TNA scoring updates right here.
Yeah,
there it is.
As we go.
There it is. Sorry about your damn spoilers during this show. Sorry, guys.
I see what you did.
It's on right now, though. People can't watch it. They can watch it right now. It's not like it's on pay-per-view.
Because they're dedicated to watching this show. Because they're good
watching
fans.
This podcast live, and they're mad because we're spoiling the wrestling show that's on television.
Exactly.
This is what we've come to. This is our advances in technology. This is where we've come from in 10 years.
Feels good.
The turnaround is the people that picked the TNA and are getting mad because we're spoiling what's happening on the Mayhem show on Twitter.
Yeah. So should we go through? Let's go through these matches, Eamon. I want to profess my love for Matt Sydal and Ricochet. And,
my God, yes.
Up here.
Perfectly timed moonsault shooting stars is one of my favorite things.
I freaking love that standing double somersault. Yeah, they hit it. Every time I've seen them do it, they hit it. They're my favorite tag team. They're my favorite tag team in the world right now. There's nothing better than those two.
I actually see this match. I had issues with my New Japan World account, but I missed this entire match. So Michael Bennett looks like Armando Estrada on TV right now. I just wanted to say that. I don't know why.
What?
It's nice.
Friend of the show.
Something new.
It's new. It's definitely.
Yeah. It was. I mean, it was definitely the type of action you would normally see from those 8. I mean, I think the tradition past couple years or whatever is the 4-way junior tag title match. I liked it. I thought, good, obviously a good way to kick off the show. Young Bucks winning was interesting. I was personally on the side of either Red Dragon retaining or, like you said, Ricochet and Matt Sydal taking it. Obviously, Young Bucks are, pretty big deal, but
knowing what we know today that we didn't know on Monday morning about where things were going for New Japan, it makes more sense that the Young Bucks won those titles. To strengthen Bullet Club a little bit. It was an awesome match. What do you want? What else do you want me to say? Cody Hall's come a long way.
Oh, yeah.
From the Razor's Edge to Ricochet onto 8 people on the floor. It was insane.
What was and then Ricochet did his springboard shooting star into Cody Hall, where he went out of the frame of the hard cam. It was pretty amazing.
There's no way I would try that with someone with his level of experience. But hey, big target. I guess Ricochet felt like he could hit him. So, and he did. It all works out. It's good. It's just it's good. All right, that's good.
I don't know if he's next, but I keep looking at this GIF, so I have to bring it up next. But the fact that there was a Doc Brown involved in a match against Kenny Omega is just still blowing my mind right now.
It reached the time splitter gimmick reached its apex at Wrestle Kingdom 10.
It was pretty, like, to the point where I can't believe I watched a wrestling show that was a real wrestling show, not independent, where somebody dressed as Doc Brown actually got involved in the match, and I think like took a shot at one of the Young Bucks during it. That's amazing, and Kenny Omega is just amazing as well. So that's my like theatrical interesting match for this, where it was like my introduction to Prince Devitt last year, I think. So.
Yeah, it's funny. Like we like when you first start watching Japanese wrestling, you have this idea of like what it's going to be, and then you get like something like this from New Japan. It just gets like totally bizarre. But you don't care because you're just you're rolling with it. Did we? Which match did we skip over here?
Six man. You had the never the 6-man tag. I don't remember a lot about this match. I like Toriano because he jokes and it's really funny. I feel like I really hope that like the Briscoes aren't like how I think WWE like kind of interprets like Japanese wrestlers. You know what I mean? Like that's how Japan views us.
Oh yeah,
the big lot Americans.
Yeah. I mean, it was decent. I don't really remember a whole lot of it.
I want to know how Redneck Kung Fu went over in Japan.
It was kind of over.
Seemed to go okay. Mark was working.
It's funny when there's no noise at all in the crowd. To sit there in silence and you hear Mark Briscoe just yelling and screaming, or Jay Briscoe yelling at the crowd and there's no response.
Yeah.
You could tell that the Briscoes were there to get some eyes on him because they came out like just screaming for attention. It was cool just to see them enter, just making their entrance in an arena that big, like 35,000 people. I'm like sitting there wondering, like, have they ever been in front of this many people before?
They've been in Japan, but I'm not sure of that many people. I don't know.
Man, that was a crazy crowd. But it's awesome for them.
That's great.
And they beat those 3 losers from the Bullet Club, so it's all right.
But isn't it kind of because I was gonna make a comparison there. I really didn't work. Move on.
No.
Very good.
Are you gonna
Were you going to compare anything to Sushi Sorg? Don't do that.
No. It was kind of just arena sizes and stuff like that. But never mind. No. I'm still working it out in my head. I'll come back to it.
Okay, good deal. What was next, Damon?
Then we had the Ring of Honor title match.
Big Mike.
Not a bad match.
I was that was the one match on the card I was underwhelmed by. I don't know. I feel like and Big Mike, was got rave reviews and all that stuff for the stuff he did in the G1 this year, and well deserved. I just felt like it was very underwhelming. It felt very short for a Ring of Honor World Title match.
But it's not Ring of Honor, so I guess they don't dedicate that much time to it.
That's true, yeah, and I think it was a case of that. I don't know. You just kind of expect more from those two. And not to knock them or anything. It just felt very, I don't know, basic,
I think Michael Bennett is over there. I think not Michael Bennett, Michael Elgin, with his feats of strength. I think that definitely caught a lot of oohs and ahs from the fans over there. So I think he's built up quite a following over there just from that, just catching people out of midair and doing different feats of strength he does. Mm-hmm. They don't see that a lot over there. With their guys, so when they see Big Mike do it, it's like, ooh, who is this guy? So that's what I took away from it more than anything is that Michael Elgin might have carved out a little niche for him over there in Japan.
Yeah, and hopefully so. Like I think he's a good fit. I do think he's a good fit over there overall.
I know we'll get to the match. I think it's the Neverweight Championship, the one that
never openweight championship.
The never openweight. That's the one that was like the brutal match of the night, right?
Oh my God!
By the way, impressed with that 2 years in a row. Could you imagine a Michael Elgin in that match? That kind of match?
I mean,
he'd kill somebody.
Yeah.
He's too big.
Absolutely. But I think it'd be interesting. But sorry.
Tomohiro Ishii and Elgin had in the G1. That was one of the best matches of that tournament, wasn't it? I have to go back and watch that one, but I think that was one of the big matches that really got Elgin going. So, Big Mike. What else can you say? That's all I could say. Every time I see him now, Big Mike. It's a stupid thing, but I guess it works in Japan. Okay.
Then we had the junior heavyweight title match, which was up until that point I think the best match on the card.
Mm-hmm.
very, very good. Kenny Omega is a star over there, and I thought that I was fully in. Like it was a very very great match. Once Kenny did the one arm power bomb, I was all in. I was all in at that point. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I agree. It was a great match. Kenny Omega did a lot of selling with that one arm. His other arm, like, it genuinely had an injury to it, like it looked swollen or something like that. It was kind of crazy, but he did a great job selling in that match. Kushida's always fun to watch. The Doc Brown stuff is always cool. I like the Young Bucks playing with the trash cans. Did the Terminator theme in the trash cans.
Yes.
That was funny. But the match itself was good. It was a really fun match. And I like the finish as well.
This was also the first match, and I think, and this has been the thing. I don't know, Sorg. I want to know what you thought, since you are a full follower of New Japan. The interference, because that's the one thing I think the Bullet Club kind of, put more into New Japan is before the major stuff with the Bullet Club when they were so popular. You didn't see a lot of the big interference stuff, and there was a lot of that on this show. Now, even with non-Bullet Club stuff, we'll get to Naito and Goto later on. What did you think of that, Sorg? Did it throw you off, like when you were watching it?
It did, because this match probably could have been better without the interference.
Right, especially for performers like that. But it's also like almost the only match that had that. But it also felt like an American match because of it.
I think it would have been better without it, though. I think it definitely would be better. But
yeah, I don't think it was
still really good.
Necessary, yeah.
I think Omega and Kushida could go stars, however high you want to go, if they wanted to have just a pure wrestling match. But I mean, there's so much pure wrestling on this show anyways. I think, from a variety standpoint, I think it's cool to kind of like mix things up here and there. So I think the match was awesome, and I think it served a purpose in being kind of like this chaotic, interference-filled kind of thing. And also important having Kushida win, because, I mean, I think someone pointed out how many foreigners were on this card for this Wrestle Kingdom show. So it was good to see those Japanese guys get their win for the hometown fans. Send them home happy.
Right.
Yeah, and after that we move on to the heavyweight tag title match with Bullet Club against Honma and Makabe. I like this. Honma is definitely still over, even after the whole news that broke not too long ago. Which is good for him. Yeah, I like this match. I'm very interested to see how Gallows and Anderson fit in WWE if everything that we've been hearing is true. Mainly from the fact that Anderson loves the curse.
They do. They were on the. I'm sorry. I was watching the first part of the Tuesday morning show, whatever. New Year's Rush.
New Year Dash, yeah.
New Year Dash. Dash.
Yeah.
Matter. And if you go check out the match that Gallows and Anderson are in, after the match they walk over to the English announce position, and Anderson takes off Kevin Kelly's headset and lets loose a string of expletives that will curl your hair. It's unbelievable. So yeah, he's got to adapt that, and I don't know what the hell Carl Anderson is going to do with himself without the gun stun. Because that is just everything.
Yeah, that's the RKO. I mean, what are you going to do?
I think I have a suggestion. I say give him the Stone Cold Stunner. It's basically the same move, and the other guy isn't using it. So
the other guy. As long as the springboard stunner, we'll be all right.
Yeah, get rid of that thing too.
Yeah. But no, I like this match, and I think Makabe and Honma winning was the right choice.
Honma wins the title. Like he doesn't even win matches. He has a title now. How about that?
Yeah. It's a great. I love a good understuff.
The funny thing to me is that we talked about Yoshitatsu not really being all that excited, but this one match he got really excited for Honma. Like when he did the headbutts, he got excited for Honma's the Kokeshi headbutt. Like when he did it off the top, it was like, oh, he couldn't believe it, the headbutt. So if there's one thing, Yoshitatsu got excited for Honma.
Yeah, and then I believe from this point on, this is where the show delivered match after match after match for me personally, and that was Tetsuya Naito taking on Hiroki Goto. I can't pronounce Naito's stable's name, and I hate it.
We need to get Garza in here to help us out with this.
Sorry, it's a lot of letters.
What's the English I forget the English, like the
I
it's
saw
a basic word that we can say easily. I just
it's on Wikipedia. I'll have to look it up. But no, I love his stable. Personally, because of the fact I got to work with Watanabe in Inspire Pro, aka Evil, and he has such an amazing look right now. Like I love, especially with like the giant sword that he came out with. It was amazing.
This is the one.
They had to give him a better name than Evil.
I don't know. It's all capitalized though. So
this is the group that
I'm
came
sure it
out.
looks awesome in Japan. So.
It's evil.
It's evil. Naito's amazing. I've never seen anyone do this kind of character before. Just like total slacker. I don't give an F. Wrestler, and you know he's good. It's just
to give Naito like sort of a backstory. I don't know if Sorg you kind of like the story necessarily. Last year or so, around that, like he was kind of the Roman Reigns in a sense.
Yeah.
In the sense that he was the guy that was being positioned for like the top, position, but people weren't really buying into him.
Even 2 years ago, when they had people vote for the main event for the Wrestle Kingdom. He was in a title match. He won a G1. It was in a title match against Okada.
But he wasn't in the main event.
Right. They voted Nakamura and Tanahashi the IC title match in the main event. So they didn't even like him 2 years. Like they really don't like him as a babyface. I didn't.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact.
But him in this role is perfect.
Yeah.
The opening, and I'm not even talking about the wrestling, just part where from when Goto starts coming out is amazing. Like there's such an intensity to it. Like there's such an intensity to Goto especially, but just like Naito like shoving down the cameraman and like it was really beautifully done.
They're not nice people.
No, they aren't. And it was to me a teaser for the next match on the card because there were some really like hard like Naito landed on his neck a lot in the match.
There was like a nasty table spot during this match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They did like a neck breaker onto a table outside the ring, and it didn't break because that's what tables in Japan do. They do not break.
It broke as well as because here's the thing: people crap on the Japanese table, like Botchamania a lot. But the thing is, they intentionally do not cut the tables,
right?
Because guess what, guys? Tables aren't supposed to break like they break in WWE. That's not how tables work.
Oh, you get my dander up now. All right.
Oh no, physics.
Take your word for it.
It's technically how they should break. But no, I like I said, I really enjoyed the top rope Yoshi Tonic thing where Naito just landed neck first was just nasty. And Goto going over was a bit of a surprise, but I still thought it worked.
Yeah. By the way, it's Los Ingobernables. I think that's right. In Spanish for the unforgivables, I think, or ungovernable.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, ungovernable.
Google Translate gave me unruly. So I mean, either way, I guess you get the.
They're on something.
Yeah, they're not nice people.
They're not nice people. They can't be controlled. Mm-hmm. These people they do what they want.
Right. Yeah. Incorrigibles. That's what I'm going to call them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then we went to the match Sorg mentioned, the never open weight title match with Ishii and Shibata. I think we kind of it's kind of what we brought up in the big question about how like it's cool to see talent that we've never thought we'd see in WWE like kind of make it now. I feel like Ishii and Shibata are two of the guys that could conceivably never make it in the WWE. Like from a safety perspective.
You probably have a point. I think Ishii's got a look that would work in America.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if it's not necessarily in WWE. And if you can convince him not to, bash people in the head with his own head, might have a chance.
Like he uppercutted Shibata with his own head. Like
they cracked each other's skulls, like banged each other's skulls like two rams in the wild, just bang. And there was no like work. This wasn't like a work type of thing. There was no space in between. They literally rammed their heads into each other like it was no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't like, oh, he hit him in the shoulder, like, people do with headbutts. Like, I remember Daniel Bryan and Dolph Ziggler at WrestleMania, at the top of the ladder. They were hitting each other in the shoulders, like in the neck shoulder area.
Yeah.
They would hit each other in the head. It was disturbing. It was like,
wait, we're
like, you think twice about. I don't. It was just weird. Like, that sound was sickening. Like, I never seen anything like that before in my life. I hope to never see it again, actually. But all the stuff about concussions and CTE, and then you got these two guys just banging their heads against each other. That's crazy. That is just nuts.
This is the second year in a row that this division delivered like the most jaw-dropping match for me. Not the flippy stuff, not anything else. As much as I love everything else, and I'm watching the set styles clash on loop in here in preparation for what we're about to talk about. But like, is the point of this division to be kind of the closer to MMA crossover bit, or just seeking brutality in some fashion?
Well,
like
I mean, oh, sorry, going with the term, and I may be wrong here, but like going with the term sort of open weight, like technically it's a belt for anyone.
Okay.
But in the sense of, it's kind of developed, especially with Ishii's reign, as more of the hard-hitting, strong style kind of belt. I think that, especially with this, like, this is the match that I think most people think that Japanese wrestling is. Like, there's some amazing matches at Wrestle Kingdom, but especially like the last two matches on the card, there was a lot of great storytelling that was very much done, and there's still a storytelling aspect of Japanese wrestling. This is what most people think Japanese wrestling is, which is just two dudes hitting each other a lot, dropping each other on their heads, like that kind of style.
It kind of makes me think back to Wrestle Kingdom 9 and watching the never title match between Makabe and Ishii. And that's what I was thinking when I was watching that match a year ago. I was watching, I'm like, this is what my brain thinks is Japanese wrestling is. But it did make me uncomfortable, last year's match.
Yeah.
This year's match kind of crossed the line. And now I'm starting to wonder, like, were maybe Makabe and Ishii were banging each other's heads last year, and I just kind of like forgot about it.
I don't remember that at all. That will vividly stick in my mind forever. Somebody two animals in the wild just banging each other's heads. Like, that's what rams do in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it was Shibata that said prior, like in an interview, like days before the match or whatever, saying this. I know, basically in layman's terms, saying I know that I'm preparing to go into a match that will shave years off of my life.
Ugh.
Like, that is literally what he said.
Well, I mean, in comparison, I mean, I'm somebody that's brought up my experience with Japanese wrestling was Strangle Fucking Mania. Okay. Which were Japanese tapes, and usually the hardcore stuff that ICP did commentary over and released without asking anybody and in the 90s. And I bought it again on DVD, by the way. It's that, like you said, that's your exposure to it, is stuff like that, or even I think Asuka kind of represents that a little bit with her hard hitting style, right? That we're seeing in NXT right now. They're like, yeah, this is Japanese stuff, and I think even Baylor and whatever his name is now, he's been injured. Hitami, thank you. Represent that a little bit as well. But this is like the epitome of that, certainly.
Absolutely. But yeah, and then we go into the.
I got one more. I got a nugget here. I thought we should mention this because we were talking about what the Never title is, but I didn't know if you guys knew that Never actually stands for something.
Oh, it does stand for something.
It is an acronym, thanks Wikipedia, for New Blood, Evolution, Valiantly, Eternal, and Radical. There's nothing in this name that says anything about bashing each other in the head.
I can't remember.
It's good to see.
If it gives you a testament, I can't remember if he was the first champion, but he was the other like big prominent Never openweight champion. I think in recent memory has been Masato Tanaka. And for those that know Masato Tanaka from his CW, like you can see the comparisons. But yeah,
that was supposed to be their developmental or something like that, right? From what I remember, NXT, and it was going to serve that purpose, but they just never went through with it, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. But no, I think the belt is kind of it's now. I think that's the belt. it's on par with the Intercontinental and the heavyweight title right now in New Japan. So.
Okay.
But yeah, speaking of the Intercontinental title match, Nakamura versus AJ Styles, first time ever 1-on-1, which is so shocking. I feel like you think, all like with all the G1s and all the stuff, you would think, oh, Nakamura and AJ had to have wrestled, 1-on-1 at least once, but never, apparently, which is so cool. Yeah, this was great. This was also another very GIF-worthy match because I think as much as the GIFs of the pre-show 20-minute dance party were being shared around on Twitter, the other most shared around thing was AJ Styles imaginarily shooting Nakamura catching the invisible bullet.
Oh, so great.
Yes.
That's good stuff, man. That stuff you can't teach in a warehouse somewhere.
No, you can't. That's the kind of thing that you see Nakamura do, and you're like, he can make it work in America.
You can't teach that. You can't script that neither. That's just something that's just innate, and you just do it. And it was awesome.
It was awesome. This whole match was awesome. The Styles Clash in Japan is literally the equivalent of a gun. I mean, like, that move has hurt a couple people really bad,
including Yoshitatsu.
It puts the fear of God into everybody every time he hits it. And then they put the twist on it with the with the one arm. He came out of like a triangle.
Yeah, and he stood up,
or something. Stood up,
hooked his arm, and then just did it. Boom.
Hooked one arm and did the Styles Clash, and I mean, this is the point in the show where for me, like Kevin Kelly was at his peak, because he's like freaking out. He's like selling so hard that's the end of the match, and then when he kicks out, it's pretty awesome.
And talking about stiff shots, the Beaumont, well, both of them, I mean, were
the one to the back of the neck looks devastating. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's doing it as safe as possible, but it just looks devastating, like it's going to paralyze you.
It's one of my favorite moves right now in wrestling. That's probably one of the best finishers that's out right now.
Oh yeah,
it looks like it just kills you, especially when he does it from behind. Like you're just getting shot in the back of the head. And the way AJ sold it, when it's like his head is down on the mat, but his butt is in the air, like he's just completely limp. Like that's good stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, he sold it like Ibushi did last year, and I didn't think anybody could take it like Ibushi took it last year. But yeah, Styles, that was really fantastic.
Awesome.
And then we go on to the main event with Tanahashi and Okada. Another, like I said, really fantastic match. A lot of great storytelling here. A lot of great, like I think people think this kind of style of wrestling is like this style, but also like the kind of the Ring of Honor style is the best way I could put it. They think it's very much just like move, no real storytelling. But they did a lot of great storytelling in this match. Just the moment of like going towards the end and Okada doing that run, going for that one Rainmaker, and then like them sort of collapsing and having a that struggle where like they both had each other like kind of gripped or whatever. It was amazing. Really, really fun match.
I typically don't like the matches where they just go finish, kick out, near fall, but it fit this story because this is the 8th match in the series. These are the 2 top guys in the business over there. These are the guys. So you're at a different level here. And like I said, this is the 8th match in the series. It's not like this is the first match. Well, you see that with a lot of guys in their first matches together. They'll have kick out all their finishers and all this and that. Yeah. They fit this one because they probably hit one finisher before and one, or hit 2 finishers before and one. And they built it to where now one finish ain't going to do it. Not with these 2, because they're the 2 top guys in Japan. And this is the 8th time, and it's for all the marbles, and it means a lot, especially for Okada, because he never beat Tanahashi in a dome. So it fit this narrative. And I thought it was over a couple of times. Like, I really thought it was over when I think Tanahashi hit at least one high fly flow, and he kicked out. I was like, oh, God, this is crazy. Then I figured after Okada hit one Rainmaker, it was over. No, he had to hit 2 or 3 more. Mm-hmm. But even though it seems gratuitous sometimes, in this specific instance, it fit because, that's just how these two guys have been built up for all this time for, now 4 years since Okada went back to New Japan?
Yeah.
I mean, it fit this specific narrative. I wouldn't jive with it a lot of other times, but in this specific one, I rock with it.
I also think, like, the ability to sort of, like, kick out each other's finishes also plays with, like, how close the near falls were. Like they were extremely close near falls. Like, usually if you see, like, I don't mean to use that as an example, but, like, John Cena, for example. I mean, he's known that people kick out of the AA more than anything now. and it's normally just, like, 1-2 kick out, like you would see with normal kick out. But to just, like, the millisecond before get the shoulder up is that really allows it saves those finishers. It still makes them feel important. It still makes them feel like that could be it at any point in time.
After that, the fans in Japan were going crazy. I mean, they don't go like crazy during matches like that. Usually, they're more subdued, but they were into this match and they were making noise, especially for those near falls. And they brought in hook, line, sinker. So as much as you can complain about the different near falls, the crowd bought in. And if you can get that crowd to buy in and to that extent, you're doing something right.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's amazing that these two guys have had, 3 out of the past 4 dome shows or something like that, where these guys have had that title match. And then, they're getting ready to ring the bell before the main event Monday morning, and that crowd is going crazy.
Right.
Like, they haven't even done a move yet, and the crowd is going crazy. And that anticipation was so intense. And, I mean, the match is special to me because Tanahashi and Okada, that's the combination that got me into Japanese wrestling. I got kind of pointed in that direction when somebody wanted me to vote on, like, year-end awards, 3 or 4 years back. And I had to go and watch, Okada and Tanahashi. I had to watch, like, 2 of their matches from, like, 3 or 4 years ago so I could fill out this ballot. And it was like, oh, what in the hell is this? That was so. And then to see this thing just go on, year after year, and just keeps getting bigger and bigger to the point where they're, like, stealing each other's finishers in that main event, and it was awesome. So, like, for me personally, I loved it, and I was really happy that even though it was a combination that's been done, it's a match that feels like it's been done to death, that they still got everyone going by the end of it. I mean, they didn't even really, not like it looked that hard. I mean, like, the fans were into it the whole way, which is awesome. I can't say enough good things about that match or those two guys. They are on another level.
And then the right guy won, I think. This was definitely a case of, they told a great story, and really Okada, is established as the guy right now. Like, and I think it's, and then people could argue that he has been the guy for, years now, but, I think to American fans he has. I don't know completely if he's been given that final, like, you are our top star. And I feel like this was a case of them really doing that.
Awesome. Once again, I think this opens up. I love that we have the accessibility to this, and even that some of us can filter through all the Japanese writing and get into Japan World and be able to actually watch this thing. This wasn't on regular pay-per-view, was it at all?
No,
I don't believe so. No.
But you did have options. So I think it did a long way to expose a lot of people to it last year. With that, even if they were not with Global Force, whatever the hell Global Force is these days, I don't even know at this point. But that's cool. If you have a chance, New Japan World, there are tutorials to sign up for it. Is that correct, Eamon and Matt?
Yeah, your Google Chrome translator can help you. Can get you through most of the way.
It does a pretty decent job.
Make sure you tell your bank that you want to approve the international purpose. That's what happened to me.
Oh,
really?
I didn't tell my bank before trying to do it, and didn't take my card. I had to call the bank, and they had to call Visa, and I had to give them permission to do the international purchase, and it went through. And
okay. Yeah, mine went through pretty fine, I think. I mean, I got the service and all that, but and I signed up like that night, and like everything worked well. Yeah, like your Google Translate will do a pretty good job of getting you through that whole stuff.
Good.
And there's also tutorials that can help you unsubscribe to New Japan World, which can be tricky also if you're not into that language thing.
Ooh, because some services like this.
I don't know if I would do New Japan World year round.
Yeah.
But for Wrestle Kingdom and for the G1, I can see myself doing it every year. I love the G1, and
I kind of feel like the way I guess a casual fan will feel toward WWE Network. Maybe because to me, why wouldn't you have WWE Network year round? But to be a casual fan, I'll get it for the Rumble. I might get it for WrestleMania. I'll pick it back up again for SummerSlam or something like that. But I wouldn't get it for Battleground. Where we might have it all year round. Where New Japan is like, I don't know if I really want it for Dominion. But I did it for the G1 and Wrestle Kingdom, and maybe the Super Junior, the Junior tournament. So,
and everything's so connected now. I mean, hey, welcome to the future. So if you know there's going to be a big match coming up, but Invasion Attack, then you're like, well, I guess it's time to drop my 999 yen on Japan World this week.
I saw that number. I was like, hey, yeah, that's right, yen.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not dollars.
Do I have that much yen? Yeah, I know.
What does that work out to in American?
I think it would change like $8.30.
$8.30. Wow, that's a steal. That's an absolute steal. That's awesome. But if you guys have any thoughts out there, Wrestle Kingdom, let us know at Mayhem Show on the Twitter or in the Facebook group for Wrestling Mayhem Show. Real quick, guys, because holy crap, we've been doing this for a while. Let me know real quick what you learned from wrestling this week, and I'm sure there'll be some international flavor in the chat room. Let us know as well. What about you? Who's got one first?
I got one. One.
Go for it, Matt.
This week, I learned from wrestling the New Day is not funny anymore.
Oh, no.
What?
They were trying to tell jokes on Monday night and no one was laughing. Neither was I. But it's okay. They'll be back. They'll try again. They need some new material.
Not every week has to be amazing. So, and especially the streak they've been on lately, So.
But Matt, I obviously don't know about your side of it, but I'm very disappointed in San Antonio. From last night. Oh, I hate this city so much.
How about you, Amy? Okay.
Although I don't want heel or 30 figures around anymore, I think that's a trope WWE has relied upon too heavily over the last 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
I still do have an affinity for Vince McMahon on TV. Say what you want about him as a creative czar. He may not have what he used to have on creative TV. As an on-screen character, Vince McMahon is still money. As an on-screen, just solely as an on-screen character. And that's the only thing. I mean, like I said, don't want heel authority figures around, and you just criticize Vince all you want for his creative decisions, but as an on-screen character, he's still funny as hell to me. I don't know if it's just because he's an older man now and he's a crazy old man. I don't know. But to me, he's still good as an on-screen character, just purely as that.
Mm-hmm. Man, I learned...
Do people disagree with that? Is that like something crazy?
No, I agree. Sign it with mine because it ties into that. I learned from wrestling this week. If you do this with your hand and put your hand like this, that you can't. Nobody can tell that you're flipping them off. Did you guys see that? That came out?
I saw that.
Wow.
What was Vince's strategy there? I'm gonna flip you guys off, but I'll protect it because
wouldn't be a camera behind me too, like that. That would show my hand.
No way in the crowd. I kind of related to that. No, I agree with you, but I had an epitome moment when they came back from break to him trying to flex his pecs, and realized we're watching a 70-year-old man in a sleeveless referee uniform trying to flex his pecs, and I'm just thinking, sometimes I just step back and try to be the casual fan that doesn't know what wrestling is, and just thinking, would I really stick around at this point? So
then he shrugs his shoulders like, "Oh, I don't know. They got a mind of their own. I can't control them."
Well, what's up? I don't know. I can't control my body. This is new to me. Where did this come from?
Oh my God, that was hysterical.
But wow. And Garza learned that just like 1984, if you can't build them, steal them. That's probably a good one. Bobby F. J. Town learned that he was uninterested in Mr. McMahon's confusing performance until he reminded me of my love of the '92 Rumble, and I'm excited for wrestling again. That's right. And Roman Reigns is gonna be Ric Flair. Yeah.
With a tear in his eye.
With a tear in his eye. Oh, jeez.
I'm watching it at some point.
I need to
Maybe
go watch
tonight,
it again now too. Thanks. I'm gonna start watching Random Rumbles again, going up to this one. But guys,
if you're looking for a Random Royal Rumble to check out, let me think about the one. I think it's 07.
Yeah.
What's the one where? Is it the one where Cena and Umaga have a last man standing match?
Yeah, that's what
that is an awesome show.
And Taker and Shawn Michaels like the final two in the Rumble.
Oh man, it's a good one. It's really good.
Oof. Guys, thank you so much. Wrestling Mayhem Show 501. Gonna get used to that. It's year 10 of this show kicking off. Thank you so much, Vaughn Johnson from Philly.com, the squared circle in the sports section. Some great stuff over there. Thank you so much for joining us in the first
Thank
show.
you for having me back on, man. I appreciate it.
Awesome. You are in the cycle. We'll try to get you in here every once in a while here. It's great having you on. And we don't take it personally that you're from Philly. So, and also with us, our friend in the mainstream media, Matt Carlin. Check out his article with the DJ Zima Ion of TNA and the International Wrestling Cartel, actually, a Pittsburgh local here. And of course, the great articles over WrestlingMayhemShow.com and the Around the Indies at IndieWrestling.us.
I think Eamon mentioned something along those lines. WrestlingMayhemShow.com, the column from last week, 2015, the year John Cena's attitude adjustment stopped working.
Yes.
Nice retrospective. I think you'll all enjoy it.
And I always love, because you're a very multimedia presentation when it comes to Around the Indies. Anytime you can find something, Twitter or Instagram or that can help kind of illustrate things that have happened, I think is amazing and kind of helps, especially something like that I don't know half these names, but I get to see something. I think it's really good for people wanting to kind of dive in a little bit to what's going on in the Indies in the States as well. Eamon Payton, name it too, please, of the Inspire Pro Wrestling organization. And also, I think you were a part of the TNA Asylum Years experiment episode this past week, right?
Oh, I was.
Oh, man.
that was a thing we did.
You guys watched...
somewhat regret.
But I hear the fans want more. You guys watched the first episode of TNA ever? Is that correct?
We did. I preemptively watched the second one. I think we'll hopefully be doing one on the second one. So I don't know when, but hey, if people want to watch it, we'll keep going through it.
Awesome. Go check it out. It's on the YouTube. It's on the Wrestling Mayhem Show super feed on the iTunes and the Stitcher. And let us know what you think about it. And if there's anything else these guys want to... hey, our guest the last show, Rob on the Run on the Twitters, he says if you get into some old classic shows, he's interested in joining you. So reach out to that, perhaps. Aiming too, please, for him. I'm at Sorgatron on the Twitters. I talk wrestling every once in a while. It's usually over at Mayhem Show on the Twitters over there. And of course, please join us on the Wrestling Mayhem Show Facebook group, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And of course, drop us a line at the usual parts. The email address.
Good times
at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, and the phone number 412-206-WMS0. And let us know what you think of the show, what you think of wrestling. Sometimes we read the stuff on the show or listen to the voicemails as well and get your opinion in here, or join us here live at live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com about 9 p.m. Eastern time. Just like that do flicky in the corner and see what people have to say out there. Thank you so much for everybody joining us. Garza, Bobby F. J. Town, and everybody else throughout the night. Alex Cars, Mad Mike getting mad at us spoiling the Twitters, and he's getting mad because I left the hangout, and it's just angry Mike with his hands up all the time as I imagine him getting mad at our spoilers for Impact. You guys doing a midweek war on Impact after this? Or this week potentially? I might be coming back. Keep an eye out for that as well. Thank you so much. See you guys next week. Mayhem. Oh, geez, I almost forgot. Shouts to, first of all, Retro. the Retro Gaming Pittsburgh retrogaming.com, I believe the thing is. They're doing something here in town, a charity event, and as well as the Wrestling Mayhem Show 10-year party we're having next Thursday, January 14th, at our friends Looking for Group in Brookline. If you're Pittsburgh local, please come down. It's going to be open night for gaming for you guys, and we're going to have some fun with that. I think we're going to try to have a WWE 2K16 tournament. I have prizes. They're sitting right over there. We have some stuff here in the studio, and they're not all just the super sad World WCCW Von Erichs DVD that I've been trying to get rid of for years. Maybe the loser will get this, but other than that, I got some very, very special fun stuff for that night. And come down, play some Xbox with us, and they had an Oculus Rift. If you guys want to check out some VR, come on down and look for that group. Look for that event over on the Facebooks. Thank you so much. Mayhem out. Ooh, yeah, I looked up and I was like, oh, it's 11:02. Shit.
Time flies when you're talking about Japanese wrestling. So,
is it cool for me to invite our guest? She's going to be on video.
Oh, yeah. So I don't need a picture. Cool. Let me kind of readjust this.
Video?
All right, guys. You have a good one, man.
All right. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks.
Go on. You're going to get to NXT in Philly.
I damn sure hope so, yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait for Pittsburgh later this month.
Later this month?
Yeah.
Where at? Where's it at in Pittsburgh?
Stage AE. It's like a little concert venue between PNC Park and Heinz Field on the North Shore.
What's the seating in that? Was it like how many seats?
Amen. I'll be right back.
I would say like 1,100.
1,100? Okay.
It's not a super big crowd. It was fun. We went to the last show that they did in there, and it was crazy because it was actually the day Dusty Rhodes died.
Oh,
that was
really?
when it happened. That's when they did the show. We were going to do interviews for KDK with some of the guys back there, and Dusty Rhodes died and screwed up everything.
Damn.
But that's okay. I understood, and I still got inside to watch the show.
Right.
But they did a main event. They weren't announcing who was there, so and Owens had just gotten called up, so I was not sure if Owens was going to be there or not, Right. So they do okay, it's time for the main event, and they bring out we're going to do the main event now for the NXT Championship, and Balor comes out, and then Tyler Breeze comes out, and then Samoa Joe comes out. And then Kevin Owens comes out. It's just oh my God, he's here! It's so exciting. The crowd just goes nuts. And they did, what else did they do? They did Becky and Sasha. And they freaking blew the lid off the place. I can't believe they could get, you to think that you're going to see a title change at a house show, but, the crowd was, going crazy. They were going to see a title change.
They just fall for it. Hook, line, sinker.
They did fall for it. It was amazing. Anyway, I got to talk your ear off.
All right, man.
Cool to catch up with you, man. Enjoy that graveyard shift. All right.
Sorg.
Hey man, I'm on my way. Is there a guest here?
Not yet. I'm seeing.
I don't know why I asked the question because I don't have headphones on yet. How you doing?
No problem.
Hi. All right. I loved her Twitter that popped up.
Is it the _ Iron Young?
Yeah, but it's a Geico agent by day or something, and I just got a kick out of it.
Hey.
Hey.
Hold on. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Sorry for the delay in that.
Oh, that's fine.
Some people got excited about Wrestle Kingdom this week.
So this is Sorg, my co-host slash guy who runs all the tech stuff.
Okay.
Is that my official title, Eamon? Thank you. All right.
Yeah, so we should get started in a little bit. Basically, we'll intro and then Sorg will plug some sponsor stuff. And then he'll basically toss over to me and I'll introduce you and we'll kind of have a conversation just about your career and stuff you're doing in that. We usually go for about 20 minutes or so. If you need a certain time when you need us to wrap up, just let me know and we'll wrap it up.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome. And before we start, so it's High Yawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got that right.
Yeah.
As somebody with a hard to pronounce name, I sympathize.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Well, he's better than I am because I will usually ask it, pronounce it right, practice it, and then still screw it up when it comes to recording. So.
Awesome. Okay.
Oh, some things are getting slow here at the end of the night. My help is letting me know that she is none of the titles that I've pulled up for her. No, I'm still working on those. There it is. So I'll put your Twitter on here.
Okay.
I got it right here.
Yeah, there'll be basically when it comes out, there'll be like a title card under your video on that.
Okay. Cool. When does it come out officially?
Usually audio will be out like later in the night. Video will be out sometime tomorrow.
Mere hours, because I hate sleep. So, gonna roll.
And I'll be sure to tag you and shoot you the stuff and all that stuff. So.
Okay.
Right. I think I'm good to go.
Awesome. I'm ready whenever you are, Sorg.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I want to pull something over real quick before I do this. It might just be another moment.
Are there any rules with language? Just wondering. I don't
we don't care about it. We've had much worse on the show, so.
Yeah, we don't target it, but if it gets blue, it gets blue. That's fine.
I was gonna say after last week's shows or the last show of the year, Sorg.
Oh yeah, that last show got like almost X-rated. So
I think we'll be okay.
And it was a bunch of dudes in studio, so that got weird. The last show of the year is the one where I allow drinking on the show, including me. That's operating the show, and I don't know how it came out. To be honest, I just kind of put it together and put it out, and I'm told it's pretty interesting. So, when did we? Wait a minute.
It's pretty cool. I've never used this before.
Yeah, look, we usually don't get a lot of video guests. It's usually a lot of phone stuff. So you're one of the few. So
It's awesome.
Awesome.
I think it's great to do that too. I think gets more people into it on the on YouTube and stuff.
yeah.
Okay, I just pulled this over during it. Shouldn't be a problem. All right, get rolling. Hey guys, it's the Indy Mayhem Show, episode 101. Wow, we're in the triple digits, and I'm not going to be used to that for a while. But it's the show where we talk about independent pro wrestling and independent pro wrestlers and the people around independent pro wrestling. I happen to shoot video for independent pro wrestling. I said it way too many times. I'm done tonight. Locally here in the Pittsburgh area for IWC and the RWA, and of course working with the IndyWrestling.us. With me from San Antonio, Texas, he also works in independent pro wrestling. He is the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling down there. Eamon Payne at Eamon2 please on the Twitters. How you doing tonight, sir?
I am doing fantastic in this new year. Like you said, triple digits is very weird for this show. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Let's when we get to 200, that's when I'll start to have kind of a mental trip, so to speak.
Wait till we get to the 10-year anniversary of this show, just like the main Wrestling Mayhem show. Then wow, that'd be weird too. But we got a great guest here tonight, ready to talk about independent pro wrestling. It's been a few weeks, and yes, I've been recovering the entire time since that last faded episode, and I still have flarp noises and stuff from when the sexy, talented dudes were down here in the studio. So we're going to settle it down a little bit and get back to business here in 2016. But you can find out that unfortunate episode and so many more at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to this show on iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, and of course the Wrestling Mayhem Show channel on YouTube itself. Facebook, the Great Wrestling Mayhem Show group. We talk about all kinds of pro wrestling over there with the crew from all over the country, and I think some international as well. And join us and let us know what you think. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com is the email. Phone number is 412-206-WMS0. And if you want to support the show other than sharing it with all your friends and show them some awesome stuff and some awesome conversations about indie wrestling, we also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show, and you can support through there on the main show itself. So who do we have this week here, Eamon?
Well, this week on the show, we have a very special guest. Somebody just starting out in the wrestling business, but is already doing some spectacular stuff, particularly for a guy you may know, Booker T, his promotion, Reality of Wrestling, as well as some other stuff around the Texas area. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Indy Mayhem Show, Hi On. How are you?
Hi.
Great having you on. I'm very excited. I guess the first way we kind of start most of these shows off is kind of an icebreaker question of sorts. Everyone on our show kind of got into wrestling one way or the other, but what was your first ever memory of watching professional wrestling?
My first ever memory, I'm pretty sure I was like in kindergarten or first grade, and my mom, she worked at the elementary school that I went to, and she ended up staying late because she had to set up for like a Girl Scout brownie thing. So I was in her office and I was like watching TV, and I was scrolling through the channels, and like they didn't have cable, obviously. So I remember seeing, at the time I didn't know it was Sting. I thought it was like Kiss, like the band, and it completely threw me off. I was like, what is this? And that was my first ever memory of wrestling ever.
Awesome. Good kind of introduction. After that, like, sort of, how did you get, sort of starting to watch wrestling more frequently? Were you a WCW, WWF kind of person? Where did you kind of side on that kind of thing?
I was more WWF. That was my first experience with wrestling, but I never really truly got into it. Probably maybe like a couple months later when my older cousin Johnny was like, hey, look at this. And I started watching with him. And my grandpa, who is from Mexico, he like grew up watching like the lucha shows in Mexico. So I used to watch it with him all the time, and he was like super into it. I didn't know like my family was really into it until I started getting into it. And my mom, she used to go to the Sam Houston Coliseum in downtown, and she like once I started getting more into it, she showed me like pictures of her with like Eddie Guerrero and like Hulk Hogan. So that's kind of where it started, getting really into it. I was more of a like WWF SmackDown kind of person.
Awesome, and that's cool to hear because I know I know families in particular can be interesting, whether it's like they're supportive or not of particularly wrestlers and stuff like that. But would you say your family's definitely very supportive of your love of pro wrestling?
Yeah, I'd say they are. My mom's just always like, please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. You don't have health insurance. Don't get hurt.
Definitely. Oh, well, and transitioning to that sort of deciding to train to become a pro wrestler, when did you sort of have the idea that you actually wanted to do this and become a pro wrestler?
When I was in second grade, I kind of already knew I wanted to do it. And at the time, I was really confused. Like, how do you become a wrestler? Like, do you just show up with like a job application? Like, I had no clue. Like, how do people do this? And so I watched it for a really long time. And then kind of when I got towards middle school, I kind of stopped watching it because it wasn't cool anymore. And several years later, I started watching it again. And I went to a TLC pay-per-view here in Houston. And I think it was the night before Booker T was having his Christmas Chaos show, which is at the time was like the biggest show of that promotion. So I went to that and I was like, dang, this is so cool. Like, this is how people get into it. And I talked to Book after the show and I was like, how do I become a wrestler? And he was like, join my school. I was like, okay. So they had this thing called a fantasy camp where you basically go for like a day and you kind of just experience, what it's like to be in the ring. I did that, and Kevin, who is kind of like the booker for Reality of Wrestling, he was like, hey, you should really consider coming back. So at the time, I was in a sorority, so I literally dropped my sorority. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore, and I started training.
Oh, wow. Very cool. And how long ago would you say was this when you started?
This was maybe like 2 years ago.
Awesome. So, and like you mentioned, going into it, like not knowing specifically how someone gets into wrestling, how was the training like? Were there anything that you didn't sort of expect when you actually started training in the ring? Any sort of challenges?
I mean, I didn't expect there to be so much conditioning. The first 3 weeks, you don't even touch the ring. You just condition the entire time. And that was kind of used to weed out the people that truly want to do it. The thing that really threw me off was there's so many different ways to do one thing. So Book's philosophy is it's not wrong if it looks right. So you might do a completely different way than everyone else, but as long as it looks right, then it's good. So I remember learning to run the ropes threw me off because I learned it from one trainer, I learned it from another trainer, and I remember that day Shelton Benjamin came into the training facility and he's like, oh, you need to do it this way. And I was like, how do I do it? Everyone's telling me different ways. So that was what made it hard. But then kind of just getting kind of the basic principle of it and kind of tweaking it your own. That's what, when that started happening, I felt like I started getting the hang of it.
Very cool. And if I'm right, you actually started, as far as being on the reality wrestling program, you started valeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did. I did a battle royal, and I did this thing called a 5-carat diamond invitational. I did those two before I started valeting, but it wasn't it wasn't a regular appearance, I would say.
Definitely. And we've actually had a couple people on from reality wrestling, the Pump Patrol, most recently. And I talked to them a lot about because obviously reality wrestling, they produce a lot of stuff for their YouTube channel, and it definitely seems like a very high production value sort of show. Do you get that as well a lot in your training when it comes to, how to wrestle in front of a camera in particular and something with that sort of production level?
Yeah, sometimes we'll go through like drills where like this is hard cam, so work towards that camera. Or they always emphasize like keep your head up, make sure they can see your face. Everything is like a still shot, so make sure not necessarily like purposely pose, but make sure you're always looking good. It's a 3D experience. It's like 3D. You need to move around. It's not 2D, so they do emphasize that a lot. Book definitely emphasizes that a lot, and character development a lot.
Awesome. And would you say, particularly because also Booker T obviously does a lot currently still with WWE, do you think a lot of the stuff that he, the training there is to groom you guys to, maybe get onto like a product like WWE or something similar?
Yeah, I believe so. When he was on Tough Enough, I don't know if you ever watched any of the shows, but they had like some really tough conditioning stuff going on. And so when he came back from that, he had us like all conditioning. This is what they're doing at the Performance Center. And after being there at the Performance Center for so long doing Tough Enough, that's kind of what transitioned into us getting this new like facility, which is almost like a mini Full Sail.
Very cool. And now, obviously, you're doing more stuff in the ring. I know from sort of recent episodes of Reality Wrestling, you're going to be challenging soon for the Diamonds Division title. What's it like to have been, moving up the ranks, I guess you could say, getting some more high-profile stuff in that company?
It's really exciting. I remember when I first started, Book didn't even know my name, and now he knows my name. And, him having that trust in me to do certain things makes me feel really great. But at the same time, I've been there for a while, so I kind of feel like it's my time now. Like, I'm ready. Like, it's been waiting. I've been waiting for this. So it's really exciting.
Definitely. And also with like the character development you mentioned as well, obviously you've got a very distinct look, I think, also with the sort of Asian influence with your look and your gear and stuff like that. How did that sort of kind of come into development and sort of finding your character, so to speak?
When I first started, everyone thought I was Asian, even though I'm not. So, people would like bow to me when I would come to the gym. Like usually, you shake everyone's hand. People wouldn't shake my hands; they would bow to me, literally. And so it was like, "Oh, you're gonna have an Asian gimmick. You're gonna have an Asian." I'm like, "No. Like I've been telling everyone my whole life I'm not Asian." And they're like, But then Fallah Bah, who is in PWS, he came down to Reality Wrestling, and he has like a Filipino gimmick, and they kind of put me with him because of my name, and I do, people tend to confuse me a lot to be Asian. So I went ahead and did it. At first I wasn't excited about it because I was like, I don't really know too much about this culture. I don't want to like, just be rude. I don't want to offend anyone with this. But once I started getting into it, I talked to Booker about it more, and it kind of started turning into like a Mortal Kombat kind of influence more than just like Asian. So when I was coming up with my character, kind of like my moves in the ring, I was looking at a lot of like Mortal Kombat, Katana, all that kind of stuff.
Awesome. Very cool. And obviously, going into 2016, obviously people kind of set goals for the year. And you even, expanded beyond reality wrestling. I know you recently came into Inspire Pro Wrestling, and I know you're even challenging for the XX Division title at our next event just in a few weeks. Not just there, but just in general in wrestling. What are some of your goals for 2016?
I mean, obviously the ultimate goal would be to go to NXT, but kind of like my mini goals to get up to the big one would be to expand more, try to get shows outside of Texas. I've been working in talks with another promotion in Louisiana and one in Oregon. So hopefully, God willing, I'll be going over there soon.
Awesome. Very cool. Also, we have some of our regular questions here on the show that we kind of ask everyone. The first that we have is, what are you watching currently as far as wrestling goes, as far as either for studying purposes or also just recreation? Is there anything currently that you kind of have your eye on?
NXT a lot. NXT a lot. To be honest, I just don't have time to watch TV ever. Like, not even Raw, which kind of sucks. I always have to like watch everything on the network. But I've been actually watching a lot of SmackDown replays from like 2002 through 2005 and NXT. So that's kind of my focus right now.
Very cool. And the last question we kind of end the show with, and many of our guests take it in many different directions, so feel free to take it however which way you wish. But what is, in your opinion, the best and worst thing about indie wrestling?
The best and the worst thing. The best, honestly, is just living your dream. I always tell people, like, if 10-year-old me knew what 22-year-old me would be doing, 10-year-old me would freak out. Like, be so happy. Like, whether I got signed or not, like, I would be, just going out for your dream. The worst part about it is, I say, it's kind of tough. Sometimes there can be egos when you get in the ring. Sometimes going to different indie promotions. One thing that is so amazing about Books is that when you go back, step through the curtain and you talk to Book, like, he'll tell you every little thing you did wrong. And like right now we have Bruce Pritchard working with us. So Bruce would tell you everything you did wrong, but he'll also tell you everything you did right. So you get some true constructive criticism to make you better. And sometimes when you step through the curtain at an indie show, it's just like, oh, good job. Oh, good job. And I remember, like, one of my first matches, it was like, oh, good job. And I was, like, thinking to myself, like, that was terrible. Why didn't they tell me that was terrible? Like, I was expecting to get, like, chewed out by the promoter because that's what would happen if I was doing that at Books. So that's the only part that I'd say is, like, the work. Sometimes you don't, depending on where you work, and you really want to get better. At the end of the day, that's what you want to do.
Awesome, definitely. Well, thank you very much for coming on and talking with us. Definitely seems like some big things for you going forward. If people want to follow you on social media, or if you have any upcoming events you'll be appearing on that people can check you out at, feel free to plug away.
Awesome. Well, obviously, the new era begins at Reality of Wrestling at a new facility January 30th. That's going to be, like, the biggest show of the year, I believe, and it's going to be huge. Also, obviously, Inspire Pro, January 17th. So,
awesome. And I believe people can follow you on Twitter at _Hayan.
Yes.
Definitely go check her out. Definitely, like I said, it seems like a lot of great stuff heading your way, and definitely going to be cool to see. So, once again, thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to take a quick break, and when we take a look at everything that happened this past week in Sorgatron Media, and we'll be right back. Awesome. That was great. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. That was fun. That was actually my first podcast ever.
Nice.
Okay, awesome. Very cool. But yeah, I'll tag you in all the stuff. That way you can get it. And video should be up sometime tomorrow.
Yep.
So.
Yep. You'll get tagged multiple times on Twitter for it. So you'll see it. We try to get it out a bit. That's cool. Bruce Pritchard's working with you too. We had him up in RWA briefly with us last year. Awesome. So.
Yeah, he's really cool. Hearing the story about how him and Booker got together was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Apparently Bruce and Book weren't always, like, the best of friends, and then Charmel, Book's wife, ran into, like, Bruce Pritchard's wife, and they were like, oh, you should come over. And Book was like, dang, I don't really want this guy over. And then Bruce was like, man, I don't really want to go. And then they kind of just got together and just made up and became friends. And now he's, like, there all the time.
That's awesome.
That's
awesome. Pretty great.
So, I think I want to come back with this. I know Reality Wrestling's on, is that local TV?
Yeah, I believe so. It's CW39.
Yeah.
But I don't know how far it reaches. Like,
right. I was just wondering what they have online. I'm kind of poking around the site because I want to plug it so people can kind of check out the show in general if they have it available. Looks like it's online. Is this a full episode, maybe?
Yeah, I know they have full episodes on YouTube.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll make sure when we come back, let's make a plug about that, hey, you can check out all the stuff going on there on the show, at least.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's a big thing. We want to make sure people know, hey, it's not just if you're in the area, anybody. Like, I'm in Pittsburgh, I want to check out what's going on down there, Mm-hmm. And because I'm especially hearing as much as we do about Book's promotion down there. So,
yeah. it's pretty crazy because we met some like ROH guys, and they're like, "How do I get booked at Booker T's school?" I'm like, "How do we get booked over there?"
Hey, yeah, exactly. It's I think it's the way to go because if you can get trained by somebody who's actually been there like that, I mean, geez, you know all the secrets. You know.
Yeah, but Book's pretty cool. He'll get in the ring with you. He definitely will.
Mm-hmm.
I learned my arm drags from Book.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll bookmark this and we'll give a extra plug to that so they can check out more stuff from you guys down there. So that's cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's so much fun.
No problem.
All right. And then I'll figure out what we're doing. Like we usually do Wrestle Kingdom on this show, don't we?
Oh yeah, dude. I think we did that last year.
We really kind of blew into that on the main show. So we'll poke through the rest of the stuff here. And see what trouble we can get into for the rest of the show.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
Do you guys want me to go, or do you still need me to stay?
You can say if you want to. If there's anything that we talk about that interests you.
I mean, I was just wondering. I don't know if you were like, okay, where does this girl gonna go?
No,
it's fine. It's fine. No.
Yeah, I mean, we sometimes had guests stay after because we usually just run through kind of indie news and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta sleep. I gotta wake up early.
No problem.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Right, bye, guys. Thank you so much.
All
no
right.
problem.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right. I'm on the wrong website. This is his John Cena stuff. That's not what we talked about here.
No. We pull up Matt's thing.
What is this show? What's happening? Heels is still out there, and Virginia and Carol, who actually, you know what? The other two people in there are probably my other couple of computers in here. To be honest, I'm realizing I'm kind of buffering the viewing a little bit.
When I search aroundtheindies.com.
It's a new year, baby.
Woo!
I mean,
there it is.
Hey, let's do something fun. Let's do, give me an angle on your New Year's resolutions in indie wrestling, whether it's something you want to do to better your maybe viewing or checking out of things in indie wrestling, or New Year's resolutions you think promotions should be making.
Oh, I like that.
Let's poke at that. Let's do the us, and then we'll do the others. So.
Yeah, I like that idea.
And if there's anything you want to, we'll end with anything if you want to poke at. If you find anything by then from the around the indies. So.
Sweet.
Very much. By the way, I don't know if you caught any discussion on the Slack, but Matt's articles have brought a lot of attention to both sites. So
awesome.
So now it's a lot of,
because that stuff is like, I mean, that's the stuff I look up all the time. It's just like, there's one that does one for women's wrestling where it's just like kind of similar to what Matt does.
Right.
Like,
right.
And especially like if you just like tag people on it, like it's.
And shit, the visual way that he does it is just so great. Let me look something here. So he tags everybody that's in here. So like Roderick Strong. I want to click on Roderick Strong. Does it do what I think it does? Hold on. So there's the article. Oh, that's what I need to talk to him about, is doing that. Oh, you know what? This kind of screws up probably. First of all, the most recent stuff with, say, a Roderick Strong is all of his articles talking about him. And it's his blog. So those tags aren't going to carry over. So I can't click on Roderick Strong, and it's also going to show, like, the DVDs with Roderick Strong, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So
that would be cool.
Yeah, it's because it's on two different systems, kind of. Like there's a blog, and then there's where everything else is listed. And if I tag Roderick Strong in both of them, it's not the same tag still, because it's not in the same. It's like it's like it's on different parts of the site. I know it all looks the same, but I still need to. There's some stuff on here we need to work over a little bit. But there's always going to be stuff we need to work over. It can always be better.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right. What are we doing? What am I doing? We're doing a show. That's what we're doing.
We're doing show.
Yeah, it's a show. Hey. Well, I think I'll just do the same Sawtooth selection I just did. Hey guys, it's we're back. Hey guys, we're back, and thank you so much to our guests. And by the way, there was a little clip of Sawtooth Willie, some fun stuff we've been doing lately. You can check out more of that. Look up Sawtooth Willie on YouTube and the Facebook, and we've been having a lot of fun with that lately. I think you'll enjoy it if you're like our humor across the Mayhem Show Network. Well, hey, it's from one of the originals, so hey, I wanted to make a mention. So we really are on the mission of you guys can really check out a lot of the stuff that we talk about here. It's not just, I know we say we were plugging local shows in San Antonio, Houston, Austin, wherever, but especially Reality of Wrestling is definitely very media minded, I guess you can say. And if you go over to realityofwrestling.com, you can check out our guest and so much more. Their TV show is actually available over there. So click on over the ROW on TV and the recent episodes, and they'll actually pop up here and are on YouTube. And so you can see what Booker T is doing down there and what kind of talent is coming out of Booker T's group down there. And who knows? I think if you're being trained and in the promotion by somebody who happens to be on SmackDown every week, I'm pretty sure you got a good chance of coming up and get a chance maybe with NXT or something in the future. So go check that out, realityofwrestling.com. And like I say, we try to talk with as many people as we can where you guys can access them either on YouTube or buying the DVDs, buying the digital downloads, however that may be, or going to or firing up the Google Translate and doing the New Japan Pro Wrestling World thing, as many of us did over this past week. And by the way, I think last year we talked about New Japan really in depth on the site or on the show. We did that over on Wrestling Mayhem Show because just everybody's excited about that. So we went ahead and did that and had a great talk. Eamon did a deep dive on that with our friend Matt Collins that does it around the Indies article. And Vaughn Johnston that joined us from Philly.com, Squared Circle in the sports section, writer over there for them, talking pro wrestling and everything from Philadelphia. So go check that out, Wrestling Mayhem Show 501 for the in-depth talk about Wrestle Kingdom 10. Eamon, so it's the new year. It's been a little bit. We ended pre-Christmas in a very New Year's fashion, I suppose. And I was thinking, man, it's the new year. It's the New Year's resolutions time. And what are our resolutions for indie wrestling? I want to take this a couple different ways. But I think, first of all, us as viewers or participators or however you want to take this part of it, what is your personal New Year's resolution around indie wrestling right now?
I thought about this a lot, and I kind of think I view this from like a viewer sort of perspective. For me personally, there's a lot of great indies, and we talked about this on the main Wrestling Mayhem show. There's a lot of great alternatives and stuff like that that's emerging right now in wrestling. I think it's the biggest stylistic time I think for pro wrestling it's been in a while, maybe ever, and I'm very excited to see that. Personally, I've gotten into the New Japan. I obviously myself and Tonio joined you for a bit of a look at Mexican wrestling as well.
Great episode. I had so much fun with that. I didn't need to. Well, actually, we'll get into a little bit of that in a moment, I think.
Oh yeah. Definitely. But I think the next thing, I really need to get into British wrestling.
Oh, wow.
I know of British wrestling, but it seems there has been such a wave of great British promotions and British talent currently that it's really, I think it's really became something very special with, I know Progress is probably considered one of the top ones right now. As far as indie goes, Revolution, I think it's Rev Pro is another one that comes to mind. I think there are a couple others I can't think of right now. But as far as talented people go, like indies in the UK are really spectacular right now. I just watched this past year's Pro Wrestling Guerrilla Battle of Los Angeles, and to me, the talents that really stuck out to me were the British talents. Your Zack Sabre Juniors, your Tommy Ends, your Will Ospreys. And even like smaller ones like your Mark Andrews, who's on TNA currently. I really think there are some amazingly talented people right now in the UK. And everyone's talking about it. There's such a great sort of vibe about all these promotions and a style and a production value to that style. It's something really special, and I think 2015 was almost, and a lot of people can make the contenders of this, but it was almost the year for UK wrestling. Everyone was talking about it as far as indie wrestling is concerned. So yeah, I definitely need to start following it a bit closer, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of along those. I mean, not anything in particular. I just need to not participate. Obviously, I'm participating, but I need to explore more. I of course have kind of rededicated, saying, okay, Lucha Underground Season 2, I'm going to watch that as dedicated as I do NXT. Okay? I have to. I missed out on something amazing last year. And again, I did live kind of vicariously through you guys, but I was also at a spot where I was like, I want to watch this. I don't want to just throw this on in the background, which unfortunately, if I want to watch more wrestling, it has to be I throw it on the Chromecast or I throw it on an iPad over here while I'm working. It's the only way I can watch more wrestling physically at this point, right? And I actually sat here and I have a to-do task list that I have for work and personal stuff that helps me kind of get organized. And I just put 2 entries in here for Tuesday and Thursday that says watch some indie/Japanese/Mexican wrestling. So even if I go and say go to realityofwrestling.com or pull up New Japan World or other wherever I can find it and just watch something, an episode of this, an old show of this, something from the G1 Climax last year, just pull up a list from YouTube, you know what I mean? And throw that on, at least I have the opportunity to discover something new. I'm checking it out. I'm getting into maybe the Mexican wrestling, like we talked about. And by the way, we had a great discussion. You guys really kind of laid out a lot of stuff that you could be checking out in Mexico of CMLL and AAA wrestling. By the way, just following those on my Instagram and Facebook has been really awesome lately. It's really cool to have that little bit of something different in the feed. And I keep forgetting that I followed them, and then I just get random luchador pictures, and I'm just like, okay, all right, or a random Instagram video or something like that. It's a nice surprise personally for something like that. But no, again, it just getting out there, exploring this kind of stuff, and I'm just kind of reinvigorated. The excitement that Season 2 is coming on Lucha, the excitement of just coming off of... I watched Wrestle Kingdom this morning, okay? So I'm still kind of on a buzz off of that, and then participating and hearing you guys talk about them for I think we went nearly an hour on that during Wrestling Mayhem show. So... I that's where I'm at. It's like, wrestling more, yes. And then there's also the realization this morning. It was like, how I was complaining last night, I think, with you guys in the Hangout. I was like, I cannot possibly watch more wrestling. What a problem to have that I want to watch more wrestling. That's a great problem to have. It's an amazing problem to have if you're a fan of wrestling and such a huge fan that we are, that we do podcasts and get involved in the ways that we do. I think that's it. Professionally, I mean, it's not a new resolution. It's what it always is. The groups that I work with, the RWA, the IWC, and all the other guys that I just, help with videos to put them out there in digital download. The goal has always been to make these bigger, make them, get an IWC and an RWA to the point where, where they're the more talked about promotions out there, right? Where there's somebody from around the world saying, man, you got to check out this IWC stuff. You got to check out this RWA stuff. There's some cool stuff happening here. And I have the notes that they're getting international attention in some fashion. So I think it's interesting to see that happening, at least in the numbers that I'm seeing, and seeing that grow. It's definitely grown. It's grown in number of people participating and contributing and especially with the growth of IndieWrestling.us these past few months and getting that figured out. So that's where I'm at. Do you have a professional one? I mean, from where you're at? I mean, I know you touch on a few different aspects of Inspire Pro Wrestling down there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me personally, in the year, the thing that I think just sticks out for me is just I want to learn more. Like I want, I feel like I've done a decent enough job at commentary. Not saying I'm great or anything. I'm far from it. But my peers are seem very receptive to my commentary and are very pleased by it, especially the people who are considered my bosses, which is mainly as for me. As long as I'm pleasing them, I'm fine. Yeah. I just want to learn more. I want to get my hands in some more things and see some more different aspects of like production and just everything that goes into putting together a wrestling show. I want to be more sort of, involved in the business. I think my only other like definitive goal or resolution or whatever for 2016 would probably be I want to get booked at least one other place. All my work right now has been with Inspire Pro Wrestling, and I love Inspire Pro, and I'm never, obviously thinking of like leaving or anything like that. But like, I don't know. I feel like it would be very validating to be booked one place else. I think that would just be, for me, that's kind of my goal. And to have somebody else appreciate your work. You know what I mean? Because I love that Inspire does, but a lot of these people are becoming my friends and stuff like that. So I don't know. I just hopefully branching out. I think in 2016 as well. And that just goes back to the whole learning more sort of thing.
Right. And I think that's definitely am I here just because this is the group that I've been running with, right? That somebody else is, I want that guy to be part of this. I think that's very important in the spot you're at, because you're really like I kind of make the statement like I'm not like when people want to work with me, it's like I don't need you to prove myself. You know what I mean? When it comes to, hey, work for our promotion. No, I'm working for these and that's fine. And whereas if you're a wrestler and an announcer says, oh, I'm working for this group over here locally and I don't really want to go anywhere else, that's like, well, then you're not.
That's kind of frowned upon.
You're not doing anything. Versus me, it's just like, well, I can't physically do anything else. So no, we're not going to do anything else, And that's been the argument for me. I would love to expand to be able to do more promotions, but but then they're not getting me, and I think that's what they're trying to get because
that's part of it.
Because I think I think people have told me they like the way I put the videos together and the way I edit, and you won't get that if I'm not there. So because frankly, I have a philosophy of, no, I'm going to live switch because we're going to turn this around and that's another full day they have to do this. And you know how like wrestling DVDs don't come out for like a month because nobody has time to do them because it takes a freaking long time to do them, to put that footage together. That's why we do it live or bust, for the most part, unless I've been double booked, which I can have no control over. And I just kind of deal with it. Versus you want that expanding. You want somebody else to find value because you want to do eventually down the line. You have the idea that you could work for WWE and do a thing, right, and make a career of this.
I mean, here's hoping.
right. But I mean, you're on that trajectory like any wrestler would be to a degree. Whereas I really don't want to work for WWE. Because
it's so different from what it's so different from what you do.
Right. I mean, if I would do that, if I would do it, I would be a union. I would be a union worker. There's no glory for me to go work on something like that. It'd be cool. if somebody knocked on my door and I got offered a job at WWE, I would probably do it if there was nothing keeping me from anything else in my life, right? But I also know if I did that, I would not be working for WWE for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a thing that I would do. I would do it just to be like, wow, there was that time I worked for WWE, and that's cool, you know? And then I can go do something else. That's kind of the nature of, I think, the business I'm in for that. You know, that's not a career-making thing for me, I don't think, at least the way my career works. So, I don't know. That's my thoughts on that. So, awesome. So, I guess lastly, we're going to make New Year's resolutions for other people now.
We're going to tell you what you should do.
I'm going to tell you what you should do. So you know, it is kind of a broad thing. I don't think anything in specific, anything like, well, you know, this company should be doing more of this, you know, but broadly, I think for indies as a whole, or maybe wrestlers as a whole, or something that you observe, this is kind of like the best and worst of question. What is a New Year's resolution that you have for independent wrestling? For them out there?
Because you mentioned this question before we started, and I was like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know what I would think of. And then it came to me, and this isn't really, I mean, this applies to independent wrestling as a whole. But I think I apply it more toward the more Texas scene.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
it's just
fine.
from
That's
stuff
fine. That can be localized. That is fine.
Yeah, it still applies to all indies. Just in general, though, and it's just stuff I've been seeing in the last like month or so. I've been seeing so repeatedly, and that's the idea that we mentioned it before. There are so many viable alternatives now more than ever, and the reason I think there are those viable alternatives, and I mean from the fact that there are alternative, is that they're doing something different. The formula, there's no formula for wrestling. Mm-hmm. There's no, there's a somewhat of a formula.
Except for there's a ring and pins and this, and there's a story and two people's fighting in the middle of the ring. And
there's a physical formula in how to execute it.
Right.
But there's not a emotional, sort of general formula into how a crowd reacts. What is, what's right and what is wrong. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why. I've just been seeing so much stuff, particularly on Facebook recently. I don't know if you get this a lot, but people sharing stuff of the stuff of Joey Ryan doing the whole King of Dong style stuff.
Yeah. It's killing the business.
Someone shared and how it's killing the business. And how someone shared a photo, I think it was from Beyond Wrestling, it's from like a while ago, of someone doing a chokeslam with the force from, basically, giving a guy a chokeslam when he's halfway across the ring, basically. Mm-hmm. And how that's killing the business. Someone shared a video of a PWG show where Ricochet and Samurai Del Sol were having an exchange, and it's very like a flippy kind of exchange, and being like, well, that's not wrestling. Those guys should be, telling a story. And it's like, one of those guys just wrestled in front of 40,000 people, and the other's currently employed by the WWE. Mm-hmm. Like, the creativity is what makes indie wrestling great. Right. It's what makes indie wrestling different than the WWE. I think WWE, in aspects, is allowing more creativity, especially like in NXT and stuff like that. But still, you're saying this is what you sort of have to do. To tell somebody this is wrong, this is right, I consider wrestling an art. It's not a science. It's an art.
I like that.
And art is very subjective. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this thing will piss people off. Maybe people who are in Texas scene are watching this and are probably pissed at me. Whatever. I just think that, what works for you works for you. And I think there is an aspect of Texas where it, for a long time, has been very dated. Mm-hmm. A lot of people say Texas wrestling currently isn't what, it's not what Philly is, and it's not what Los Angeles is, and it's not what, the East Coast is. but it doesn't have to not be. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of it is because some people are very stuck in their mindsets. And, you know, if you're wrestling in front of a specific crowd that wants to see a certain style of wrestling and it's more simplistic, that's fine. There's a certain style of people in Texas who want to see, Joey Ryan do a test of strength with his genitalia. You know, there's a different, know your audience, and not everything works for every audience. You can't, be at an Inspire Pro show, maybe, for example, and work a side headlock. And that's the whole thing is you're doing a simple kind of match that you would wrestle in front of, a couple hundred people who, aren't like diehard wrestling fans. It's different. And I don't know, just my resolution is just people should stop being so critical of what others are doing. I don't know. It's this has honestly just been spurred by recent stuff because it's been happening so frequently. I've been noticing. As of late. I don't know.
I think you're in the right spot there. And I guess mine is going to be a version of that. So you're saying like stop judging these other things just because you don't understand it. It feels like my thing is to that, like, being different and everything. I think people that run indie companies and the wrestlers, I think, get this a little bit too, that they need to stick out, right? And not like, well, I'm just like a mini Rock, I'm like a mini Stone Cold, I'm a mini Hulk Hogan, whatever. Is anybody trying to be a mini Hulk Hogan these days? But as far as productions, as far as shows, even looking at, some of these indie, like, online shows, TV shows, whatever, and trying to see, I think Lucha Underground sticks out because it's a true alternative. It does not feel like anybody else. Wrestle Kingdom sticks out because, well, it's Japanese wrestling. It feels like different stuff, and it's now accessible to us, right? It doesn't feel like anything I would attend in America, I don't think. And I think when you're an indie in a town that's doing this but trying to be bigger and trying to pretend to be bigger, when you're trying to do certain production values, like, well, why are we doing these production values? Because I want this to get to the point, I want to feel like we're WWE. I was like, great, you'll be the second run or third run or 50th run WWE wannabe, right? And all the people will notice is that, oh, look, they're doing things like WWE. How quaint, they'll never be WWE. So what are you doing different? Chikara has shows where there's like 20 people in the crowd in these weird venues, but they're doing something different and interesting, and it's great. AIW is doing things to kind of stick out on social media, as we've talking about. It's been really great, and they have a different feel and a more raw feel, and not really like anything I think that's on TV right now, right?
And I think also with like companies like them, I think more you also get companies that try to just be Ring of Honor as well.
Right.
Try to be PWG, and it comes off as fake. Like AIW, I think does a great job, for example, because they have that sort of style of wrestling, but they also book like Bunkhouse Buck and who else? Like Vader and like just weird names. But they're now known as the company that books all these weird names. Like and there's a selling value to that. Right. I think that extends to promotions and also extends to some wrestlers. Like, we're living in an age where more indie wrestlers are getting looked at by WWE. The style is different in WWE to where those indie wrestlers can succeed now, as opposed to maybe 10 years ago where they would have been passed up on or looked down upon. But at the same time, the people that they are signing right now have set themselves apart and have built a following.
Right.
If I see another guy, and I'm just saying, try not to be just another guy in trunks who's like characters like, I'm badass and I'm cool and I'm good at wrestling.
But to be fair, and I've heard this, is the people that try to be too complicated.
That's true.
There's
I just think.
I mean, just a little bit. We saw this on Breaking Ground. you have to come out and present yourself and be confident, and you have to convey what you are in the first 5 seconds you walk out that curtain. And if you think your story takes, but then I'm also this, and this, it's like, well, if you can't fit that in the first 5 seconds, and that's just crowd. I mean, that's part of the art. That's honestly part of the art. That's theater. That's part of the art form. Is conveying to the crowd, a story and them getting into it, like you were kind of talking about before. So, sorry.
I just think that if like the extent of your persona, so to speak, is I am great at wrestling and I wear trunks and I'm great at wrestling.
Welcome.
You have to be really great at wrestling.
Welcome to the first anybody I know out of a training camp.
Yeah,
very few.
And maybe that's just me, but I don't know. I see guys and it's like, yeah, you're putting on pretty great matches, but like, the only way that you're going to get more opportunities, sort of like that, is that you have to have something about yourself,
right.
that captivates people.
Right.
It doesn't have to be an over-the-top character, but
no, just enough of one. A mix of he's this and he does this in the ring. And how that comes off. I feel like looking just at the people that we know in our circles here. Who we just talked to tonight. Like she's kind of got an interesting air, and I love that she's leaning into the not really an Asian thing. Was kind of an interesting wrinkle to that. But even looking at somebody like an Andrew Powell, seeing him develop through the years, into what he is, which is this kind of wild guy that runs around and has the hair and used to have a goggle fetish or something like that, or even Darren De Niro. Like he just looks like kind of pretty muscly guy that smiles. Like a model, and he's kind of goofy otherwise. Does some pretty good stuff in the ring. Obviously got some attention some people in Britain, so maybe you'll see him on some of that stuff you want to watch this year. And but he's trying stuff too. He's doing this Backstreet Boy thing in the one promotion we were talking about. I was bugging the promoter to see if he was bringing that over to IWC, and he's trying some stuff out. He's still in that growing phase too. So there's that.
I think also, like, we're living in an era as well where being able to captivate people is more important than anything. I think the people that are successful in WWE and Lucha Underground and New Japan aren't just the ones that are great at wrestling, they're the ones that captivate people and have that emotional connection with the audience. I think there was a period in indie wrestling where if you were putting on great matches, that's what made you popular.
Right, and
you know
that's
what
it.
I mean?
Yeah, I think
and
that's definitely
that's kind of weaned back, I feel, a bit.
Right. I mean, also I think the advent of social media, YouTube. Oh, that guy just entertained me on YouTube doing X. Now I want to pay attention to his matches. It's the whole package, like we're talking about. Like we're talking about before about guys like Cole Cabana becoming an entire character and persona online, and really using that as a tool. What we talked about before. You know what they should do. What people should do to practice their promos. They should get on Snapchat and cut a 10-second promo on people. Or get on Periscope and start just cutting a promo on anybody that's out there. Anything that moves. I mean, it's practice. And it's practice is going to go away in 24 hours too. So it's not. You don't have these horrible promos floating around YouTube 10 years from now when you're in WWE, right? I think that's an important part too. So I think it's some great stuff. You know what another great resolution is? Make sure you put on your schedule to weekly check out Around the Indies from the great Matt Collins over there. A visual representation and breakdown of your week in indie wrestling. Because I know there's a lot. There's barbed wire wrestling still happening around wrestling. Holy crap. Pro Wrestling Guerrilla had another show. It feels like they have them every 2 weeks at this point. Does that seem right?
About every month or so, yeah.
On Point Wrestling had a barbed wire match. That's great. There's some great pictures over here. You said a couple of things that looked like it caught your eye when it came to Matt's article this week. Do you recall what that was at this point?
I can't seem.
Other than holy crap, barbed wire.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a market for that, for the barbed wire still. God, I wish I had it pulled up. There was, I always love Matt's article because I think it just gives a really great sort of look at everything, and it gives you sort of a nice kind of like. Obviously, I talked to Sorg about this, like the visual stuff, and yeah, it's really great. I would definitely encourage people to check it out.
Awesome. Some great stuff. Like I said, very, very multimedia. Some great stuff there. And that's why it's important as an indie that you put your stuff out there and have these opportunities and have these bite-sized bits that people can share like this and get it around. You never know. You never know when Air Jock is going to happen, or from Inspire Wrestling when that one girl went through the table, right? Or even just I saw pictures all this week of Instagrams of Delilah of Doom's new outfits.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to hit. So put it out there and give just. Every time you put out a clip or a video or let a fan do it at a show, it's an opportunity to find more fans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, podcasting and a lot of things that we do around here is the one fan at a time philosophy. Oh, I talked to a person at a thing at a booth, and now maybe they'll go listen to a show. Hey, one of those people is in the chat room tonight, and he writes a blog, and I hope he mentions this on his awesome blog. He's got a really good blog about the local stuff, the Tragar. Out there. I've been I can't remember the blog name off the top of my head, but I share it out whenever I see something pop up there on our Mayhem Show Twitter account. I mean, that's the way it is for all that kind of stuff. Eamon, we gotta get out of here. It's been an awesome first night in 2016 of Podcast Day. You guys can join us. We're live.sorgatronmedia.com, live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com, about 11 p.m. Eastern Time every Tuesday. Eamon, he's at Eamon to please.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
At Inspire Perez on Twitter as well.
Yes, and our guest, her Twitter is _. How do you say her name again?
Hyan.
Hyan.
It's spelled for those looking to get it spelled. That's HYANE. Young, as in young and old.
Or get that spelling from this listing on the YouTube or at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. We'll have that up there as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And again, check out everything at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to this and all the other shows, and drop us a line good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com or 412-206-WMS0. I'm at Sorgatron on the Twitters. Thank you so much, and please support indie wrestling through all of 2016. Yep.
Awesome.
That's a show. Gonna do more shows because I gotta do more shows. And I got flarp juice. I can't flarp. Hold on. It's supposed to make fart noises. Oh, I could do this really well when I was drunk, if I recall.
That was a big flex show, did you?
Yeah, it was one of the things. There's that. There's this. Did you watch? No, you were on the show. That's right. I forgot.
I was on there.
All right, you were
I don't
present.
remember any
And
of it.
right here, by all the Hulk Hogan figures, is this thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This reminds me of ectoplasm. I remember. Oh, you know what? Because it's kind of aged a couple weeks. It's not going to flarp as well, I don't think. Because if this is like ectoplasm, it just.
Oh yeah, because it gets kind of like.
Yeah, it just kind of loses stuff after a while. So. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm going to do some periscopes for the next things. And good stuff, Matt. Eamon.
Yeah, it was fun. I like that show.
Good night of shows. So I'm going to get these posted up. And we'll rock it.
Oh, I still got half a pizza left.
Hmm?
I ordered pizza. I still got half of it left.
Yeah, I got like 2 slices left. How about it's a pizza night on Tuesday? That is how we roll. So I think I'm going to go ahead and edit Indy. So if you want to hang out for a minute while I take care of that.
Yeah.
I got a gigabyte. I got about a minute till I got my files.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can at least like render this and have that done with.
Oh, hold on. One second.
Hmm?
I'm going to grab a cord.
Then there's wheels out there. It's too cold. I really need to turn down my heat before I have a horrible gas bill. Crippling gas bills. Gold is just going to be super weird.
So I feel like I have the worst chair for podcasting.
What?
Because I have a chair. Like the chair I'm sitting on right now is like came with the apartment.
Okay.
But it's like a chair that like there's these like rubber like kind of bands things that like are the seat.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like they're really tight, like sort of rubber. I don't know if you can hear that, but like.
Yeah.
But it's like that's the entire seat.
So
and it's the most awkward feeling thing.
So like, does it make noise or it's just uncomfortable?
No, just very uncomfortable.
Well, if they're gonna give you a free seat, it's not gonna be great.
That's fine. That's fair. When I was in my old place, I was just sitting on an old tote from when I moved.
Jeez.
So
that's not the great posture or anything like that.
That's true.
I always feel bad when we have like a 15-minute like interview, but it's just like she's kind of early in her career and actually,
that was the thing. I didn't know how long to take it, and then like I was kind of looking. I was like, oh, I've been. This didn't go too long.
Yeah. I've had a few of those with like the awesome chat one, and I'm like, wow, they just explained everything about their business in like 5 minutes, and I have no idea what else to ask them about it. It was like that's everything.
Right,
you gave me the bit pitch, because I could tell like the one that I did with the 412 food rescue. I think she gave me the version of her story like she would tell on the 10 minutes they would have gave her on like the local morning show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they just don't know how to adjust. Like,
right? It's like, oh no! I want you to go a little deeper into that, please. And then like, but they buttoned it up so well, there was nowhere for me to expand to, or at least I don't know how to.
Mm-hmm.
Sawtooth Willies in this episode.
I forgot. There's like when I was talking about like the people on Facebook like shitting on like wrestling videos and stuff like that.
We're still streaming, by the way.
The other really great one I saw was someone posting a GIF of last year's Wrestle Kingdom where Nakamura hit that Bamaye on Ibushi, and someone being like that's dangerous. He shouldn't be in the business. That guy should be blackballed. It's fucking Nakamura.
Yeah,
and it's being said by some guy that wrestles in front of 100 people once a month. Like
kind of like, who are you to talk about this? Yeah.
Yeah.